You guys think that if you're unhappy, that's a good reason to leave a marriage? See?
I don't think you're gonna be happy all the time. So it depends. How long have I been unhappy?
Right.
Because my kids are seeing that.
Right.
I think that matters too. Like
Most things I think
a lot of people.
It don't have anything to do with age. Getting married too late. People don't have the intestinal fortitude for marriage. You get up there and say these vows. It's duty and responsibility, time and pain. It's the kids. It's the rearing. It's lineage and legacy. That's a joke in itself.
But is that not part of the kids?
So
your kids are a direct reflection of you. So if my kids are seeing me unhappy, now what?
What are you talking about?
Because you said happiness in the marriage, because you just said that kids are part of it, right?
Let me explain it to you. You're conflating your happiness with how the kids are treated, right? I'm not even talking about the kids. I'm talking about you being happy, right? I just said that about sex, so don't act like you can't do it about everything else. So now that we have a baseline with that, you can fake it till you make it in front of them kids all the time. Now, kids have discernment. I understand that, but happiness doesn't mean everything has to be egregious in the household. However, we know ebb and flow. Is that a thing, or are we dismissing postpartum?
Postpartum depression.
Do we have menopause?
Right.
And so you guys go through these ebb and flow periods where your happiness is intrinsically not working.
But that's why I agree.
But I'm just saying. But you put it on the kids. Like, no, answer my question directly based on happiness itself.
I did, but I said it depends on how long I've been unhappy. Raising my kids in a house where there's no happiness is not
selfish.
That's not life goals.
Just for the sake to say I have a husband. Are you serious?
No, you made a commitment under the Most High God, right? Unless you don't believe.
Who cares about the commitment if I'm unhappy and I'm dying inside?
No, don't interrupt them, Melly. Sorry, Nikki, what you say?
I'm not staying unhappy for 10 months. You talking about 10 years?
Well, I've stayed unhappy for a very, very long time. But who is going to continuously stay in an unhealthy marriage where you're burning inside, you're dying inside, you done forgot who you are, you done forgot your self-worth, and you're just super unhappy, like depressed to that point, just to say I have a husband and I have a family?
I think that we know how hoes are created. Callie said it earlier. Something about they ain't had their daddy, their daddy didn't love them. That's one. Secondly, most of these hoes been hurt by a man. Just like these niggas that been hurt by women, they become hoes. It's the same thing.
Savage.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. Even with what Callie is saying, the lack of love, lack, hopelessness, a deficit, desperation. That's all the same umbrella. I'm desperate for the love of a real man because a man never loved me. So I'm out there searching for the love of a man. But because I don't know how to properly find love from a man because I never experienced it. So now from the worst experience that I've had and the damage that I've had from men, I'm telling you now, I'm only going to use them for what I like them for, because there's no possibility that they could ever even try to love me correctly. And I'm so lost. So in the deficit, I'll be desperate. And a lot of women have penis in that. The girl come up here, hands. Remember the girl that came up here who was cosplaying a man? She was a whole butch, calling the women male censored up here. You're trying to become them niggas. Talk about worship when you think you're fucking up a storm because you're a man and you're acting like a man. That's male worship down to the ground.
So the women who are promiscuous, are we saying they're all desperate?
Majority. I'm not saying that, but I know.
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like in my point in my life, I feel like I was being groomed to cater to him.
So at 18, when did you guys break up or stop doing each other?
When I was 21, turning 22.
So you went for about 3 to 4 years. How did you upgrade him?
Oh shit. I think that I gave him a different perspective.
Well, you also feel like after you dated him, I upgraded you, and then all these women want you after what I did for you.
He was 18, bro. Like, you grilling him, bro. What the fuck?
No, it's hard to imagine an 18-year-old girl upgrading a 28-year-old man, but then you left curious, what could you have possibly really done to a man that age? Like, you don't have no money, you 18, you don't have much knowledge, you 18.
But what we're witnessing is cognitive dissonance. So there's no way you admonish the man by saying that you upgraded him and then in another breath say he groomed you. Those two things are diametrically opposed. Right? And then you said age don't matter. People could be wise beyond their years. However, when Tamia gave you the bail money about you being 18, you're like, yeah, I was just 18. Nah, because remember you just said that you had the wisdom and understanding of somebody older than that, which is what you would be able to bestow on him. Right? Ooh. So these things are conflicting when we saying them. Did you actually upgrade him, or was you mad and talking shit to him because he cheated on? Are most of us cowards? Are most of us willing to kill and die for our wife and children? Are we willing to defend ourselves? Do we know what it looks like when shit is hitting the fan? Do we know when danger is actually upon us? How many dangerous situations have we been in to tell? Do we know who we are in these ways? I'm gonna just tell y'all this. If you are in a real life situation and a person approaches you after an aggressive conversation, get yourself in a position in which you can defend yourself properly. So don't stay in a position that doesn't give you any advantage but put you at a disadvantage. Don't ever do that. see people picking and choosing, you know? So if I'm going to approach you in an aggressive manner, then I should stay that way. Or else you look bad. That shit look corny. That shit don't look good for men. Because it's like, damn, is there a low-level threat of violence between men for real? But that's the word. We pump faking. We half stepping. That shit take away from our strength, our bravado, when we don't know how this shit's supposed to go. So this is a thing that I just been trying to process, man. Don't sleep on nobody and be ready. Be ready as you can. The man says he got cheated on, and you tell him he's the reason why he got cheated on because she didn't feel like she was getting enough emotional support from him, and you justify him getting cheated on.
And like I said, that's unfortunate. But the person that he
got cheated on, you would have been like, "Girl, that nigga ain't shit."
No, first of all, you don't know me, so you don't know what I would have said. I would have asked, well, what happened? What did you do? What did he do? I would try to get the full story. But to just go on this I hate women train, I'm not about to do that. Like I said, give us the full details. But to just act like everything was just shine the rainbow, sorry, Uno, but it's more to it.
Right.
So I just want you to realize real quick, she was emotionally deprived. You think
and then she entered a relationship with him.
But no, you can't add a speculation on what we do know based on what he shared, and somehow you're saying he emotionally deprived her. You think that correlates?
Because before she probably sexually had that experience with that man, she probably emotionally attached herself to him.
Why would you think that?
Because as y'all like to just say that women just go and just be loose and just have sex.
You do. Remember we had the conversation.
But the majority of women, they are going to emotionally, the majority of women going to emotionally attach themselves to a man.
How?
And then have the intercourse.
How do you know that?
Because I know. The same way y'all know. The same way that y'all know everything that y'all done talked about all
No, what I'm saying is, how do you know that, and how can you justify that based on women's behavior?
Because it's statistics. Somebody do the research.
If she has a dream about me cheating, am I at fault now?
You did that shit.
You did that shit, nigga. You did that shit in your past life, man.
Damn, boy. So he got hit with a honey bun and it's his fault. Okay.
That's like a boomerang.
I mean, I don't know his situation. How much would you say yes or no?
Well, she let another man put his penis in her vagina. He didn't ask her to do it. She just went and did it because or whatever.
So, I mean, I don't know how necessarily it's his fault unless he, maybe he's seen the signs and just chose to ignore them. But other than that, like, I'm pretty sure you left after you found out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he did the right thing.
Stepping away from it. So, is that an assurance for a partner? Is that an option as well? Like,
fellas,
like open book?
I got you. Real quick. Hey, fellas, if you dealing with a woman and she call you a partner, get up out of there. Okay. Yeah, let me see. Let me log in that joint whenever I feel like it. Yeah, I think that will work for sure. Yo, that accountability helps people too. If you know somebody else is looking at this shit, like how you reply, what you reply to, the bullshit, right? So like, for instance, this might be risky. Callie and I can see it, and my wife can see it. Now, I don't even really look at it that much because I know that they be looking at it. But also, bullshit get flushed. You know what I'm saying? It like take a weight off you, Right? Because temptation killed the cat. Pun intended.
I don't even have a lock on my phone. You can pick up my phone at any moment and go in there looking and see text messages and all of that shit.
Don't get a password. You say delete it. It's gonna be deleted. You mentioned that one of the problems was that you have so much access on social media. Like some people can message you, DM, your DMs popping. Him looking at it, is that going to satisfy him that it's confirmed now, or is he just trying to confirm whether or not you're responding back and cheating?
The con to that is that he gonna read all that shit the wrong way for sure.
Every time,
as he should. It ain't never all good.
I was just gonna say something to the effect of, in terms of social media, although primarily I do it for content creation. If my man had an issue with it, I was at it, no questions asked, because I've actually been there, done that.
It calls for strokes. Like somebody will punch you in your shit for talking too much and talking crazy.
It say that in the Bible? No, it doesn't say that in the Bible. That also equates to.
I knew it. A fool lips enter into contention and his mouth calleth for strokes. Proverbs 18:6.
Okay.
Because I read this shit. I'm just saying
I did too 5,000 times.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, well, you didn't know that was in there, right?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out.
So.
Yeah. It's a vodka. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ HAMP about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat. And to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels, and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, too, back to facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, dancing, jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky, let's go, let's go. This might be risky, no, I love you, real, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Yeah, it's a podcast. It's a podcast. It's a podcast, yeah. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ HAMP about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat. And to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels, and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, too, back to facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, dancing, jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky, let's go, let's go. This might be risky, no, I love you, real, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show.
Well, we can kill all this. We can kill all this. Say, like, do you want to be next?
Anytime you ready, baby. I was supposed to be there.
Ooh, I'm with it.
I'm
with it. We can do it.
Knocks out everybody. Whooping. That's when that little Cassius Clay from Louisville, Kentucky came up and stopped Sonny Liston, the man who annihilated Floyd Patterson twice. He was going to kill me. He hit harder than George. His reach is longer than George. He's a better boxer than George. And I'm better now than I was when you saw that 22-year-old undeveloped kid running from Sonny Liston. I'm experienced now. Professional. Jaws been broke, been lost, knocked down a couple times. Bad. Been chopping trees. I done something new for this fight. I done wrestled with an alligator. That's right. I have wrestled with an alligator. I done tussled with a whale. I done handcuffed lightning, throw thunder in jail. That's bad. Only last week, I murdered a rock, injured a stone, hospitalized a brick. I'm so mean, I make medicine sick. Man, dude. Fast. Last night, I cut the light off in my bedroom, hit the switch, was in the bed before the room was dark. Incredible. Fast. And you, George Foreman, all of you chumps are gonna bow when I whoop him. All of you. I know you got him. I know you got him picked. But the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
Tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ HAMP about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat. And to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels, and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, too, back to facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, dancing, jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news.
Check.
This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky. No, I love you, bro. I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ Hamp. It's time to start the show. Salute to DJ Hamp. It's time to start the show. Run! It's a stampede! DJ Hamp, the stampede.
DJ Hamp, the stampede.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Rel, what's popping?
What's up, Hamp?
What's goody?
How you feeling? You a Washington Redskin today?
Yeah, man. You know, Pinhead send me these hats. So the ones that's the dopest I try to wear, you feel me? So I'm kind of partial to DC just from living there for so long, you know? So
a transplant.
Yeah.
You gonna be wearing cowboy hats in 10 years if you stay in Houston?
Nah, Texans, if anything. But DC, man, it was.
I meant cowboy, like.
Oh, you know I got a couple cowboy hats already.
Yeah, I be seeing you. I be like, where am I going? Then you a midget with a cowboy hat on? That be looking crazy.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I don't.
Making me think you was at them clubs.
If you was walking outside and you got caught in a windstorm, I don't think that hat or that hair gonna make it.
It's gonna make it. It's windy outside already.
It ain't gonna make it.
Storming.
You gonna have to do one of these though.
What, this?
Yeah,
no,
you're gonna have to do one of them. You ain't gonna be able to just run in the storm. That's not how the wind works.
Yes, it is. You want to bet?
Yes.
How much money?
How much you want to bet?
$1,000.
$1,000? You that confident?
I'm that confident that it ain't going nowhere.
The hat definitely leaving.
No, this hat is tight.
What made you get blonde hair?
I like blonde hair. My mama had blonde. My hair used to be blonde. I dyed my hair blonde like my mama. I have been blonde all my life.
What you mean?
My mama have been gold all my life. I've never seen her with the black hair.
Your mom?
My mom.
Really?
Yeah, she has gold hair.
I got you. What made you get blonde hair?
To be like my mom.
So where's the black hair?
Well, my black hair?
Yeah.
Which one? My regular hair or my other wig?
Your regular hair.
It's underneath the hair. What you mean?
So you got cornrows under there.
You wanna? No, I got it. It's in a ponytail.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yo, I'm interested in this shit. Hold on. Let me see.
Why would I show you my hair
So
on stream, man? Get out of here. You should have did this shit before the stream started.
So you could take your hat off if you wanted to right now, or is that a part of the aesthetic?
It's a part of the aesthetic.
So if you take your hat off, you'll have gold hair on the top too?
No, I didn't dye my hair gold.
Or you just got that shit like pinned to your sides. Like
it's a clip. It clips on yeah.
Really?
No, it's not on the side. It clips at the top and at the back.
You really think you can make it through a windstorm?
Yes.
So you're saying if it was windy outside, you could be outside and you won't have to do one of these? Wow.
This thing is real tight on my head. I'm coming out there next week. I'm gonna show you. You can try to pull it off.
There some candy apples too, man. Let me see.
Gonna be rotten, huh? You shared them candy apples? Like You ain't share the rest of them?
No, the kids wasted them, so I gave them one. I could just cut it in 4.
Okay.
Yeah, cause
but they probably didn't know how to eat it without it being cut up.
Yeah, they can't get to it.
That little baby teeth.
Timmy, what's up? Devin was popping. Riri in the building. Lawrence, salute. James was goody. D Majesty in the building. OG O'Shea was popping. Night by behaving is always a blessing. Get your tickets to Houston. MS Peach was goody. E-Dub in the building. Serena was popping. Salute. Black King in the building. Chrissy in the building. SPS Podcast. Salute to my brother Strada in the building. Make sure y'all go like, share, and subscribe. Artichoke was popping. Black America, salute to the OGs in the building. Jeffrey, top of the top. Hope everything is everything. Hope all is well, man. Hit all the Nightbot links, please. Imperial in the building. Mimi in the building. Salute, salute, salute. Dr. G was shaking. Salute to Dr. G. The Saw, they getting their chin off the ground. What the hell is it? It's called Conversation. Wait, Conversation in the Clouds. Conversation in the Clouds, I think. I forget how you say it. But they've been working on this for some odd months. I remember a few months back, I was like, yo, plug your shit. They was like, hold on, we still working on it. But now I think they almost there, so salute. Homeboy, Shalom, what's popping? Melly Mel in the building. Salute, salute, salute. I got my brother James. Reese was shaking. Hope everything is everything. Audie was popping. You all ready? You know what I mean? Let me see. He knows in the building. Big Mufasa in the building. Salute, salute, salute. Jeffrey, I got you. Jay Miller, what's the word?
I'm talking about let me see.
Oh, he copying, I think, what I said.
Mufasa a hater. Y'all together.
Place at Paradise. What's popping? Sporties was popping. True Harlem in the building. Seif was popping. Good to see you.
Wait,
in the building.
Mufasa, Sporties, and Hamp hating on me. I must look good.
I ain't say nothing. I ain't even say nothing bad.
I must look good. My top 3 haters in the world, Craig.
Wait, what did I say? What did I say that was hating?
Now I'm about to take my wig off. Why my hair go?
I said let me see.
Let you see what?
Like how it works.
No.
And Rand, what up, Bob? Asia in the building, man. Asia, man. Hopefully we'll be connecting soon, you heard? Oh, there we go. Conversations from the clouds. There we go. There we go. There we go. Crown Prince, salute, King. Crystal in the building. My brother Drake, Wagwan. Charleston SC, salute. My G, been a member for 12 months. Rock solid, what up? Good to see you, man. What up, bro? You ready?
Yes, my G.
Let's get it popping, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. One thing I wanted to address is understand the landscape that we're dealing with first and foremost. You heard? This is not on subject, but it's a thing that I'm seeing far too often, and I'm seeing us as people kind of sit back, lay back, try to brush things off and etc. And I think that you need to be a little bit more keen than we give it things credit for. You know, we covered that Chud the Builder shit. I covered a rally yesterday where somebody sent it to me where a black boy, he was fighting like, I don't know if his mom, somebody said there was a racial slur at a rally. And then they started fighting and whatever the case is. And he's young. And there's 3 men, his mom, another lady, and him. And they kind of fighting and scuffling, you know? And then the camera guy, I don't know if he black or not, but the camera kind of pans to the right and there's a father and a son just standing there. And I'm disgusted, right? I try to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I'm saying at least say, yo, chill. At least break it up, right? Because you see it's already a lopsided, unfair fight. You know, I'm not even saying go ahead and start punching and throwing punches and all that, you know? But when I see that shit looks odd to me, you know? Generally speaking, there was a black dude on the side of the road one day, not far from my house. And it was him and like 5 white dudes, right? And it was kind of like his bike was on the ground, but I couldn't quite see what was happening, you know? So I'm not being confrontational, but I just casually pull over. Man, what happened on the bike? You know, I had a truck at the time. So I'm like, hey, you need a ride? They're like, oh no, they helping me fix it. You know, they were kind of like younger guys, you know? They're like, oh, okay, cool. I said, he's like, yeah, they tried to help me get the chain off. So they was helping him, you know? But you know, just the scene, you don't know like what it could be, right? You know, so I just kind of check, right? Again, not even being aggressive, just casual, you know, as a person who live in the neighborhood. Hey, you guys straight? Because I went to the store, came back, they was still there. So it was about a 10-minute gap. You see what I'm saying? So I wasn't quite sure. So I just asked the question. But the scene I saw, you know, was egregious, to be honest with you. And So now the lady I'm about to show you, right? Listen to how they talk, and these are not one-off people. These are not a subset. This is not the minority. And we keep on trying to ignore the facts, right? The facts in the earth, in the country are real. Niggas try to be so understanding to but we become super duper ignorant, you know? So like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me make sure I got the right screen up here. Let's just over there. Perfect. 1 second. So just listen, right? And I want to know what y'all think. Salute to everybody in the chat. Salute to Rel. See what y'all think about the commentary here, right? And it's fine. Like, I'm not tripping on it, but I just think we are far too understanding, right? And we always trying to give people the benefit of the doubt that never earned it, nor do they deserve it.
About reparations. We pay reparations. What do you mean you want reparations? Our taxpayer dollars, which are mostly white people paying that, goes to, what is it? Affordable housing, government programs, EBT, scholarships, DEI, you guys getting jobs. Holy shit. Let's take all that, factor in the theft, factor in the crime, factor it in the murders, and then we'll talk about reparations on this show. How about that? You probably won't like that, will you? Because you're not going to like the numbers.
You want to talk numbers?
Right, and she gonna rebuttal, whatever the case is, But just listen.
Talk about reparations. We pay reparations. What do you mean you want reparations? Our taxpayer dollars, which are mostly white people paying that, goes to, what is it? Affordable housing, government programs, EBT, scholarships, DEI, you guys getting jobs. Holy shit. Let's take all that, factor in the theft, factor in the crime, factor it in the murders, and then we'll talk about reparations on this show. How about that? You probably won't like that, will you? Because you're not going to like the numbers.
You want to
When you hear that, what's the first thing you want to say?
Bitch, please.
I want to say thank you.
You want to say thank you?
Mm-hmm. Because hopefully the Negroes that are so understanding will stop being so understanding. Again, you know my message, right, Relly? Comport yourself positively in the earth, right? Work with who you need to work with. Be cordial. But all this trust, benefit of the doubt, loving it, nah. Because her sentiment is the overwhelming majority, right? Did you see the show? Were you on the show? No, you weren't. It was Monday. When they were saying, oh, don't get mad over words, what? Like everybody else does? Right? And I had to tell the man on the show, remember, you got mad over words, remember? But it's like that. We be so willfully obtuse and it continue to show us what it is. And we already know these things, right? But we are being willfully ignorant and obtuse to the facts. That's what grinds my gears. Be cordial. I ain't saying be mean to nobody. Nobody's saying that, right? You can even be friendly, right? I'm saying don't get too comfortable though. That makes sense? I'm bugging.
No, that ass. That ass. Don't try to play like some shit don't exist. Cause that's irksome.
Yeah.
When it's way too much proof.
That's what I'm saying. Like my brother Jay Miller say, how do we know? Do you remember J.D. Vance? I think he's the vice president, right? He say, white people don't have to apologize for being white anymore. The crowd erupted. The girl Shiloh, whatever her name was, raised almost $1 million by calling some boy who has Down syndrome nigger. The Carmelo Anthony, you could see the split right away. OJ, you could see the split right away. What are we doing? George Floyd is a joke right away.
Even the guy that was he in jail for shooting the guy, ain't they raising money for him?
They said some company called Dual tried to get him out for $1 million. They tried to pay the entire $1 million bond. I don't know if it went through yet. That was I'm gonna say alleged because I haven't confirmed that. But yo, I mean, come on.
Racism backed by millions every time. It's like nothing.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Salute to Jay Miller, liberal, conservative, Democrat, Republican, all the same shit. Right? It just depends on the topic. You know, you made a hell of a point. I'm conservative, but I date interracially. Sounds like a liberal principle to me. But you know, the scapegoat gonna be like, well, it's 2026. Oh, like progression? Right?
Yeah, progressive.
So, yeah, man, I just wanted to hit this shit real quick. I don't want to get stuck here because I think we got a dope topic, but I wanted to broach it because it's bothersome a tad bit, you know? And I seen them men just standing there and watching this fight happen, and I couldn't believe it. And again, I'm not saying, yo, go on some warrior shit. That ain't you. Yell, say something, and break it up. Most time when people break it up, people not swinging on the people that's breaking it up. Especially when you look at the fight itself. You know, maybe you know what? Let me play it. But I just like the level of.
I watched it this morning too. So yeah, I played it
on my page or just generally.
Your page.
Okay. Yeah, let me just play it, just because I just want to see what I saw, and this is just a concerning factor, you know, because I just think, like, what if something happens and you outside and your brothers ain't there? Right? If you're in New Orleans and you outside and your brothers ain't there, what happens if my wife is outside and I'm not there? Right? How do men with wives and kids react when they see a kid and a wife potentially being, you know, accosted or harmed or in a kerfuffle? We need each other. You know what I'm saying? And the passive thing is dangerous. All right, let me play this thing real quick. And I'm not even saying overt aggression, but they'll interpret it as that. You know what I'm saying? I posted it twice because I reacted to it twice. Like at first I was being understanding, and then I was like, hold on.
Okay, play the one where you're not understanding.
Okay. So, that one did better. Cheeky said, look at the comments on it. I never look at the comments. I need to start looking at the comments because I don't really be bothered by them or care. You know, I'm saying what I'm saying, and then, you know, people kind of go at it. All right, so this one here, hit the like button. Salute to the 160 people in the building. We only have 89 likes. Please make sure the likes match the viewership, huh? All right, so I think this is the beginning. Just make sure.
Get off! All the niggas in the hood wanna fight you. Yo, this is wild.
So the black dude was like kind of down in this corner, right? And look, like, see the lady right here with the blazer on? She ain't trying to fight, but she trying to break it up. You know what I'm saying? Like that, just do that. I don't know. I don't think I'm bugging. But did you see the family in the corner, the black dude?
Yeah.
And I just literally don't understand. Right, but they're gonna say, I'm not gonna crash out. I'm not gonna do this. Those ain't my bit. Shut up. Nobody's saying that.
I want to see that. I want to see that boat shit every time. Remember they hit that old man on the boat?
Mm-hmm.
In Mississippi?
Yeah.
And it was a brawl. That's how I want to see that shit every time.
Yeah, but it's just crazy, man. I don't know. You know, and people always make sense out of shit that don't make sense. You know? Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. TNBN, salute my brother with the thumbs up and the $2. We appreciate you. Once again, salute to Charleston, been a member for 12 months, bro. Appreciate you. Let's get to this, man. How you feeling? You all right?
Yeah, I feel good. Can you take me out a little bit?
Yes, let's walk this shit down.
Walk with me.
Yeah, man, Red, what's popping, man? Break down this premise. You said that the women are the leaders and protectors? What does that mean?
The women are the leaders. This is what I'm realizing, that women are in charge. I've always had this conspiracy of this hidden matriarch thing. And then I thought about it, right? Because when we think about matriarchy, we think all the women are in charge. But no, because when we think about patriarchy, all the men are not in charge in patriarchy. Just the people at the top. And then it's the illusion of power for the rest of the people, right? So it just seems as if women have they're like secretly pulling the strings behind a lot of things. A lot of things that people say about us or what patriarchy say about women, it just doesn't seem to be true in action.
What aspect?
It's like this whole idea that women are submissive, right?
Okay.
Women are not submissive, right? What I'm realizing is women want to be with the men that they respect until they don't respect them, right? And then so men are thinking, oh, she respects me, she likes me, she's submissive, right? But then if you make her mad, if she lose respect for you or she don't like you anymore, then all of a sudden the submission kind of goes away, right? So if she seems just to be very much in charge, right? Women just seem to be very much in charge of themselves. When you look at women and you look at their behaviors and you think to yourself, who's in charge of these people? They're in charge of themselves. They're leading themselves and they're leading the children. And majority of the time, they're leading the men that they're with. Happy wife, happy life. Because men could be leaders, right?
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, men are led by lust. And lust from the desire of what they desire. And what is their object of affection? Women. So ultimately, they can be controlled by whatever woman that they desire. And there's like a small 10% of men that can overcome lust. Shout out to Cheeky and James, but for the most part, they don't. That's not anything that they do. Patriarchy doesn't tell men to overcome lust. They say lust is normal. You're a man. You have testosterone. You produce a bunch of sperm. Get as many women you can get. You know, even though it's detrimental.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Damn. That's
right.
hard.
And I'm just saying, like, think about it.
That is hard to combat because I could say, the average body count is 8 when you just include all men. Black men is a little bit higher. And I think it's inconsequential that most men can't get access because they're doing whatever it takes to get access. Right? And so when they do whatever it takes to get access, even if it's the one woman, they put themselves in a deficit mindset. We tend to acquiesce so we can get access. We placate to her desires and her needs, and we allow her behavior to be poor and her submission to be conditional. What's interesting is if women were submissive to your point, then regardless of the rights, the submission would still stand. But as soon as you get the rights and you take away certain things men can and can't do to enforce whatever they want, right? You see the behavior continue to devolve, right? So that would instantly retort the notion of it being natural, right?
Right.
Essentially,
right. And then think about this, right? Think about how many times you hear women, especially Black women, say, I need a man that can handle me, right? So you think women want leaders, they want strong men, right? Because there's so many men that can't even handle them. If you were submissive, every man could handle you.
Yeah.
Because they men, right? But then what do we really know about women wanting the mean guy, the tough guy, the in charge guy? She doesn't want him to do that to her.
Yeah.
She wants the strong guy to be what? Soft for her. So it looks like they actually get off on making the strongest man weak for them. That the weak men, right? The weak men, they're so easy, it's pathetic.
He too nice, right?
He's pathetic. If you're already coming over here desperate, crying, thirsty, that's pathetic. You gotta send your best man. I want your best hitter.
Damn, man. And they even say, right, women can get more out of a man. It's always about like how they can benefit, right? We'll tell you guys femininity benefits you. You can get more. You can manipulate with the level of femininity that you exude.
Correct. Now let's go into that, right? Men are stronger than women, correct. 99.9.7% of the time. Men are stronger than women, right? But we understand that elephants are stronger than men. But somehow y'all got them niggas in zoos and circuses doing tricks. But an elephant could crush you, but somehow y'all got them under tents doing tricks. The strength means nothing when it's put up against the manipulation.
When it's put
and
up
you told them, manipulate me. And they do, right? So it's funny because this audience, TMBR audience, can get manipulated. They have women up here who say shit out their mouth. Their lives don't match none of the shit they say. Nothing that they say. Pander to the men gonna love it. Eat it up. All of this exposes is that you're weak, you're dumb, you're easily manipulated. Right? And the ones that are easily manipulated are not a challenge. They want to convince the ones that's harder to manipulate. Remember, in Lion King, Mufasa is the king. He is the strong one. He has the brawn. But Scar is cunning.
Yeah.
He can't focus on fighting him one-on-one. So he has to think of a plan to destroy him. And a lot of times when you feel like I can knock a nigga out, you don't gotta think about it. Natural reflex. But just think about the people that's thinking about it all the time. And you know what brought this to my attention, Hamp? This lady, Cheyenne. We be going crazy on Dr. G. Shout out to Dr. G, the real PhDs in the building. We let an attractive woman get away with being a doctor. We let her be a doctor, get on TV, make millions of dollars, become a best-selling author. Because she was pretty. Because she's fine. And she did all of that. They say Kamala Harris sucked dick to get in the White House. Do you know how insane that sounds? Do you know how insane it sounds to become vice president? Because you a girl?
Damn, yo. I'm in a bind, Nate.
Wow.
Damn, that is, yo. If we are led, if until men can conquer their lower loins, what's the pushback on that? Know what I mean?
They're gonna say women don't run nothing but their mouths. Women are using other women as casualties. We focus on women that are hoes, right? While the women who are really gonna be fucking shit up are in class, getting the degrees, getting in positions to make sure that they can keep on elevating women in society. Those women are doing the work. The hoes are doing their job too. Everybody have a role to play, right? And we're gonna even beef for y'all. Right? We're gonna even not get along. We're gonna all have these different factions. But even in these different factions, the goal is the outcomes are going to be the same.
Yo, I don't like.
I mean, she looks so pretty. Cheyenne looks beautiful. She just posted a picture in a bikini. She's like, "Oh, y'all worrying about my degree? Look at this bikini." And Dr. Umar got on there and was like, "You know, y'all just hating on her. You know what I'm saying? She don't need a degree.
Yo,
You don't need no degree."
Nah, this shit is
Look at her.
This shit is. Even when you look at it, right? Get your muscles up, get your money up, get your this up, get your that up, right? You know, people will say it's for self, it's not. Right? Biceps are beach muscles. You know? Like when we training for football, we do like a lot of back workouts, but biceps specifically, not so much. Cause you don't do so much pulling as you do pushing. So it's a lot of tricep work, you know. But we do these things for the attention. I mean, the brother said it 100 times. They even corrected me on it. No, HAMP, it ain't for him, it's for them. Right? And just to access the body. I mean, what the fuck? I mean. So now, whatever.
What the black community we could use $10 million toward anything in the black community, as far as businesses, schools, anything.
Mm-hmm.
This nigga Shannon Sharp gave it to some little young white chick. Who was the wisest man in the Bible? Probably the wisest man to ever live.
Solomon.
What was his downfall?
Women, man.
Women.
But
God gave Adam everything. God gave Adam paradise, heaven, on earth. What was Adam's downfall?
A woman. But that's what they're gonna say though. You know they say, well, HAMP, this is what they said to me. HAMP, if Adam couldn't do it, if Solomon couldn't do it, why you expect so much of us? Just bullshit. Now, this is what they don't understand. I don't play cards because my dad used to play cards, you see? So when you don't take a story and say, well, can't do nothing about it. You take a story and learn from it, right? Discipline goes throughout all things, right? So I'm pretty disciplined, right? But now I got a gut. I never had one until I just got a little older and shit like that. But I'm also less disciplined, but we don't want to say it though, right? Sexual discipline also applies. There's plenty of urges that you have to fight. But instead we say, well, look, the story that tells us what not to do, i.e. Samson and Delilah, I'm just going to say I can't help it. But we have this story for a reason. You would think we would do the opposite, but instead we play into it. You know?
Definitely.
God.
And not only that, right? Not only are women are leaders, but we're also ineffective leaders, right? Because we literally been told, no, you're not a leader. Go find the leader, right? So it throws it off. So imagine actually being in charge, but never being able to be held accountable because the system protects you. So not only that, you're an ineffective leader. Women can't find leaders because they don't realize that you need to be a leader yourself. That's why you don't pick good men. You're not leading your own life well. You need to be able to live your own life well. You're looking for a God-like being in men who are just mortals, mere mortals. Mere mortals. Ye are gods, but they're gonna die like men. Mere mortals. So we're automatically thinking men are logical, because that's what patriarchy says, right? Men are logical, men are leaders. These are not inherent things, these are skills. We never had groups of chiefs. We had chiefs and we had Indians. Everybody doesn't have these leadership skills. Everybody doesn't have this super duper logic. It's not born in them, right? But that's women's expectation. They're not controlling their emotions when they should. Because a good leader controls their emotions, but women are allowed to be emotionally expressive because y'all are emotional. Everybody is. Control that shit. Because if a woman can control her emotions, she'll have better control over her life. But we don't need to. Because all we need is to find a man that can check us. Right? Until you check us and we don't like it. And then we gonna check out.
Damn, that's actually an interesting point about the logical thing too. It's easier to be logical than y'all, right? That doesn't make us absolutely logical at that point when you think about it. So if I say, hey, I'm a lot more logical than women, so they're illogical, right? Essentially, because that would be the comparative, you know? So if you're going up against women to say we're more logical, okay, cool, right? I know bad gas prices when I see one. $5 is bad, and so isn't $4.89. And we look at how we emote, which is why there's a low level threat of violence, quote unquote. It's because logic will go out the window if you offend me, right? You know, because they'll often say, "Oh, you crashing out," which means I think by proxy you void a logic, right? But then men will say we got a low level threat of violence amongst us. Why? Because we'll throw logic out the window for respect. Oh God damn.
Right? There's even the concept of when men say, listen, if all men woke up tomorrow and we wanted to put women in chains, then we would do it. No, y'all wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Because the men are going to protect the women they love. You put them all in chains to this day daughter in chains, and then they're going to be like, oh, not my daughter.
Oh, yeah.
But everybody's somebody's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Women are leading movements like decenter men movements. Right? Deconstructing religion. Because they feel like religion is just bondage for women. Deconstructing patriarchy. More bondage for women. We think women have been problematic in the past or problematic, but they've never had these movements. You've never had a woman who says, hey, don't even have men, don't even birth boys, and be able to make $30,000 a month on Patreon. That's dangerous. Who they leading? They lead the whole community.
Okay, let's do this. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. How about the protection aspect? Now, there's a very strong case for this leadership thing that you've presented. We see it because we placate so much, you know? And then if we argue the point where most men never had to lead because it's always one chief, right? Then, you know, when did you have to exude or develop these skills of leadership? I tend to think that the men who lead well have innate traits that have to be curated, you know? So there's something about that man's natural disposition, right, that people are attracted to, right? You know, I think, what did they say now? Aura, right? That people are attracted to, then you can foster that in a person for them to go from here to here, right? You know, train up the skills necessary. But the protection aspect, I'm not so sure, bro.
Okay. Now, when y'all think about protection, y'all thinking about like aftermath. When I think protection, I'm thinking prevention. Women are not good at protecting themselves because they don't understand that they are the protectors, right? The number one thing that can protect women is situational awareness. Women lack situational awareness. They lack, hey, probably shouldn't be this place. If they don't understand environments, and I shouldn't be with the man that's abusing me. I shouldn't be with this type of person. I shouldn't be around this area. It's so easy to protect yourself as a woman because it's all about how you move, right? But women will accost themselves, their children, and the men who protect them, right? All because they don't control themselves. But they're the first line of protection for the whole family. Because if you know how to move in the earth, if you know how to respect yourself, if you're leading yourself correctly in life, then you keep yourself out of a whole bunch of bullshit in general.
But how does she
You protect
protecting the
the whole
family?
family.
How?
She protecting the whole family because this how it is. I know that if I go outside, I act how I want to act. I act crazy and I get into it with somebody. Now my people in a whole mix. Now if my dudes go out there and they start a war is not one-sided. Everybody got somebody that love them, right? So the people that love me go hurt the people that hurt me. They people come back and hurt mine, and we have what we have in the hood today. Generations of beef. From your cousin killed my cousin over my sister, over my uncle, over my what? For generations and generations and generations of people just not knowing how to be respectful, how to move around, how to move accordingly, how to walk away.
So she's putting preventative measures in place, right? So that things don't happen. But I don't know if I would categorize that as a protector. That's how women are protected.
I would categorize that. I would categorize that as a protector because if you know that people are going to go to war over you, then you make sure that you don't cause the war. You go out your way not to cause the war.
Yeah, you saying, yeah, she's being protective of her family by comporting herself correctly in the earth, right? She's preventing foolish things from potentially happening just by proxy of her behavior. So that's protection to them, you know. I can understand that. I see the point. I just don't know if most people are going to accept I'm the protector because I'm preventing things. You see, that's the one part I don't know if that aligns. Like,
yeah, because prevention does way more.
So
right, like I remember, like a guy was saying, "Oh, do you think your girlfriend always wants you to know how to fight?" And the man was saying, "Do you know how easy it is for me as a man to walk through the world and never ever get into a fight? Because I know how to mind my business. Like I don't never ever have to get into a fight." So I think a lot of times, prevention is actually the thing that makes us excel. Not even dealing with the shit in the first place. The interactions are actually causing the problems.
Okay, I see. Yeah.
Even when it comes to food, right, Hemp? Like you benefit from your wife cooking, right? So if you protect your family from health issues with the way that you cook, right? But if women not understanding that all of these roles is protection, all of these roles are leaderships. But if you're always trying to outsource protection and leadership and you're never seeing yourself as that, we're coming to the plate empty. Like we're not playing our roles effectively enough because we don't understand that we are also protectors and leaders.
I see that. But the protector, though, I think is where we have.
Now, it's not to say that men don't protect and men don't lead. It's saying that putting the onus completely on men has crippled and handicapped women. Right? In patriarchy, women are infantilized. And that infantilization of women is crippling them. And that's what's actually causing the behavior. Because we understand that, yeah, women have chaotic behavior. We understand that men have violent behavior and that can be more catastrophic. So you know what they do? They let y'all know, hey, control that shit. Because they know how dangerous it can be. But they're telling women who are capable of grave dangers as well that they don't have to control that same energy. And now we're seeing the energy be out of pocket. We're not dandelions. We're not daisies. We're not.
I guess
We're cactus and Venus flytraps and all type of poison ivy. I'm telling you.
You know, there's something I always say. If you go to the hood right now, the first grave about $1, the next two about a woman. Aaron made a great point. He said, I'm talking about defenders, not protectors. Is that semantics? Huh?
So he's saying men are defenders. Ooh, I like that. That's that. Which Aaron said that? We got a couple of Aarons.
Which Aaron you think said it?
Big Aaron. I
Oh no, man. Cheek, what's popping, man?
Hey, Cheeky. Cheeky is in the Matrix. The hell going on, Cheeky?
That's my background for my live stream. I just put it in the Zoom. So yeah.
You are the one, Neil.
That's funny. I think that defender and protector is synonymous. So to defend is to protect. I don't know why he. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, because it's the first word that pops up. It's synonymous. So there's no difference. I think that if we look at things statistically, if we keep saying that most men or most specifically black men or children are raised by single mothers, they by default would be the protectors in most cases. So like, no matter how you cut this or even look at this, they are the leaders and protectors because they're the only ones there.
My argument would be that those kids aren't protected. Those kids are food.
Okay, sure. And if that's the case,
I would argue
the argument would have to go. Go ahead.
Well, lastly, I would argue that a woman by herself is food. Like,
okay,
I don't see.
Wait a minute. So if who is protected? They're just unprotected.
They're just unprotected, right? That's how I would summarize it.
But y'all said we not.
Wait. Hold on, no, Sherelle. This is what. So black women are unprotected. They were correct.
You mean they say they're the least protected?
They say they're the least, and then they also say they're unprotected. So are we now conceding to this point?
I don't know if I ever argued it. Maybe
they say that. HAMP,
I'm thinking.
HAMP, you got to realize these conversations are never all about you specifically.
No,
it's about ideas and talking points.
Touche. And now here's the thing. The caveat to it is the why. See, you can't. If I go in the lion's den, I can't be sitting here like, yo, why y'all niggas ain't come help me? Because you went in the fucking lion's den. You put yourself in predicaments that leave you stranded or exposed, right? So when you say you're the least protected, you also got to tell everybody why you're the least protected. Because you had sex with a nigga that you didn't know his last name. Now you got a kid by the nigga. You don't have family. You don't have support. You don't have the infrastructure around you to be successful. But don't be pointing the finger. See, that's how I would finish the sentence.
Sure, by all means. So at the same time, don't look at them and then go get under my protection if you're not going to be doing the things that is necessary to quote unquote protect. Right. So if I see a single black woman getting a college degree and you don't have one, and you go get under my protection, what protection? Well, where is it coming from, and what makes you qualified? Is that a fair thing? We're telling them, hey, don't just get with a man you don't know his last name, whatever. He got a kid, you got a kid now, all of this, that, and the third. So now she's breaking some vetting system. Hey, you should have a degree. You should make at least as much as I do. You should do these things, right? Are those not good qualifiers for a new protector since she fucked up with her first one?
What, getting her degree, you said?
Or just getting having some semblance of success, right? We talked about success. Now let's bring it full circle. If a man doesn't have any symbols of success, and she goes, I want those symbols to be there and qualified because I am attaining those things now as a single woman unprotected with kids, is that a fair thing to ask for?
So you're saying she should ask the man? Wait, say it again. What?
I'm saying we agree. Women that go in the lion's den because they fucked up by not knowing the man's last name and having sex, right?
Yeah.
Those same women. Let's say she gets a college degree, right? She's learned not to go to the lion's den. Now she's going, hey, I need to better myself and get some level of success, some measurement, some standard of success. She gets it. Is it fair for her to ask the next person, hey, I messed up by not considering any levels of success. Now I have a level of success and I want you to have it too.
Is it fair for her to ask?
Yeah. Is that a fair system to vet, right? You don't have a house. I don't think I should be with you. You don't have a degree or any certifications. I don't think I should be with you. Is that fair?
Yes.
Oh, yes, don't argue with me. Argue with HAMP and the statistics.
I would say, because I think that's one of the arguments I made about the follower conversation we had was the followers asking for so much. They not in charge, nor do they have the qualification to understand what it takes to do my job. You see? So followers be saying, you need to have this. Shut up. Right? Because if I have to incorporate you into what I'm doing, you won't understand it. But you're making all these demands, right? If we put ourselves up, stack ourselves paper for paper, oftentimes the followers don't measure up, but they got all these asks. So that in that circumstance, you're saying they're asking for what they also, I guess, to mirror essentially, or what they have. So I can see that.
Yeah. And why are we assuming that every person that has a penis is a leader?
Yeah. Do we assume that still?
I think so. Not you. I don't think you do. I think you've come clean and just been like, no. But I think the audience, this is a challenging question for the audience and the people that I know that frequent your panels and area.
I would say that men, I think, have more innate traits. More men have more innate traits than women have.
I don't even know if that's the case. I can't even say that.
Yeah, I'm speculating. I'll say that if I had to put it out there in comparison format, I would say that I think men have more. Let me say I believe that men have more innate leadership qualities.
And what would those things be? Because if we do it based off of success, shouldn't that manifest in some tangible way?
Yeah. So the default is money, obviously, even though we kind of been pulling that shit apart.
Right. So if it ain't money,
the metric of the single father, the metric of
the 5%. So we'll use a subsection of men to represent most men.
Because I don't think most men are leaders. You see, it is a subset of men that are leaders. I'm saying in comparison to women, I think more men have innate leadership quality traits.
Okay, I got you. So within the subsect of leadership, you think more men would show quality
that can be fostered and built up and skills, yes. But it's already a subset.
Okay, so I think I would agree to that for sure.
Yeah, because you're gonna find those qualities in a minority of men.
Right. And I think that the physical prowess aspect of leadership, although it may not be used properly or consistently, or in most cases, it still matters. So I would agree with you with that. But we just need to understand that we're talking about a subset that I don't think most men would put themselves or should put themselves in. And within that subset, I don't even think most men qualify for. So the issue that I have with a lot of these conversations is the people that are speaking are unqualified. It's what you said basically, which is the followers are asking a lot from followers because the women that they're talking to are followers, and the men that are speaking to the women are followers as well.
Man.
So here's the difference. Here's my quote. The question then becomes: out of the followers, which of the two followers is more qualified based on levels or measures of success?
You done threw a monkey wrench in this shit, man. God,
I'm just asking. I'm just asking questions here. I'm asking questions, making hypotheses,
Yeah.
trying to see where we're going to gauge this conversation and how honest we'll be about it. If two followers are both complaining about the followers not following well, but you fall into the category of follower, which one of the followers are more qualified to be asking more from another follower?
The men are always more qualified, Cheeky.
You see? And you see how you have to think, Hamp, and Trigger Mike doesn't do that when he says it. He just says it.
Well, let him give
the
his
follower. No. I'm just saying. But here's what I expect to happen, right? Because I think I've been on a roll when it comes to
don't predict it. Don't predict it.
I'm gonna predict it. I'm gonna go ahead and predict it. I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna say it out loud. But Hamp, I have a prediction, and I'm gonna be honest enough to let you know if the prediction comes true. If not, then I will say I was wrong because I've done it before. So I have a prediction. We're going to see how this goes. All the followers, we already agreed, most people are not leaders. Yeah. Out of the two followers, are the men followers more qualified to speak about followers or speak to the other followers, or the women followers more qualified based on measurements of success?
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning, Trigger Mike.
All right, so Cheeky, I'm gonna cancel your whole premise as wrong, and it's not about the men. The reason I believe it's wrong is because men, when you look at us and you start assessing us, y'all are right. But most of the time, y'all are talking about leader of leaders or, alpha characteristics. So I think what Hemp just laid out is most men don't have alpha characteristics. That's why if we were all alphas, there would be no need for that distinction. To understand what Cheeky is saying, you have to understand the nature of women, not men. All right. So the reason I said that the men are always more qualified is that you have to understand what a leader is by default. A leader is not all this stuff that we talk about in modern times. Leaders are really just the most accountable person in a group. Or, Cheeky, this is the part that I want you to kind of maybe tailor your thinking to. The leader is the person that has to be held responsible when it's inconvenient. So I want you to understand those two things that I just said. One of the major characteristics that we really try to dig at the women at is that they take no accountability. How can an unaccountable woman then take responsibility or accountability for the actions of other people? She won't take accountability for her own actions. All right. So we can't call them leaders because of that. Number two is if we really want to notice in society how this works, women don't want to lead. They want to feel like leaders. They will not stand in front of a man when it's inconvenient and say, don't blame him. This is all on me. This is my fault. I'll pay the toll. I'll take the hit. They don't do that. So what we're really doing is lying for them by pretending they want to be in charge or that they want to lead. They do not. And where that comes full circle for me to say the men are always the ones who are left leading is that we are the ones left on the battlefield after the war. So it's inconvenient to lead at that point, and we the only ones there. I promise you, no man ever put a woman in the kitchen. All the women went there. When it's time to fight, when the guns come out, when it's time to build some houses or stay outside in 110-degree weather and build some roofs and do what is inconvenient, the women go find other things to do, Chief. That's the point. It's not that all men are leaders. It's that all men are responsible for the fixes of society when it's inconvenient. You have the floor.
Ironically, they have a lady, she have a song, and it's called Blame It On Me, Say It's My Fault. You said the lyrics.
You on mute.
You on mute, Hamp.
I was saying, Mike simply saying, when it's good, men say we. When it's bad, men say me.
Yep.
Women do the opposite.
That's great. Now we're talking about a subsect of men that would do that. How many of these men that you see here have done that? No, it's the women's fault. So you see how it come full circle?
Well, when you use but if you're using a subset of men,
we're not using the subset.
Gen X men blame the women.
Hold on.
When we use the subset of men outdo the subset of women.
Right, but we're not talking about the subset of leaders. We're talking about the average follower out of the two followers, right? Because what y'all keep trying to do is bring that subsect to represent the follower men. We're not talking about the leaders.
Follower men. Okay.
We're talking, follower men. The man the notorious nutter who nutted in that woman. All right. That's what. Shout out to Fantastic for that. And the other men that don't seem to take any accountability here, right? Because if we accept that too, if you compare the followers, follower for follower, who's got more qualifications based on the measurements of success
to lead?
No, not to lead. Because your whole premise initially was the followers are complaining to the leaders, but you're a follower. So what do you do when two followers are complaining to each other? Who's more qualified and whose complaints matter more?
The follower that's more accountable.
And what man is more accountable than a woman who has to have kids? And based on the measurements of success, how many men have told you it's in my nature to smash? That's all I can do. I just can't help it.
Most of us.
Okay. Now, how many of those men measurement of success would match the statistical average of the measurement of success for the opposite side?
What you mean?
So, for example, measurements of success, female followers versus measurement of success, male followers. Who's winning that battle?
Can I use an example, Cheeky?
No, I'm asking him because
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Are we using the metrics of success that we assessed before?
Yeah, the common American measurement of success: education, money. What was the other one?
Here's the thing.
Owning homes.
Here's the thing. Now remember, are we eliminating the men who do those things?
We're eliminating leaders. So because if we say leaders, right, that would include men and women. Yeah. So what I'm saying is,
okay, perfect. But you would have to eliminate the cohort of women that do those things to measure
exactly. Yes.
So now when you look at the follower basis, I think I think the men win hands down.
Okay, sure. Now, why do you say that?
Because even the men who have a high school diploma, as compared to the women, the disparity in successful metrics is much more vast. Because the women lead in the things that are undesirable. You know what I'm saying? I.e., having kids with no help. You know what I mean? When you just assess that group. The types of jobs, so the assistance that they require, and
the general, right? So the question then becomes: are there such thing as female leaders?
Yes, sure.
You see it. You see, Ham. You see, because then if you
don't make Ham throw up on his live stream.
No, but see, that's the reason why he has to do. There's a purpose for it. He has to do it because if we say that there are no female leaders, then that means the metrics for women has to be included, including the top, because they're not leaders. All of them are followers.
Yeah. No, so Cheeky.
Wait, but Trigger Mike, you're not listening.
Hamp. I'm listening. I'm trying to.
No, but Hamp is thinking, and he sees what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to come in here. So Cheeky, what I think you did was you created your metrics of success, but that is highly debatable because the metrics of success. Hold on. the metrics of success are actually the outcomes. It's not, you can't just create education is that and the third, it's the outcome. So if we're going to say metrics of success, we can say, can the average, this is my personal belief, all right, Cheeky, the average father can raise better children than a phenomenal mother can. If you want to say that.
And you have no proof or evidence for that.
No, there is actually evidence. What I'm basically saying is that you need to use outcomes as the total measurement, because if you just start nitpicking little things to say this is what success means and you don't involve the outcomes, then that's really not fair. That's not a fair metric at all.
Okay, well, I'm not involving outcomes. I'm involving the concept. HAMP thinks that there are no women leaders. That doesn't exist, and most men will probably agree with that.
But the crazy part is,
let me finish. HAMP thinks that there are no female leaders, and most men will probably agree with that. So that means whatever metric that we're using, there's no female leaders. So the best of the best women, even if they are quote unquote followers, and there is no metric or no ability to consider them leaders, that means men followers lose 10 out of 10 by far. Because if you're saying there is no female leaders, then what we said originally, which was we have to exclude leaders for both men and women, then that goes out the window because women can't be leaders. So if that is the case, follower for follower, if women cannot be leaders, that means the top, the best, or the whatever you would consider them fall into the category of follower. Now we have to analyze the average man versus even the top women. And are you saying that the average follower man is better than the highest or even educated follower women?
So look at what metric are you giving me? Are you saying leader to raise a family, leader to run a company? What are you talking about?
Whatever metric you want to bring, I guarantee you, whatever metric you'll bring, if I look it up, that
okay, let's do the family. Let's do head of household first.
Okay, go ahead. Head of household. How do you measure that? Just somebody that's married?
That's why I was talking about outcomes, Cheeky. If we're going to talk about head of household, what are the grades of those children? Do they get when they stay with either the mother or the father? Do they have higher behavioral risk factors? Things like that.
When they have a father in the home?
No, meaning singularly raised by the father, singularly raised by the mother.
Well, the good thing is we did the stats on that. So if we want to use a per capita thing, that's weak. Good thing that Fantastic said that and it came out of his mouth.
No. So what I think people.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, right? Because what you're trying to do is bring a small subset. What was it? 5% men are single fathers.
11%. It's like 11%.
Or 11%. Or was that no? It was lower than 11. It was lower than
we
that.
all be looking at different stats, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah. And that's fine. Either way it goes, would you like to use the subset of like a small sample size and amplify that to the
because what we can do it by socioeconomic status. We could say fathers with college degrees who are single, fathers with mother's degrees that are I'm sorry, mothers with bachelor's degrees that are single moms. So and look at it that way.
So how would you? Oh, now we're getting somewhere. How would you be able to measure that? What statistic do you have that allows you to see that?
There are some actually.
I'm asking you, where are you getting this from?
Maybe Black demographics. I mean, you actually have to discern the data through a bunch of different.
My point is, the more we have these conversations and the more we talk about these things, the more subjective it is, and it's going to be based on bias.
I really try my best to have an objective conversation on this, bro. Because this is what I'm telling you.
I know you try your best, and I agree.
The reason why I had the diatribe,
the
reason why I had the diatribe the way that I had it is because you're making a better argument for women than they actually make for themselves. The reason I told you, you're making a leadership argument for women that they don't make for themselves. Look at where the women go when leadership is inconvenient. They retreat from the leadership.
How are you measuring that?
In the household?
You're making a statement. How are you qualify your statement?
Qualify the statement that women don't want. So basically,
they're running away from accountability.
All right. So let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of how you did this. I think somebody fact check me on this. I think 70% of any teacher in elementary, middle, or high school is a woman. Yes. And I said, remember when I said black men do not blame women for anything? And we constantly take ownership of problems in the community onto ourselves and we allow the women to deflect. Remember when I said, okay, now we have an 83% reading deficiency in schools across all socioeconomic groups. And I said, can we blame that on the women? You said no. Do you remember
Hold
that?
on, Mike.
At LM5252 donated $20 through Super Chat. This is the unit of measurement of success, marriage, children, homeownership, and a man is considered a loser if at least he didn't have it at some point in his life. Men are obligated at birth to protect and lead.
Okay.
So if he was
Wait,
married
wait,
and then
wait,
get
wait, wait.
divorced, he's successful. I'm confused. I'm
Wait.
confused by that. Go ahead.
Men
Well, one thing,
are
right?
obligated
Make
at
sure
birth.
that everybody speak before they speak, you know? So
Okay.
I'll help you guys. Good morning, Keon.
What's up, buddy?
Good morning, Devin. Lee, salute. JP, what up?
Good morning. Good morning.
So, where was Trigger Mike? And then Devin hasn't spoken yet.
He
No,
was talking
all I
about,
was
he
saying,
was
I'll
talking
just
about
close that
the
out.
teachers. The
Yeah.
teachers basically, he was saying that there's been a educational downgrade or educational decline. And women, because women are the majority teachers within our education system, should they take the blame for that? He brought up the conversation that we had previously and said, should women take the blame for that particular stat? And I said no, right? I say that the parents, whoever the parents are, right? That's what I think. That's how I think education works. It doesn't just work within inside of school. It happens
No,
outside of
Chiki,
school.
you said the system. You didn't say the parents. I said the parent.
Okay, well then
You
the
said the
system, sure.
system.
Oh, fine. Even with that being the case, that's fine too. I don't mind that being the system, right? When you do things or you don't have a system or you try to degrade a system that has shown itself to work, like feeding kids that don't have what is it? For giving kids the free lunch, because that's what the conversation was. It was on Donald Trump and his taking away the free lunch. People keep trying to do those shit, and that's up to the parents to do that.
Yeah.
Why would you take away something that was statistically proven to help kids that can't afford lunch? And y'all saying that's not the system's job, that's the mother's job. So even with that being the case, it's men trying to take away something from women who could benefit from that.
All right, Devin, what you think that you heard so far, man?
All right. All right. First, I want to say, as far as definition wise, I think Cheeky came up here and kind of said something that was factually inaccurate. He was conflating saying protector and defender is the same thing, when protection is like preventing harm, and creating a safe environment where defending is actually repelling like an imminent threat. I think they're close in definition wise, but they're not the same thing. So I think that's the big. I think when it comes to protecting, I think men and women play a big role in, like, they both play a big role in protecting. But when it comes to defending, I think that lies more on the male than it actually lies on the women. And I think the reason why he conflates those is when we get to the argument, we start going to these soft skills when it comes to leading, and protecting / defending. And I think the biggest issue that I think we have within our community is that they've removed the male as his ability to actually defend his own people, his own lady, his own woman. And I think women have actually allowed that to also happen, to where they will seek more to the government or to some other power outside of their community, outside their home, for that added protection or defending that the man initially gave. And I think inherently men have the greater role and ability to do that, and that's why I think there's been a main focus to remove that from the home is if you remove the men, you can control the household.
Okay, I put a screenshot in the back just for those who may be confused. Definitionally, defender is a noun. The thesaurus says, and the highly orange is synonyms that are the most relevant. Defender, and then high, great, bright orange says protector.
Synonyms don't automatically have the same definition.
Yeah, like.
Okay, so are we saying that there's? Are we saying those things?
I clearly explained the difference. Protector
Yeah,
prevents harm before it happens by creating a safe environment, whereas defender actually repels imminent attacks or fights off threats.
Defender, as in guardian, someone that protects. Protector, let me click on it. Let me help you out. Give me a second. Someone that protects. I'll screenshot that too. Merriam-Webster, established 1828. What are we doing?
Okay, well, I mean, I'm just saying you can do that, but when it comes to actual application of those things, like when it comes to protecting and defending, like defending is like an actual action.
And protecting is an actual what?
Protecting doesn't necessarily mean it's an action. You can protect by saying, "Hey, I'm gonna protect you by saying, hey, let's not go down this road because it's a bad place to go." And it's passive. I'm not actually defending her. I'm not having to actively defend her. I'm protecting her. I'm by giving her advice.
What are you, brother?
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Lee.
I understand what you're saying, Devin.
Thank you. Like these guys want to sit there and act silly, but it's like it's clear as day.
No. You're having a theoretical conversation, and I'm having a factual one. That's fine. I don't mind that. But to make it seem as if what I'm saying is yes, by fact, by definition. Don't worry, I'll send you screenshots. Go ahead, Lee. I hate to.
Yeah. I just had a quick. I just wanted to ask Devin a few things. But first off, good afternoon to everybody on the panel. I hope everybody having a great day. Hey, what up, everybody? You said that the problem in the Black community is that women are not allowing men to lead. Correct?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I think they're defaulting to a different form of protection or defense.
No, I got you. But
okay.
like when does like that start? Because I could have sworn when you talk about the Black community, their leadership was taken away a long time ago because they didn't advance in weaponry, right? So the leadership been gone. So to now that we like have advanced, for you to, I think, to try to blame it on the women and say, oh, it's because of the women, when we know that society put in place different.
5252 donated $50 through Super Chat. Men are ordained by God to protect and lead. The plumber and the electrician lead differently but need each other. We would have been totally fine after even Eve bit the apple, and God still held Adam accountable. Protection.
There was no apple, but great point.
I mean, so it's read correctly.
Yeah,
Elam Salute with the 50 ball says, men are ordained by the Most High to protect and lead. The plumber and the electrician lead differently, but need each other. We would have been totally fine after even after Eve bit the apple, and the Most High still held Adam accountable. Protection is offense and defense. Go ahead, Devin.
Yeah. And it's not one of those things where I'm just like, it's like I'm saying it's all the women's fault, but I'm just saying that like the government entity removed the male out of the place so they can control. So and I'm not and I think there's one of those things where it's like you can either accept the guy, you can accept something, or you can push it back and then fall back to alignment with your people. Like I'm trying to think of it. What all right. So for example, where we say sometimes government assistance is like a good thing because it helps people, like Chiki was saying, it helps people, give them what they need. But then there's also a like however you feel about it, there's also like a thought that people then become reliant on that assistance and they never actually propel themselves forward to then become self-sustaining. That's the opposite argument of it. So whether like, and I think that's kind of how this applies, is where, yes, they are, when it comes to the protection part, is men are the protectors and they remove and the defenders, but they remove the protection defending part. And I think that's where women had to step up more in that role.
Yeah, but you
because
keep saying, okay, are you talking about in the Black community right now, or are you just talking about in general, men are the protectors? Because it's different in different communities.
I think,
And then when y'all say protector, like leader or protector, are we talking about a leader or are we talking about the protector?
But I think
No, he's talking about
answer your
defender.
question. I
It's
think in
different.
general the answer is yes, men are the protectors. I think we see a variation of that within communities based off events that have happened within history.
Can I say something real quick, Devin? To
Yeah,
that,
go ahead.
Lee, I think it's all encompassing. I think we don't realize that as much. So right now, if you were married and you in the ceremony and they telling you all the stuff you got to do for your family, you got to die for these children if need be. Are you willing to die for something and you not the leader? You get what I'm saying?
People do that all the time. It's like,
no, I just mean in your own family, are you the one that's ultimately responsible to lay your life on the line?
Am I willing to die and I'm
Are
not
you
the leader
taking that
in my
role
family?
without?
Hell yeah, I'm not the leader.
No,
I'm
what
not
I'm
the leader
saying
in my
is
family.
of your woman and your children, you're not the leader. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, you talking about
Yeah,
like
I'm
a
talking
small
about
nick, but
your
like you, but you making it
I'm
really
talking about your family specifically. Are you willing to accept all that, but not be the leader? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because I feel like in that sense, I hold the woman to the same height as me, and that's why I kind of hate being on these panels, because it seemed like y'all always are trying to put the woman like a notch down. And I've been in, like, I grew up in Black communities, then I grew up in white ones, and I saw the difference, how in their communities they put their woman like right up there with them. You know what I'm saying? Like my best friend, his mom was a banker and she put the dad through college. And that was like their thing. And then the Italians would do the same thing. They would do all the thug shit in the neighborhoods, but then their wives would be the ones working the jobs, not the manual labor, hard labor shit, but they were working the jobs that was bringing in, like, the crazy type of incomes, and in a way kind of leading it, you know what I'm saying?
I got you.
And then okay, and then it was like the same thing. And then hear me out here, because at one time the Italians were hated. So when they would go to the jobs, they wouldn't get the fucking jobs. But then their wife go there looking all pretty, shit, get the fucking job. So they'd be like, all right, you know what? We're gonna let this shit rock. And then when I heard them tell me that, I understood that, damn, Black men can't do this because we will never allow that. We'll like something. I can't really explain what will happen, but it won't work with us, because
you got to the point. I think you're getting to the point there, as in they would allow the women because they can control the women more than they could control the men. The women are more flexible. They're more agreeable. Men are disagreeable, so they're just not going to let anything fly. Which is why men are posted usually in the leadership role, because we set standards.
I don't think it's because they can control their women. I don't think it was that they can control their women. I think that they both had a plan and they trusted the plan. It wasn't about, oh, I need to control her in order for me to let her leave out the house. No, she knew the plan. We both had a plan and we went along with the plan. I think that right there, the controlling part with the Black man, is like this crazy, like obsession that you guys have. And then yeah, go ahead, Trigger Mike. I'm talking.
No, like I think I had to stop you only because I think you're actually talking about the inverse. The Black American man is the least. I'm being dead serious. Culturally, he's the least controlling man in America. Culturally, he is. Black men collaborate. Hold on. Y'all got to hear me on this. Black men collaborate and cooperate with their women more than any other man in America, simply because of the fact that most of them were raised.
So why I never seen it? I gotta cut you off, brother. I gotta cut you off. Why I had to go to the white communities to see it, brother? I gotta cut you. Why I had to go to the look. I'm not gonna bring up no stats to you, Trigger Mike. I'm just going off these two eyes right here, right? Why did I not see what you saying? Why did I? Why? And then this is at all levels, right?
Yeah.
Why did I not see it? Why do I see on the white side they still together? The woman was able to build the man up, and the man didn't sit there and try to kick her back in and talk about her degrees ain't shit and all this other stuff.
They're not together.
You saw a misrepresentation of what was going on in your immediate area, because you cannot extrapolate that to all of the citizens of the United States. I promise you,
you're right about
if we're gonna do a whole show with statistics, you will see that culturally, other men do not involve their women in things. You talked about the Italians. Name me a female mob boss. All the way from the underboss to the boss to the
Yeah,
underboss
but I said
to
that
the
though.
capo.
See,
There was
wait, slow
not one
down,
woman there.
slow down. But I said that. I said they would do all the thug shit. That's thug shit. Of course, the woman not gonna be involved in the thug stuff, but their women will be trying to join the police, trying to join the commission. Like, you see what I'm saying? They would give their women a different form of power that wasn't involved with all the physicality and the violence that men like to get involved with. And is a part of what we're kind of good at doing. So they never involved them in that version of the leadership, but they wanted them to lead as well because they knew it came with benefits when you got your women leading. I just don't understand how we don't think the same.
I want to clear this up. I think women can lead, but within a certain capacity or a certain subsection of life. And I think I think many people have the capability to lead, but I think the thing is we're trying to conflate it as in, you're a leader or you're the top dog, you're not the top dog. And I think we need to understand women can lead, but they lead within a certain capacity. Those women within the Italian communities, like they led, but they led within a certain subset of what they were given control of. At the end of the day, the mob ops, that one person, there's one person. There's only one president. There's only one CEO. In any other organization that you ever look around, there's only one person who has the final say of what goes on. He takes the advisement of everybody under him, but there's only one person who makes that final decision.
Can we just?
If I could before, because I was actually supposed to be going next. Yeah, I've been letting people talk, but yeah. So personally, right?
You next.
Oh, go ahead, JP. My bad, JP. Go ahead.
What's up, JP?
What's up, Hamp?
What's up, brother?
I want to say something. What's up, everybody on the platform? I want to say two things. What Trigger Mike said. Would you die for something and not be a leader? Well, most black men did that for the military, and they not the leader of the military. That's one. And then when you said the least black men is the least controlling, I can believe that because you don't have no control. That's why you the least controlling. The thing is, I wanted what Lee was saying. I was more in line with that. Black men, I don't know why y'all keep trying to be this leader. Like, what you gonna gain from this? Because your leadership is a gaslight. Your leadership is to take people bullshit. The only time you even acknowledge this to be a leader is when you taking bullshit, right? It's no different from if a woman see you get your ass beat, right? You can then war and talking about you the strong because she no longer see you no leadership light, right? And so when the government, at one point, the black men were leaders of their families until the black woman, until the white man publicly showed black women that this man is not leading you. He can't lead you. And then when you say y'all are protectors, that's bullshit because every other, it's public, especially now we have these social media accounts, black women get beat on and deleted from other races of men. Black men don't show up, period. So talking to all these protectors, I would not advise my daughters to depend on zero black men to lead her nor protect her. I'm gonna tell them you got to get on your own. And then when we talk about leaderships and leaderships, this conversation to be about women. You got to go after the men that put these women in charge. Real leaders take charge. They don't act. They take charge. The government didn't ask us permission to lead us. He took charge. He took over and made us follow him. And if black men ain't trying to do that, well, you need to throw this leadership, this overcompensating leadership to make you feel good, to put a woman below you, to just make you feel like a man. No, in order to be a real leader, you got to become that man. You got to really go out there and do what it takes and take charge. If that comes with something that it's not by getting another man's leader, another leader education, his standards that he done set the parameters on how he want us followers to follow in his country, right? So that's not the answer. The answer is you will have to go up there, just like when I seen the African government and when they was taking charge, and they in military suits, and they targeting people outside of their own community. They're not sitting up there going to their enemies' education and using their dollar and calling themselves a leader. No, they is getting rid of all of that, and they challenging them from the opposite position. Black American men, you are not trying to do that. So I don't know why y'all keep talking about leadership, bro. The government is all of our leaders.
Any responses to that? And then we get my brother Keon in.
Keon, do you want to respond and go?
Shout out to the president, man. That's my only response to that, brother. Go ahead.
Anybody have any responses to what JP offered?
Yeah, I think what JP saying makes sense if you're trying to understand it, right? So the thing we need to do is find the most domineering men or the most in control men, see what it is that they do, see the gap between the men and female education, the male and female salary, the male and female what else? Home ownership, the male and female things that matter, and then make a comparison, because that's what it sounds like he's doing.
Right.
He sounds like he's making a comparative analysis of the most domineering and saying, well, they're domineering because they have the right to be. They meet the qualifications. And then he's saying, well, let's look at black men. Let's look at the comparison between black men and black women when it comes to education, home owner, salary, all of those things. For qualified, do most black men qualify for those things? Those are the questions he's asking. Now I'm only clarifying. So go ahead.
Do you mean, Chicky, do you mean dominant or domineering? Chicky, do you mean dominant?
I'm not making no comparison. What I'm saying is the true leader put your women in a position above you. So trying to guilt trip her to get off that trip, no, to make you feel better about yourself. No, it's only one way you're going to cure that. You're going to have to remove the thing that incentivizes her to disobey you or not to follow you.
That's
and
a good
you
point
also
right
gotta
there.
give her something else to. You also have to give her something else to follow. You guys are still talking about becoming a leader, but yet you using the same thing that she gaining from the white man that got more power than you, that got more benefits than you. So why would she dumb herself down to get on to follow you? And your program is the white man's, and the white man put her program up better and above her degrees, her position in America, her power. Bro, she will be dumbing herself down.
Yeah.
To go up under a trigger mic.
Don't mention me. Don't mention me.
Yeah,
mention somebody else.
They understand your point now, JP. So you have a response for him, Trigger Mike?
Of course I do. Of course I do. He's speaking actual very fair points, but he did ask a question. He said, why would she? So I said it earlier. This is the second time I'm going to say it.
Mm-hmm.
Black men on the panel, who gets the blame, the ultimate blame for the outcomes of the community? Is it black? It's black men. Okay, so that's why. That's the answer to the question. You just have to be smart enough to know how to use it. You already have your reason. So,
nah, bro, that's too easy. That's too easy. Hold on. Let me jump in there with you, Jay Prince, because I'm on your side.
You gotta let me finish, though. You gotta let me finish.
Sorry. So I thought you
gotta let me finish. The reason, so JP, somebody is always in charge. Like, you know what I mean? You use the government as an example, but we all have situations in our life. I work for a company, I contract with a company. If they decide I'm not getting paid, I'm not getting paid, right? And I got to look for another source of income. We all have some type of system to report to, right? But in my own house, the reason I take leadership and take control is because I get ultimate blame. That's why.
But and you know what? That's exactly why I made the. That's exactly why I made the point the last time that the black man should not sit up here and always
let Keon in. Let Keon in. Hold on, y'all.
Women can finally have it. Go ahead,
Keon. No. I'm saying no. Let Keon in. JP, let Keon in. Keon, say what you say from the top.
That's why I say that black men should stop sitting up here and accepting the fact that they are leaders of anything, because at the end of the day, it's not just us who makes mistakes in our community. It's not just us who sitting up here doing all the dumb stuff and making the conclusion of what the black community is. It's not just our fault, but yet for some reason we will accept 100% of the blame. But if we have a coincided relationship with the women that we are with, then it won't be 100% men's fault. It will be our fault. It will be the community's fault. Because it is the community's fault.
That doesn't make sense.
It is always your fault, Keon.
It has to be the men's fault. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand.
It has to? According to who?
Because look, I'll help you understand. Because Trigger might keep bringing it back to family. This is why it's our fault, right? A long ass time ago, we had a shot to be prepared for this shit. And as the black men at that time, we were not prepared. Thus, we became what we became. So it will always be our fault. It can't be their fault because they not the fighters. They not the protectors. We were supposed to protect them. They didn't. So we got to wear that L forever. If y'all ever try to run away from that L, then y'all being disingenuous.
100%. Let me bring it full circle. Hold on. Let me bring it full circle.
That's crazy.
Back to Cheeky's original
point. I know it's crazy. You should have never fought.
Yeah,
that's why I told Hamp a long time ago.
There's a whole
niggas was weak. And he called me crazy, but that's why I said it. Because now we will always be forever second because of that. What happened a long time ago.
We were born with penises. Just because I was born with a penis, now we have to ignore all the BS that women has gone through in our community. We just have to ignore it, huh?
Keon, let me bring it full circle, because this is why I said the premise of the conversation is completely wrong. Women cannot be held as the leaders of the black community because they will never accept the blame for the outcome. The blame is always yours.
I don't give it.
Wait, hold on.
He not even accepting the blame. We don't do it either. So what are you
No, hold on,
fellas. That's irrelevant.
We don't accept the blame either. So
guys, let me say this. I mean, we don't have to all talk at once, so let's just try not to. Hey, Mike, particularly Mike, JP, could make your points a little bit more succinct so we can have a good back and forth. Mike, finish what you're saying. Just say it more deliberate so they can get in.
You muted, bro.
You muted,
Mike. You muted, bro.
My ultimate point is, this is the premise: men do not lead by desire. So I declined the thing that men are leaders because we want to stand on people's head. That shit is exhausting. That's not why we lead. Sherelle, can I ask you a few questions, please? And I know you're going to answer honestly. If possible, who does the woman expect to ultimately be responsible for the bills? If possible.
The man.
Who is ultimately responsible to die to protect the family if necessary?
The man.
Who is expected to sacrifice their comfort to make others comfortable?
Her.
Who, this is just a funny one. Which do women prefer, to spend their own money or their man's money?
Their man money.
Of course. Look at all you're responsible for as a man. You don't lead by desire, you lead by expectation. It don't matter if you don't want to be a leader or not. You are the leader. My mic is muted.
Men created all that BS. Men, you and you old ass. Okay, my bad. Go ahead, brother.
Well, even though Trigger Mike, yes, everything that you saying is correct, but here's the thing that you're not saying. You are the rag. This is what you do to losers, right? So what the white man did with the black woman, negotiated. I'm gonna give you all of the benefits, and when shit go wrong, you blame it on that bitch ass nigga. That's what it is. You getting treated like a hoe. Let's just call it point blank. So it's not that you taking blame. It was designed the exact way how it's going. You ain't did nothing by your leadership is to be the toilet for the government and the black woman to shit in, and you gotta flush it through you gotta take the grunt. Just for an example, the government said the best interest of your child is to be with the mother. Right? When that kid grow up, he choose a path, he end up dead or in prison, right? The government not gonna be to blame, even though the government is at fault. The woman is not gonna be to blame. Blame it on that nigga, right? But if the son do something positive, right? The mother gets the glory. He got the white man's education. The government gets all the glory. Your job as a black man in America, as far as like families and leadership role, is to be the toilet. It's nothing but a gaslight. They basically hoeing you. This is why you get all the blame. They don't respect you for taking blame. No, they did that intentionally because they treat you like a bitch.
Oh God, and you falling for it, and you falling for it, and you falling for it, nigga. And that's the problem. I'm like, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'll say this. I think it's very telling that that's what y'all think.
That's just the truth. At the end of the day, is it true? Are you not acting like a hoe and you accept responsibility for something that you never did?
That shows the degradation of the black community in its totality. When people mention, hold on. When people mention George Bush, the second one, do they mention Barbara Bush or do they mention his daddy first?
Why do you keep going back in history, bro? You gotta stop doing this.
That's what I'm saying.
Of the United States.
He keeps using the same analogies. I'm sorry.
No, because I'm saying that if it's your fault, hold on. It's your fault if somebody's gonna mention the goodness and the achievements of your children and not mention you first. I ain't that type of nigga.
Wait. This my thing though, Trigger Mike.
Good for you, brother. You're so noble.
You were saying.
Goddamn right I am. Maybe you should get on this train.
I'm so glad
you're such a
good
man.
man.
Do y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Because I'm talking.
Go ahead, Sherelle.
My bad. Go ahead, Sherelle. My bad.
You're saying that, we're automatically the leaders because we're in service to women. Everybody in America is in service to Trump. He is the leader. Not expected to die for the country. The niggas who are expected to die, ex-military people, you don't lead this fucking country. You protect it. But that don't mean that you're a leader just because you defend the country. Right? See how that works?
I think it's a different situation.
Just because you're in service to somebody, it does not mean that you're leading over them. Yeah, people, the way you describe men when you ask those questions as it's just basically like kind of like what Jay Prince said. You describe y'all like a lap dog. Like nigga, you the guard dog. Bark if somebody come up in here.
Sherelle, if I can
pay some bills and do what the fuck I say. Be uncomfortable, nigga.
Yeah, because that's how they look at you.
Better.
Sherelle,
that's how they look at you, Sherelle. They look at you as a second-class citizen just because you was born with a vagina and just because you're not as strong as them that can't pick up 50 pounds just like they can. So they think that you're just this dumb woman who can't defend herself, who can't protect herself, who can't lead herself, who can't lead her children, all because you was born with a vagina, which is absolutely ridiculous to me.
American black men, you are nothing more than the 12 disciples and the white man and Jesus.
Jay Prince.
That's all you is. And the black woman is married. You have no power.
Jay Prince.
I need to mute that man, Mike.
JP. I think Keon. I think what's being described, and if you look in the earth, is actually the opposite. I think that JP's point is probably stronger. That the man is indeed the doormat and is accountable for things that should be shared. To your earlier point.
Right? I agree with that too.
And he takes the onus for everything, regardless of the behaviors of the others around him. And one thing I always say is Pop was happy as long as he had a beer in the truck. But think about that existence. Right? Pop never talked. That motherfucker just go in the back room, watch his TV, drink his beer, go to work, come home, die before everybody. And then that's when he finally get to thank you.
And that's what a leader is. A leader does the thankless job. The leader.
That's not a leader, bro.
Not a leader.
That's not a leader. That's a dummy, bro. I'm not even gonna hold you.
No.
That's a dummy.
Not a leader, brother.
Please stop cutting me off.
Hey, let him finish, guys, because he not.
Everybody get to finish their point, but me, man, it's crazy.
No,
well, now, hold on. Now, be careful with the assertions, Lee. I don't really like that too much. Let's just see if we can allow each other to finish their points, and then we'll determine who's unable to. But what I do know is Devin don't really do a good job of talking over everybody. You do a better job than that. So I'm just saying, since he's been quiet, let's see if he can finish. I got you. Right. Oh, hell no, I got you.
And so the thing is, the president is different than anybody else. Anybody else that's within the military has started at the bottom and worked themselves up. They've always started at the follower role, put in their time, the grunt work, the line of fire, possibly in the most likely to be killed, but then they progress themselves higher. And the higher you go, as a general, even president, you don't want that person to be a point of failure that is making that decision. So that's why they gain that
Kevin, can I ask you a question?
that
After
added
he
protection
finishes.
and separation out of the place. But as somebody who's went through a leadership school, I took all responsibility for all successes and failures. And that is a leader. If you're not able to take you're not taking accountability of any success or your failures along with the successes, like you're not a leader. And I think that's the point Mike was making, was that men take the responsibility for all the failures. We're not sitting here like doing all this pointing fingers, and I think Jay Prince is right in a sense when it comes to we were stripped that away, but at the same time, it's like it doesn't negate the fact that we are supposed to be in that role. We are supposed to be in that role.
I see what he's saying. Well, what he's saying, our assessment of leader is off, right? What we think a leader should or should not accept, we're missing the mark. We're thinking that a thing kind of lowers the value of a leader. Instead, that's also what makes a leader, is Devin's point, the things that we're willing to accept, even if it's not great. Now, Lee, you were trying to say something?
Yeah. Oh, all right. Let me. All right. Let me just say this real quick.
We'll go to Lee, then we'll go to JP, then we'll go to Oh Hell No, because he just got here.
Right. Sherelle made a great point. She said like how Donald Trump doesn't have to protect anything, and he's the leader of the country. I mean, that's kind of like the whole synopsis of it is like, at the end of the day, you really kind of don't have. I feel like men keep going back to the protect part, but when you look up what is a leader, it says communicate clearly, take responsibility, stay calm under pressure, motivate people, set an example through actions, solve problems, protect and support their team. Now with protect and support, right? There were in Rome, there were I don't want to make sure, like, I don't know the history, but there were like, does anybody know like the Bloody Mary thing, when they like Bloody Mary thing? That's after a queen who was like was a ruler, and like she was ruthless. Right now, she didn't do the killing, she sent men to do the killing. So
at Ellen5252 donated $20 through super chat. I'm a 2-time war veteran, and it seems Sherelle hates everything about America. Also, women and weak men can't survive without men such as myself and others allowing you to say what you want with no consequences. Voted DJ.
He voted for Donald J. Trump.
Of course he did.
So,
boy, y'all gotta stop being such sheeps, man. I
just want to say, I just want to finish, and then I know like a lot of the men up here not listening because a woman showing leadership just like baffles y'all, right? But at the end of the day, if a woman is smarter than you, she can control herself under pressure better than you. She can articulate herself better than you. She's a better leader than you. If you're up here and just because you're strong and you're masculine and you can body slam shit, but she can articulate herself and she understands different geometries and levels of math and science, how are you a leader over her? So that's what I'm trying to. I keep, every time Devin talks, I just want to kind of strangle him. Because like every time he speaks, he's always trying to make it seem like men are the leaders because we're wrong. But most of the men, I'm not done. I know y'all don't like black women. I'm not done.
Go ahead.
Right. So he doesn't work out to like this is what I love about this, right? None of these dudes that talk about protection can bench press 220, and I ain't talking about HAMP, can bench press 225 for 10. If you guys were so focused on this protection stuff, you would be in the gym. You'd be looking like David Goggins. Instead, you out here looking like Mike Epps after he retired.
Damn.
So I'm sick of y'all like running that. Like look the part of what it is. Don't just talk about the gun you got in your house, because it's gonna take a little physicality when you're going against somebody that's actually just as good as you.
Was that for me?
So represent what y'all say, man. That's all I'm saying. Represent what y'all say. If you're gonna say you're a leader, look like one, work out like one.
Let me rebuttal.
Sorry, a protector.
So,
Sorry, a
real
protector,
quick-
because we now know what a leader is.
Real quick,
Let me
so
rebuttal. No, I agree because Lee, you know, people always say you have a Jezebel spirit when they see a hoe, but Jezebel wasn't a hoe. Or she used to order hits on God's prophets. She was just a wicked ass woman. Like she had no fear in her heart. She would kill God's prophets. She would have God's prophets running from her, but she was ordering the hits. She was married to a king. She was married to the king at the time. She wasn't like a girl that just slept around. So people say Jezebel spirit. That's a similar story in the
King was a
Bible.
pussy.
Yeah.
This the other thing too.
She was pretty much running him.
This is the same argument that applies to Donald Trump, though. You realize that, right? He has the button, so he is the top of the military. So the argument you guys are making about Bloody Mary and Jezebel, that's what Trump is. He is the leader of the military. So he can do the same thing. So if we're calling that power, then he indeed has physical power because he can enact other people on you, you know, which is why they had the Rico John Gotti for the 100 murders that Sammy the Bull committed. Right. Yeah. But you never not going to run up on John Gotti because he ain't doing the shooting. I promise you that, because you know he can get you shot. JP was trying to get in earlier, so I just want to make sure I'm cognizant.
Can I just say something right there real quick?
Yeah, we were saying
had jumped in over him, you know.
No, we're saying that's what we're saying. Just because he's like Trigger Mike is saying, we're the ones that gotta die for the family, which means you're not important. Because if you're the leader, you're supposed to stay alive and and make everybody else a casualty. And any other instincts of leaderships have fall men.
Oh no!
People that fall on the sword to protect them. Yeah.
I see. So that's actually a new phenomenon, Sherelle. So there's a few things that they actually get right in terms of history, and like Games of Thrones as an example, is that the kings were on the front line. No, the king, they'd be fighting and shit and dying. So that's actually a new phenomenon where they was like, damn, if the general died, we fucked. That's a new thing. It's probably smarter, right? But that's actually very new, you know. JP, what were you trying to say? And then I gotta get hell nah.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Devin, and that goes along with. I'm glad Sherelle said that.
I got you, Keon. I'm just trying to get him in because he hasn't spoken yet. That's all. And then you can go right after him. Go ahead, JP. My bad.
Black men, you really are no more than a pawns. Maybe you become a bishop, but you, like she said, you not the head nigga in charge, right? So you ain't the one that we need to fight for to protect. To Deborah's point, being in the military and serving, what have that done? Have serving in the military as black men. We ain't talking about all men. We talking about for you. Because you put a lot of black men put your lives on the line. And I think that you should have gained something from that. So by you serving in the military, how much of that military changed the rules and the laws on how you get treated and respected when you came back home, as far as like the relationship between your woman, your children, the policies, like what were you fighting for? Because it seems like with all of these history of years of black men fighting in the military, but yet we still can hear y'all complaining that the government don't respect y'all when it comes to child support, no fault divorces, and woo out the bam. What was you fighting for? And what did you gain for fighting? For you, not for America, for you.
No,
let me answer. No, let me answer. He asked me directly. He doesn't want, and PC don't want me to answer because he know I'm gonna come back with something.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
The what I gained from it is I'd get, what was it, a little over $4,500 a month for the rest of my life. I got 100% no property tax. No property tax. I think the thing is, when my wife approached me, the reason she approached me was because I was getting big ups, because people are like, oh, that's that special operations ranger, that's that bad guy that's done big stuff overseas. So I've played the part of protector. I know how to handle my own when it comes to any threat that approaches me. I know when to engage, not to engage. When it comes to also, I got a free education. I got a free education to where I was a software developer for AWS because they paid for it. Let's see. So I got money, I got intelligence. Oh, when it comes to leadership ability, I went to actual leadership school.
Tell
that
them about the
teaches you how to
government
be a-
contract preference. Devin, tell them you get preference on all government contracts.
Oh
Devin.
yeah, I get preference on any government
Do
contract.
you
If I
need
want
anybody here in America?
Oh God, I wish I would let somebody disrespect our military,
Yeah,
especially after
do you need
Memorial
anybody
Day.
here
You
in
done lost your
America?
mind.
You took up leadership school. Do you lead anybody here in America?
Yeah, I lead my household. I lead.
That's it.
I lead.
You barely need that because the moment you do something, they don't want to do something that you say do. She can go to the authorities, true or false. She don't have to listen to you.
And see, thing with this, no,
You have to
Chris,
listen to the white
Chris,
man.
I agree. I agree with that point. I agree with that point, and I think that's one of the biggest points that we're disconnecting in that conversation. So I appreciate the point. I think that's the biggest issue is that the government has created that gap within our communities, and it's like you have a choice whether you. It's like before it was like you have to follow because we say so, and that becomes the whole. People are saying, "Oh, women lead, whatever," but you don't lead unless a man like grants you that right to lead. Because all these women who led within the Roman Empire, they were like the wife of the person that led, and they were fighting on the front lines, like HAMP says, or they were somehow related to them, and they fell in that succession. But they don't automatically lead unless the men behind them says, "Okay, we will protect our leader." That's the end all be all.
Let me do
Quick
this.
rebuttal to lead.
Let me read the super chats. I know Keon wanted. No, I gotta get Oh Hell Nah, and then I'll go to Keon. Let me just read these super chats real quick. Rockstar salute. House, what's good, baby? How you? Can you hear me yet? Oh, he trying to figure out this. That's how everybody look when they trying to figure out the Zoom at first.
Yeah, nah. What's up, bro? What's up with y'all?
It's good. So,
What's
House,
happening?
just real quick.
What's up,
Salute,
my
man. I'm gonna
my
get
bad.
Oh Hell Nah in. Then Keon want to say something Rockstar than you, if that's all right. So salute to everybody on the panel. Let me read these super chats real quick. JT with the $5. Is it safe to say that JP is a self-hating, underachieving misandrist?
It's safe.
Charleston with the $10 says, Sherelle, what percentage of black women you think would still respect their boyfriend/husband if he lost a fight, even if he didn't back down? Do you think she will still feel protected by him?
Yep.
Turn on the AC now with the $5 says, black men are the most active when they are in the home. We do not have an inherent power structure. Let me read this one. James with the $5 says, I'm saying I think that women would have been a better leader of this country than that man. Oh, than Trump? Okay. Callie Bev with the $5 says, men categorize prevention as a form of protection on this platform, i.e., don't pump gas at night. Oh.
I bought my wife.
Hey, she's funny.
No, that's
Why
true.
y'all thought that was funny?
But if I
That was
my
really
bad,
good,
Hemp,
actually.
Hemp, you done with the go ahead, brother. My bad. You done?
Yes, sir. So yeah, I'm gonna get remember Oh Hell Nah in, and then you could go. Just remember what you wanted to say because he hasn't spoken yet. He's been up here for a little while. Yo, what's poppin', G?
What's good, Hamp? What's
Salute.
up, my boy? What's up, everybody on the panel? Look, I got a couple questions because I've been hearing a lot of bullshit thrown around from unlikely members of the bullshit.
Okay.
It seems like the men up here who think like women and the woman up here who trying to think like a man, it seems like they all got a problem with God, right? And I say that because Adam was the nigga that was given the commandment. And God made sure to give it to Adam in front of Eve. Man, woman, child. The woman is beneath the man. If you read any Bible, I've done a lot of jail time in my life, and every Bible I ever read said that the woman is the tail. And that the tail is the back, right? Where the ass is, right? I ain't never seen no ass be no leader. I've always known the head to be the leader. Man, we are the head. Woman, you're the tail. Oh, it is your job. It is your birthright, your duty, your fuck up and listen to your husband. You are supposed to be under the covering of a man. Man not supposed to be under the covering of a woman. Show me that. unlikely since you making all these retarded looking ass faces. I would like you to show me in the Bible, the
I'll tell you
Quran,
this,
or the
brother.
Torah where it says a man is supposed to
If
be covered
Oprah
by
was
a
sitting
woman.
in front of me and you was sitting in front of me and
No,
it
no,
was
no,
like,
no.
I need you to pick a leader,
Bro, I
I
asked
ain't
you one.
fucking picking you,
I
dude.
asked you one, bro. I
Matter of
asked you
fact, if
one question,
Kamala,
my nigga.
matter of fact,
Can you show
if the
me the
mayor of
Bible
Chicago,
verse
you know the one
in,
that's stealing
or
shit,
the
if she was like,
or
yo,
the
who you want to lead
ayat
you?
in the
Me, I'm
Quran?
picking, I'm picking black women.
Listen,
I'm
bro.
picking 95% of black women over you,
Listen,
bro. I ain't gonna
listen.
hold you.
You going
Matter of
way
fact,
into the weeds,
90,
bro. Let's get back to
98.7.
the
There you go.
original question, bro. See, this is what
98.7.
guys do when they like to dodge and they don't want to take accountability for the lies that they sold. I asked you, simple and plain. Show me the Bible. Show me the Bible
Get that
verse.
hocus pocus
Or,
out my face, bro. I don't need no
okay,
Bible to
show
be
me
a good
the
person, bro.
ayat.
Get that hocus
Show
pocus
me.
out my face,
Show.
bro.
Well, I
Okay,
don't know
all
about
right, cool.
hocus pocus, but
Like,
Okay,
bro,
cool.
talk
But show
real,
me the
bro.
ayat.
Talk like, why you talking about stuff you
Okay,
never
bro.
seen to me, bro?
Bro, you
Go
gotta
talk to
be
somebody else
quiet to
that want to
listen to
be
the
a
question,
follower,
bro.
bro. I'm not a
You gotta
follower, bro.
listen. You all right,
Have a
Mr.
real conversation.
Unfollower.
Don't bring
But
up the
can
Bible,
you,
bro. You're not
So
gonna
let's
like.
let's
That's
make
not
some
gonna
sense
work.
out of it. Let's make some
can
sense out of it. Oh hell no!
Yeah,
So
please.
can
Yeah.
you
think
show
about
me?
this. Think about this
Can
real
you
quick.
show?
Think about this real quick. I'm talking to you direct. You ever read? Well, I'm not. I know you've read it, right? In Genesis 2 and Genesis 3, right? When Eve first comes to fruition, do you notice that there's no hierarchy there yet? See, a
You
helpmeet
say the
doesn't.
Bible is a.
Yeah. So if you look at Genesis 2, Genesis 3, there's no distinct hierarchy yet until you get to Genesis 3 and 16 after the fall. So when she initially comes, there's no distinct hierarchy. She's a helpmeet. That doesn't emphatically put her underneath him, right? After the fall, it says your desire will be towards your husband and he will rule over you. You know? So it's just something I'm pointing out when we continue to use Eve. There may be better women to use in terms of a distinct hierarchy because initially there was no hierarchy before she did what she did.
Yeah,
so is that
but
the
that's
same? Is
not.
that the same thing you would say to like an
Listen,
Indian?
Listen,
Hemp? Would you say that to
li-
the Indians or the Asians or the Russians who
Well,
don't believe in nothing that you talk about?
I
Is
know,
that?
right? They don't believe in none of.
I don't even
like,
think about them. To be
They have
honest.
a better hierarchical
I'm not even
structure,
thinking
Keon.
about that.
Yeah, I don't, yeah,
They have
sorry,
a better.
brother. I just don't even
quick
care about
question.
them.
Keon, they have a better hierarchical structure.
But
Hey, Ham.
I was just giving him that information. Let him finish, and then we go back. Go ahead. Oh hell no, go ahead.
I would just like for somebody to show me in the Bible, a Quran, or a Torah, which I've just came home
I
from
know
the
what you about to
can.
say. Where it said that a woman should be a leader, right?
Let him finish. Let him finish.
You didn't even answer the last question,
Go ahead. You
bro.
got it.
Why
You
would I
got it.
post
Go ahead.
another
Go
one
ahead.
to
Go
you?
ahead. Go ahead.
Didn't ask a
Now, again, I would just like for you, because what I'm saying can be factually proven. We try and have a real conversation here, then let's get to the real part. Now, these are the three main religions of the world. I read the Bible. All of them is the head, the
Nah,
leader.
he's going in and out. Yeah, for sure.
Let him finish, y'all. Come on. Go ahead.
The man is the head. He is the leader, and the woman is the tail, the follower. So again, if you got a misconception or you got a problem with anything I'm saying, I like to resort you to the Bible, the Torah, and the Quran. Whichever one you choose, we can go
let me answer so we can let me answer
crazy about it, which I'm like 2 seconds.
Guys.
But it sounds like you got a problem
like
with
y'all
God.
just reading the Bible
Let
and
me
getting full
answer so we can move on.
It's simple. We can move on. Who was Deborah?
Yeah,
Deborah
let
was
me answer it, Sherelle. Let me answer it real quick, right? So we understand that there's a hierarchy, right? Pursuant to Genesis 3 and 16, the hierarchy is defined then when after the fall, right? Women have pain in childbirth, and her desire will be towards her husband, and he will rule over her, right? We need to understand what that actually means. Pursuant to Judges 4 and 4, you have Deborah, who was a judge over Israel, right? So after Israel won the war, she was a judge for upwards of 30 to 40 years. Now, here's the thing. She's taking all instruction from the Most High and the kings. So when she tells the king, hey, aren't you supposed to go? You know you're supposed to go because Most High told you to go. He's like, I'm only going if you going. right? She's like, if you want me to go, I'll go. So she still was in order, right? But she was an authoritative figure who had influence. You know, you've seen men fall far too often when women started to how you say, give them instruction. So you have Jezebel, you have Delilah, right? Just as a few examples. To when the hierarchy was flipped, we saw people have issue. You see Solomon, you know, but these men also valued them wives. If you look at Proverbs 31, in Proverbs 31, the woman is not just some fucking mutt. She works, she hustles, right?
Entrepreneur.
She does for her
Fact.
family, she does for her children, she does for her husband, and her husband
Fact.
ain't nothing to sneeze at either, right? He's respected by the elders in the community, but he also exalts his
entire
woman when
city.
she does well. You see, but she's doing that for the sake of her family. Now, when you talk about the Quran, if you go to Surah 4 specifically, is where you start to see the hierarchy. The Quran says men are the authority over women, point blank, period. It tells men how many wives they can have and how they can correct them, up to and including hitting them, right? For correction. If you read Surah 4, right? So when Lee's talking about other communities, he is 100% emphatically incorrect. They lord over their women much differently and much more harsh than we do. So, but I was just waiting because he said that a little bit earlier, because Sharia law is mostly based off of the Quran and what it tells them to do and not do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
Can I say something before
and that was my point, Hamp. And Hamp,
Mm-hmm.
that was my point, right? Because it seems like everybody who got pushed back against what I'm saying, they either clearly they was manipulated or they didn't do their own due diligence and do the research. But when you do your own research and you go and read this for yourself, it's there in the black and white. There's no disputing that. So when the man says, yo, it's my job, my right, my duty, my responsibility.
Bro. Them dudes had sandals on. I got an iPhone that's smarter than all them
it don't
niggas. Look,
matter. It don't matter what they had on, bro.
All right.
The clothing attire don't matter, bro.
Listen.
Is it the truth or not?
Y'all religions,
a sissy can tell the truth.
Y'all religions are just made by men to control women. Fuck y'all niggas, right? The woman is God. Again, hold on. Yo, could you
wait? You just lost
so men created
one fucking second.
It wasn't God that created religion.
Yo.
It was a man.
Yo,
it was a man that created religion.
Yo, this is why I say. This is why I say.
Hey,
fuck.
I had a straight D education in school, bro.
I'm just
you got to make this shit make sense.
So I'm gonna say this.
Hey, unlikely. I think he got kind of a delay too.
Let me say this right quick before I go ahead and dip.
I'm giving you 30 seconds, JP, because now everybody just interjecting like they at somewhere they ain't. So go ahead. I'll give you 30 seconds, JP. Go ahead.
So I'm in agreement with
Lee.
Just because these men came up with these religions, that don't mean that it was best for us, right? Just because you can find something in the book, yes, that don't mean that we have to practice it. It's a lot of religions out there that we do not agree with. That just because you could go find it, that don't mean woo out the bam, right? Secondly, I would say that when you describing a man versus a woman, I think the man is the woman is not the man's tail. The woman is the man's heart. Actually, the woman is the man's heart. That's who he really strives for. That will keep him going. Yes, he's the logic one, but the woman is his heart. That's why we go above and beyond to do whatever, protect women who out the bam and willing to die for them. So I want us to run away from people telling us just because they created these religions, those religions have never been substantiated. Nobody can never give us some pure facts or never the case. It just seemed like it just misogynist. It just want men to capitalize off the ego. And no, I'm not sipping, but you're not going to take roles. No man can never put themselves in the category. Okay, I'm going to condense it. I don't think no man can put themselves in a position in front of God, the divine, can say that God told you this what it's supposed to be. No, that's a man that's going against God, and he actually is disrespecting God to be able to come back and tell you this is what God said as if he's divine. God told us everything in nature, in our essence. He didn't go over no words or no language. God speak with his action through life in nature.
I understand.
Bro, God gave Adam the commandments.
I don't mean he get to just start talking, man. That's crazy, bro.
I want to, because Keon wanted to say something. We still got to get House in and Rockstar.
I just wanted to respond to what you had said because bro kept cutting me off, him respectfully.
All right, go quickly if you don't mind.
I don't want to be disrespectful to religions, but fuck y'all religions, right? They're only made because of men. Men are trying to control men, and they try to control women. I understood that when I was young. I looked at the shit like. So I need y'all to understand that. So stop coming to me with y'all mansplaining Bible shit. Talk to me about something real. And the first religion put the woman at the top, and it's the religion none of y'all never talk about. And it put the woman at the top. But we ain't gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about the 3 religions that now exist now after there were hundreds and hundreds of them that all of them got killed over murder. And now these 3 last, because these are the 3. These are the 3 that killed the most people to get their point off. So fuck y'all religions.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Can we have the name of that first religion that put women on top?
So let me get Keon in. Only reason I have to correct it is because I just need y'all to understand what it is you think you're saying, right? So when you call the books misogynist, you haven't read them to make that claim.
I did read the books. I read the Quran and I read the Bible.
No, you didn't.
And I don't have to read the Bible in the Quran. I'm listening to you, Ham. I just heard you.
Where did you get the? Where did you get?
I'm keeping 100 with you, Ham. Didn't you just say that in the Quran it said that?
Yeah, you said. I'm talking about. So this
why you got to come at me with this bullshit when Ham himself just now said in the Quran that the woman is under the man?
Hey Lee, I'm gonna give you one.
Now all of a sudden I gotta read it now, and he just told me.
I'm gonna give you one opportunity to listen to what I'm saying, right? Because you can preface what you're saying as I don't want to be disrespectful, and then in the next breath you're disrespectful, right? So if you're telling somebody, hey, I don't want to be disrespect you, but fuck your religions, right? Well, you being disrespectful.
Bro, y'all throwing religion in my face, trying to make it seem like
I was actually explaining it to hell now, right? Now here's the thing.
I knew this was gonna happen, bro.
When you get to the part where are you willing to die for your wife?
And don't ask me no personal questions right now, B.
Are you willing to die for your wife?
Absolutely not.
I'm willing to die for mine. And so I think we cut from a similar ilk.
That's why I said don't bring religion.
You willing to die? Well, hold on,
weird, bro.
Hold on. You willing to die for yours, right? I'm simply telling you, you didn't get that concept out of thin air. A lot of the things that you subscribe to, they come from these books that you admonish. You know,
no.
So you'd be surprised that if you actually read the books to understand, they actually agree with you a lot in what you're saying. You just don't know it.
Did you just say swear to God? Did you just say swear to God?
Me? I said swear to God. I ain't say
swear to God. It sounds like you just said swear to God. But go ahead, bro.
And everything's a joke, right? But I believe a lot of stuff in the Bible is right. I'm talking about the specific misogynistic parts where y'all put the women below y'all. Everything else, y'all got it. But don't come to me like how he came to me and say the woman is the tail. Nigga, you a dummy who went to jail a bunch of times. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, leave
straight
real
like
quick,
that.
Real quick. But remember my explanation, she was by no means the tail. That's why I made sure to describe Proverbs 31.
I know him, but how he came, talk to me, like trying to use the Bible when in my mind the Bible is all that stuff is cap. Respectfully,
I'm saying, bro, we friends, bro. Listen to me.
Hold on, because I technically was supposed to be going next. So just real quick, respectfully, fuck you. I love my religion, but I do get where you're coming from.
That's cool.
At the end of the day, when we're having brother, calm down. Okay, I got you.
I'm gonna be quiet too. Let me get out the way. Go ahead, Keon, then House and Rockstar. Go ahead.
Yeah. Respectfully, fuck you. I love my religion, and what you saying has nothing to do and never will sway me from my religion personally. So it's all good, you know what I mean? Respectfully, though. Again, respectfully. But at the end of the day, I do want to make my claim about what leadership actually is, because actually I just been up here kind of interrupting people the whole entire time. My claim of what leadership is the simple fact that you are not born a leader. You're not born anything. You're born a baby. You're born your race, and you're born your gender. Some of y'all wasn't even born with hair. Some of y'all was bald-headed babies, so y'all wasn't even born with that, let alone for you to be born a quote-unquote leader all because of your genitalia. Your genitalia does not make you quote-unquote something. It doesn't at all. You're learned that. You're taught that. You're supposed to be teaching your kids how to be better leaders, how to be better people. You're not born a good person. You're not born a leader. You're not born anything. So at the end of the day, yes, women can be taught how to be leaders. If you're not teaching your woman or you're not teaching your daughter to be a good person or be a good leader, then that's on you. That's a personal problem. But at the end of the day, anyone can be a good leader. Anybody can be a leader in their family, to their kids, to their community. It doesn't matter about your genitalia. So that's my position when it comes to leadership, because I think that is a characteristic. It's not something that you're born with. But go ahead.
Okay. House.
No, what's up with it? Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
we hear you.
I think somebody that is overly religious and can't criticize the text that they read is a fucking fool. And I think somebody who overly criticize the Bible or these particular texts and can't see the validity in them is a fucking fool. So you're gonna have to have balance. I think when people talk about, or men, when we express this idea of leadership, we always think about it in a way of control. And I think when a woman hear leadership, I think she feels like she's going to be controlled. So when it's dialectical, two things can be truthful. It takes a level of control, but you can't have the idea of leadership only or the main part of being controlled. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I think people got to sit back and kind of criticize their own thinking patterns and thought process, especially when it comes to religion. Because I was a person that I can't necessarily agree with everything, but I can't say this particular text is not like important in my life, because you can see certain things. You know what I'm saying? You can hear these stories. Sometimes it's allegory, sometimes it's parables, sometimes it's true. So you feel me? So when it comes to the woman being the tail, I think it's just an analogy, bro. I don't think it's necessarily putting her in a position of weakness. I think it's a partner thing. You know what I'm saying? When you become two. So the man can be a tail in the head, the woman can be the head in the tail in particular situations and circumstances. You know what I'm saying? If you a great leader as a man, and you know your woman is better in this particular position as a leader, my nigga, you will put her in a position. If you a great follower as a woman, you feel me? And knowing that your man, you'll put him, you'll allow him to take and assume that role. When it comes to protecting, that's most definitely for a man. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to nurturing, it's most definitely for a woman. But at times you might have to do both. You know what I'm saying? Not in totality though.
So is it really? So should it really be stagnant to each side? Are we like hindering each side when we do that? When we tell them, yo, this is really for you, but sometimes you might have to do the other side, but don't get used to it. Just whenever it happens, spontaneous, that's when you go over to the other side and do it. Instead of teaching them, yo, y'all are both going to have to both do each other's thing. The woman protects the man as well. Sometimes when you're not looking, her eyes are protection. Having more eyes is protection. Having more noses is protection sometimes, right? So I just think that we keep like trying to like nerf our women, and it's just it just and then it just brings back to religion, like this oh hell nah dude was saying. If they the tail, all we gonna think is that they should just be drug around the floor. If they the tail.
Quick rebuttal to Lee.
You speaking to me? Or you just speaking in general?
Quick rebuttal to Lee, real quick.
In general.
Okay.
So quick rebuttal
I'm
to
about
Lee,
to
real
say,
quick.
because he mentioned me.
Yeah.
Yo,
I'll say this.
Mike get in. He been trying to get back in.
Who? For me?
Trigger Mike. You.
Yeah. So quick rebuttal to Lee. Like, I had that conversation yesterday during a cookout where people are saying, can men and women do each other's roles? And I want to retort something you said earlier where we're trying to downplay women. I tried to say this in the beginning where men lead by they don't lead by desire, they lead by expectation. This is not trying to put women in their place. To understand women, you got to understand their nature. They go back to their place, bro. They go back. And you've heard the term bitter woman before, right? Bitter baby mama, bitter whatever. The bitterest women are the ones that take on the role of a man. So what I want y'all to understand is that leadership is not only just like House of Hypocrites said. He said, control. The same type of man I am is leadership by duty. I'm gonna tell you right now, anything that I let my wife do that is my role will make her bitter. Women do not provide for an entire family, including a man, without becoming bitter by it. So we are not the same, and we're not supposed to be doing each other's roles. Do you know what makes a woman happy? When she can focus on her children and her light, like her desires. That's what makes them happy. This woman ain't paid bills. Hold on. In 9.5 years. Do you think if I go pursue my dreams and tell her she got $5,000 worth of expenses to pay for every month, that she's just gonna do it silently like me? Do you think so?
That'll make me happy as a man too.
Hey,
Another person coming over here and paying my bills.
Hey, homie.
That would make me happy too.
I
The
was
hell?
just
It's
about
not
to
because
say
she's
that.
a woman. It's
Do
not
you
because
think she's
she's a
gonna be
woman.
like, cool, nigga, I got it? No. Women become bitter doing the role of men. We all have to understand our role in this life, bro. The reason why you're in charge, I use the secular example for people like you who don't believe in religion. You have to watch the woman. The women become bitter.
Man.
Baby mamas become bitter because they have to be the disciplinarian and the nurturer when they should just be the nurturer. All right, that's what I'm saying. Understand your role and do it well, and that's how you get the best relationship.
I think that you just have. I think a lot of. Is that him? My bad, him. Go ahead.
No.
I just want to say this. A lot of you Christian type folks got a pre-notion about how y'all feel about certain things. And that is the problem. You cannot be a leader of certain groups of individuals, especially in the United States of America, which is one of the biggest melting pots in the world, in history, for you to sit up here and say that just because you come from a Christian background, now all of a sudden you're the best leader for us. No, you're not, because it has nothing to do with the pre-notion of you being a Christian. I'm a Christian myself, but if we're having conversations about relationships, I understand that we're talking to the Muslims, we're talking to the Buddhists, we're talking to the Jew person, we're talking to all different types of religions. So for you to come up here and have your conclusions based off of your religion is absolutely wrong. And that, to me, that's lack of leadership. For you to be so biased to follow another, how are you a leader when all you're doing is trying to push what another nigga told you to do? You're not a leader.
Are you talking to me?
You're not a leader. How are you a leader if you're only following what another motherfucker said in the Bible?
Are you talking to me?
He's talking about what I said.
I'm talking to everybody.
Bro.
I'm talking to anybody that's like too religious about this conversation. It's not just specifically now. If the shoe fits, if the shoe fits, then the shoe fits. But go ahead, brother.
I think he was being general, Trigger Mike. He talking like you know what I'm saying, like a person that's overly religious, where they're like that's all they could think about. They bring everything back to the Bible, you know. And I am religious. I'm just a part of the first religion, which is energy, doing good deeds. Get you good things, doing negative deeds, get you negative things. That's my religion. Very simple. Very simple. It doesn't have to be complicated.
Bible.
I don't need a Bible to be good.
I mean, what's your equivalent? Like, what's your equivalent? Like how all the main religions, like how all the real religions have books that describe things and that go back over centuries. Like, you said you're an energy believer. So I would like to know where I can find your book, because me personally, I don't adhere to any religion at all. But you, no, because all of it has to lead back to something. Where did you get this? Because if not, then you're just being a fucking follower that you accused all of us of being, that got that shit from somebody else when your shit came from somebody else just as well. So, and then you said that the name of this religion was energy. So I would like to know where I can learn more about it. I'm not a Jew, but I've read the Torah and their other books. I'm not a Muslim, but I've read the Quran hundreds of times. I'm not a Christian, but I've read thousands of Bibles.
9941 donated $19.99 through Super Chat. By law of force is the reason men are leaders and not women. It's not a country that's ran by women that can take anything from men.
And that's why I was driving to earlier. Whoever sent that super chat in. That's where I was going next with my next point.
Well, he's saying he was probably saying Rockstar hasn't spoken yet. And there's a lot. I think we are.
Nah, he was about to talk, and then Keon went on a rant, and then. But go ahead, my bad.
I just want to get Rockstar in so that we can go back and forth. I think we are a tad bit out of our depth with the religious conversation. Just a bit,
for sure.
You know, and so. Just 100, like people saying they read this stuff. I'm not saying you guys didn't read it, but the understanding and comprehension, right? The level of discernment that you need to understand the difference that House mentioned between allegory and what's actual and etc. You know, like you would need to read the original languages as well, which will prohibit you a little bit from your understanding. Rockstar, what's poppin'?
Hey, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
What up?
Yes, sir.
All right, yeah, man. Oh man, it's a lot to unpack, man. I listened to the last hour and a half, so I'm gonna just speak and get over it. First, I want to say I want to thank my dad. I want to thank my grandfather. You know, when I watch these panels and stuff, and I hear men talk on these different panels, it really always makes me show my appreciation to having men in my life and women as well, right? Because what it does is one is two things. The men taught me about respect, and respect not only brings peace between two other men, but it also opens up a healthy dialogue for healthy conversation to move the conversation towards some types of solution or some type of agreement. The woman in my life, they taught me submission, even from a man's standpoint, right? In other words, know my place even with men, because in order for me to be a great leader, I have to be a great follower. And when I hear the conversations, I see a lot of the problem, and a part of it is respect and not submitting to the next fellow man or sister when it comes to hearing them out. You know, it's crazy how this conversation can get so spread out when by nature alone, we are innately leaders. You know what I mean? And I don't understand why it seems like we cannot, it seems like when men speak on a woman's place, it always gets taken as we're tearing them down. Now, true it be, as you've seen on the panel, some men do that, but not me, right? My woman is beside me, not beneath me, right? And
did the majority of men do it?
Do what?
Put the woman down, or however you phrase it.
You know, I don't know them numbers, Ham. You know, I can say from my proximity and anecdotal experience, no. I've experienced races of different kinds and their relationships is whatever. And it behooves me when I hear how it seems as if Black men are the ones who down a woman the most, or we feel like we gotta overpower them. Then actually Black women are the most freest race of women on the planet. The planet, hands down. It's not even a debate. You ain't never seen an Asian woman holler at an Asian husband, but you've seen a Black woman holler at a Black man, okay? So, I mean, just off that alone, we can kill that argument, you know what I mean? And so there's nothing wrong, like even women that are in leadership positions, they're there through the leadership that a man provided in order for them to be in there. And so I don't understand what the big fuss is about. I mean, you know, even women know this. Even they know this. So when I see some men arguing this, it behooves me. Women don't even want to lead.
They don't, bro. They don't.
They want you to lead. And how about this? If we go to Mackin, go up to a woman and be, oh, hi, how are you? Would you like to? Man, she probably gonna dish you. But you go up there and like say, hey, you know, I like what I see, give me your number. She gonna be most objective to give you the number. Why? Because you came at her in a leadership role. So just off that alone, what's the argument? They want to be leaders.
Rockstar, who in charge?
My bad.
Who in charge of Black women right now?
Huh?
Who in charge of Black women right now?
What do you mean?
Who's in charge of them?
What you mean? What does she mean?
We can look at Black women. We talk about Black
women. Talking about respect. Me and her having a dialogue, but somebody's jumping in. Go ahead, man.
Who is in charge of Black women?
I don't understand the question. I'm being honest. I was a C student. I don't know everything. I'm asking for clarity. Help me understand you.
I'm saying, do you see the way that Black women behave as a collective?
Yes.
Okay, as the collective of that group, who is in charge of them?
The white man.
Who can correct their behavior?
Who can correct their behavior? No one, because the law protects them. And propaganda supports it and invest in it.
Do leaders have the right to correct people?
Do they have the right? Yes.
But Black women can't be corrected.
As a whole,
but they want leaders. A group of people who don't want to be corrected will be loud and proud about not being able to be checked. Somehow you're going to convince us are looking for leaders.
Okay, so I got
Nicki
you now.
Minaj
So I
said,
know,
point
I
me to
understand.
the
Let
best
me answer
ass
your question.
eater, not the best leader.
No.
He said, point me to the best
Okay, I
ass
got it.
eater, not the best leader, not the best thinker, not the best, none of that. That's
This
not
what
what you said.
this why I hate these goddamn relationship goddamn conversations and shit. Because we always have to have this idea of black women can't be controlled. Black women are most definitely under a black man at a high clip, listening to what they men have to say. The issue is the black women that don't got a goddamn man, that be in positions of power, that have some type of influence, is shaping as if all black women are under the umbrella of how she runs shit, which is completely false. Black women answer to their black man, they black husbands, they black fathers. If they dead, they black grandfathers, they black brothers, they black uncles. We are a community of community, my nigga.
So House of Hypocrites, real quick. Would you teach your daughter to be
That's the majority of
subjected
black
to
women.
another man?
So black women, so black men are in charge of black women. Therefore, y'all are responsible for their behaviors.
And this is exactly why I say that we should be coincided so she won't have this darn argument. Stop blaming black men for the downfall of the community. That is ridiculous to me.
Ask House the question real quick.
Ask the question.
Yeah, my bad, House. So would you teach your daughter to be subjected to a black man or just a man in general?
What you mean? Like, explain subjective.
Are you teaching her to basically be the servant to her man? Basically be the what's the word in the Bible?
Help me.
What's the help me? To be the help me to her man, basically. Is that what you're teaching your daughter?
1000% if I had one.
1000.
Say it again now. Exactly. Let me tell you something.
Hold on.
Let him give him his. Let him give the why behind it. Right? He said yes.
Yeah. This doesn't lessen her value. This doesn't make her some type of motherfucking slave. This is a man that you're choosing to lay down with. So
100.
obviously, I'm gonna teach my daughter to have some type of discernment on the man she deals with, and say, hey, that is a man you should follow because he leading you the right way. You feel me? I'm not just saying go follow a nigga that ain't good for.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
I would, bro. I'm putting my kids in the best position, raising them and actually teaching them. You know what I'm saying? Not allowing them to make their own decisions, bro. So when they become an adult and they have these decisions to make, we've already went through this program on how your actions should be. You know what I'm saying? Or how you should operate in a relationship to get the best up out of it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, most 1000%, bro. We gotta stop with this monolithic. I ain't saying this is you, PC, but we gotta stop with this monolithic thought process, and we gotta stop equating the negative tropes of our community as if it's the entire whole, bro.
Facts.
Exactly. And to add to that, that's also a part of the problem, because what you have is you have generations of son husbands who end up, some of them being in relationships, and then they become, it's almost like some of these kids are being raised by two men. And what happens, right? You have these men who they raise their daughters as if they're their wives. No, that's not your daughter. That's your wife. You treat your daughter like your daughter, and you treat your wife like your wife. Because at the end of the day, your son gonna grow up eating pussy and your daughter gonna suck a dick. So you might as well teach them to be a queen to attract the king, so they can make the best decision on choosing that good man. Because at the end of the day, you want to know who walked your daughter down the aisle? You.
Yep.
That means they go from your covering to his covering.
Absolutely.
They gonna fuck. So you might as well teach them to be a damn wife, so they can get the type of man that's gonna treat them like you.
Rock. So look, Rock is saying so much sense right now, because I can't. Can I not speak? Why y'all gotta cut me off? Why is it?
Go ahead,
Cheeky been quiet. Cheeky been pretty quiet.
Go ahead, Cheeky. You right. Go ahead, Cheeky.
Thank you, Mike.
We keep doing this thing. but we don't have any standards for what it means to be a leader. And every single man falls into the category of leader by default because he gets some level of responsibility placed on him that society put on him that he didn't put on himself. That is a cheat code to just stay a leader with no actual reason. No reason. What are the qualifiers? Nobody qualifies these things at all. And then we start talking about black women or these so and so, this, that, and the third. But who's the most single? And when you look it up, single meaning not dating, not partnered, not married. It's single. That's what that means. It's black women, and right behind them is black men by demographic. So no, they're not falling under the leadership of some black man that they're in a relationship with because they're not in relationships. And they're explaining we don't want it. They're explaining we don't want to be in relationships because we have a standard for what it is we want while we're in a relationship.
No,
and
they
they're having a hard time.
They don't have standards, Cheek.
And they're having
That's why they're in that position.
And they're having a hard time. And they're having a hard time finding people to meet their standard. That is their thing.
No, that's not true. They're not the only. They're not who they want.
They're not the only. They're not the only group of people.
Hey, Rockstar, we can't hear
group of people. Yeah, like y'all, I don't know. And then they have the nerve to say they got more control over themselves. They're more logical. They're more this, more that. Every time I see the decorum on the panel, I need y'all to stop talking about black women and their inability to control themselves. Please stop doing that. Poor examples. I didn't say you, Rock.
There's some truth to that, though, Cheeky. I ain't gonna shit. Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
So my point is, at the end of the day, we don't have anything substantial to say these things, and there's nothing to back it up. People across from all genders, all races are saying we're not dating and we don't want to date because men aren't meeting a certain standard or they're treating us a certain way, and vice versa. So we can't sit here and act like that everything's all cool and fine and dandy. That is not the case.
But cheeky man, it's a lot of bum women out here that has those standards, and that's the problem. You can't be no bum women that got a little purse. These little purse ass women who sit up here and have a standard for some reason to get $1 million man when your little purse ass ain't did nothing in your life to do anything for you to get that $1 million man. I wish I would sit up here and let a woman have a standard of a higher degree of what she actually earns and what she actually deserves. Bullshit. And that's the problem, Cheeky. The problem is that women feel as though that they should have this just all because they was born with a vagina, and there's some men out here who's so thirsty for vagina that they will give them $1 million just to have sex with them. And that is the problem, Cheeky. It's not the woman who sit up here and have common sense who says that since I work at McDonald's, I should probably get a McDonald's worker. It's the women that sit up here who work at McDonald's think that they should get Elon Musk. That's the problem. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So question for Cheek. There's nobody.
I want to
he's making a statement.
So let me expose
he's making
y'all
a statement.
the problem.
He's making a statement.
Cheek, I just got on. I ain't talked for 2 hours and I get on. I want to respond to what you and PC said. Forgive me, please. Here's my point.
Is funny.
Here's the problem I have with when you have this argument about women and leadership or whatever. What you just did, Cheek, is the part of the problem, and what PC just did is the part of the problem. You want to know what y'all both did? Y'all both gave examples to prove your point, but you had to do it by what? Devaluing the man and the woman. That's what kills me about these arguments. That what you devalued the man to prove your point. PC devalued the woman to prove his point. He called the woman, he used the negative examples to prove his point, and you use the negative examples of men to prove your point. Why can't we have these
That's an argument
without devaluing each other?
How else would I make an argument? What do you mean? Like,
hold on.
Because not all of us are bad. In general, we are.
I never said that. I never devalued anybody. And again,
you said qualifiers.
You did.
So basically, you're devaluing in general the black man. PC devalued the general black woman by saying buns with high standards.
I'm not devaluing by pointing out reality. That is reality, brother. Like, if you feel like that's devaluing, then we probably should fix it. But at the end of the day, that's reality. It's not devaluing nothing. Like, are you telling me that there's not women out here who feel as though that even if they don't have a job, they deserve a nigga that has $1 million? That's just reality. What are we talking about?
He was. In my opinion, Rockstar. When I was listening to it, just real quick, Keon was saying this is a problem that I need
Thank
to
you.
articulate and point out, that if you have expectations that you can't achieve yourself or don't have for yourself, but expect to heap those expectations on others, that is foolish, right?
Foolish.
And we
Exactly.
should not accept that modus operandi, but we do. So now we're here. So that was what he was mostly saying. I kind of slightly missed where Cheeky did it, but Trigger Mike agreed with Rockstar Cheeky based on what you were saying, but maybe I missed it.
Yeah, he's saying I'm devaluing. All I'm saying is the reason why the single rates for women and men in America is high is because women have a standard. Men or women have a standard that they are setting for men, and men are saying we can't meet that standard, or women themselves are saying they can't meet the standard, or vice versa. The only thing that I'm saying is when you look these things up, because it's getting to a point when they're actually doing studies. Like they're actually trying to figure out what is going on, and they're interviewing and going across other nations because it's happening in Europe, it's happening in Korea, it's happening in Japan. There is something going on where the genders are not aligned, and there's a issue. The thing that I'm highlighting and pointing is for those who are college educated women, they're looking for college educated men. And HAMP, what do we know based off of the studies and things we've looked up? Men are not going to college. And that's not an unfair request or standard for somebody who's educated to look for somebody educated as well.
Okay.
So if you keep having these issues where people who are within their right, and it's not something absurd because they're fulfilling it themselves, it's only fair to look for the equal, but they're not finding it. So now we have to.
So there's only black women that go to college, is what you're saying? There's only black successful women that go to college in this world. Is what you said.
Did I say black women? I said this is a thing that goes across gender and race.
Well, I don't care about white women, so I'm talking about. So are you saying there's only black? Go ahead.
So if you're saying you don't care about if you're saying you don't care about the standard of somebody, what they want in they date, it only makes sense why they won't pick somebody that is just inconsiderate of that completely.
Understood. So Cheeky, real quick rebuttal to you, real quick. And now I think I understand your argument a little better, but the one thing you're doing is you're not taking what success is into consideration. All right. The last we checked on black demographics, right? The problem that I think is happening is that women only look at college as a metric of success, but their income didn't even move. I'm sorry, if we're talking about black women specifically, their income hasn't even went past black men's median income with their college attainment. So what that would be the metric. Hold on.
This data from?
Wait, hold on. So what I'm saying is the metric should be money. If the metric is money, there are more black men than them that make money in every category over $50,000. There are 200,000 more black men that make 100K more or more. There are 200,000 more black men that make 65K to 99K than there are black women. Facts. So the word that we need to stop, because I work in higher education. I really want people. I'm sitting here looking at my third screen right now from people who started their associate's degree in 2019 and they're sending me a transcript evaluation so they can finish it up, even though it says F, 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 F. Every time we talk about higher education, let's please not think these are all people that are equally academically sound. It's not. It's people who are just trying to complete a degree for whatever reason.
Facts.
We should be talking about skills. Women can never outnumber men in skills. All right. Most of the women that get degrees don't have skills. If they did, you could take those skills to the bank and we would 100% call them successful. But this is my job. This is what I do all day. And I can tell you everybody that has a degree is not a success. I promise.
Okay. So HAMP, this kind of goes back to when you look things up, right? When we looked it up, completed getting a bachelor's degree, right? And most black women don't get a degree in things that aren't lucrative or have no asset or bring anything to the, it's not basket weaving degrees. When you look this stuff up, black women are getting their education and with everyone else, which is in business and what was it, social science and social work, psychology, science and engineering. As a matter of fact, when you look at STEM in comparison to black men and black women, guess who's doubling almost 2 to 1 in the ratio when it comes to STEM degrees?
What's a STEM degree?
So nursing, that would be science, engineering, and then science, engineering, technology.
Okay.
They also include that.
Nursing is included in STEM.
So either regardless, that's not what that data show when I look it up. This is why you have to do research in this space.
But nursing is included in STEM in my research.
Okay, that's fine. And you also just told me that. Anyway, my point is this: it's not. It doesn't make any sense to try to make a comparison or say that Black women or women with education aren't making as much or as the average man. Well, we know that's not the case. When you look these things up, college educated women do out earn most uneducated men, because most men do not have certificate.
I think
go ahead.
Most men do not have certificates, and most men aren't making enough money to out earn those people. So why would you make the expectation or the standard for a college educated woman to not look for a college educated man?
So Cheeky, yeah, I think you're like sidelining the argument. There are more men. So you're just looking, so let's just be honest. Isn't it 35% or less of Black women that even have degrees? Is that the number? It's like 30-something percent.
I think it's like 30%.
And then it's like 25% of Black men that have college degrees. There is a chasm of 10% of women that will have degrees that may not be able to find men. And even with all of that, they still don't make as much money as men. Oh, I'm sorry, they still have a pool to choose from of highly skilled men. All right, men that own their own moving companies, their own construction companies, and government contractors. So what I'm saying is stop looking, and we got to start giving people workarounds for this. A woman who is strictly looking, you even said it, every single woman in America of every ethnic group is in the deficit for college educated men. No group of men go to college as much as the woman, but all group of men make more money on median than their woman. So that means college educated ain't what you're supposed to be looking for if you're a college educated woman. You need a skilled man. Who has been in the workforce.
How many?
That is the new way to go.
But Trigger Mike, because you said something interesting to me, right? You said that men are more skilled than women. Do you learn a skill? Is that something that's taught to you?
You learn a skill.
You learn a skill, right? Okay, so can a woman not learn a skill?
I'm really glad you asked that, Keon.
Because you're not defeating this argument, bro.
No, but check this out. This is why we talk about success so much, and this is where I want to bring the conversation. We live in a world where women can freely choose to upskill themselves in exactly the same fields as men do. My neighborhood is not finished. Every man I see on a roof, from the person who designed the house to the person that's putting up the foundation, is a man. They choose not to upskill in the same sectors that men do, which is why they can never out-earn men.
Probably because there's men like you that tell them that they can't. That's probably why. It's probably because there's men out here like you that says that they're subjected and subordinate to a man, and they can't sit up here and pick up a 50-pound cinder block when they definitely can.
They can't. They don't.
PC. So you saying with that logic, women actually do follow men's leadership?
As they should.
Hold on,
I ain't gonna lie to you. As they should. What you mean?
I got you, Trigger. Mike. Hold on. I got you, Trigger, Mike. The in the Scandinavian countries where they said that women had the most choice. The issue with your argument is they had the most choice, and they all defaulted back to the stereotypical degrees that we say are
teacher and
socially engineered.
That's what I'm saying. Who wants to go to a construction job?
No, because the point is the way you make higher money is to do harder jobs. But women aren't willing to do those harder jobs when they have the free choice too, because they just don't want to do it. And
but
that's
y'all are making it.
But
y'all are making the assumption. Y'all are making the assumption that most men do too, and that's not the case either.
Facts. No nigga wants to. Nobody wants to go to work.
That is the issue. The issue is y'all are sitting. The issue is y'all are saying.
We're not going to let you go. No, Cheeky.
The issue is y'all are not
going to let you conflate. Men don't want. Of course, men don't want to be hot and sweaty, but they do what they have to do.
So a woman can do what they have to do too. Fuck is you talking about?
They don't.
Put her on the block and chop. Put her on the chopping block as well as y'all put men on block and chop.
And they will take their ass back to the kitchen, Keon. They will take their ass back to the kitchen.
Y'all are
I'm gonna tell y'all this. I'm gonna say this.
Y'all not looking shit up. No, y'all are not looking shit up.
What you mean?
Most men are not falling into that category of skill or have certifications.
But
as a matter of fact, let me finish. Because you're talking about some shit you don't, and you obviously have not looked up.
You don't know.
These people, Most black women, specifically, if we want to be specific, black men are not that skilled. They don't have the certificates.
Oh my gosh, we were
These
talking
things,
about
these,
hard the boys
Man, you
job.
done lost your mind.
hold on,
King.
Hold on. Let House
y'all
get in.
see,
I gotta
and this
cut
is
you
the
out,
issue,
bro. I gotta
bro.
cut
Y'all
you
are
out.
not,
You're
bro.
moving the
No,
goalposts.
Let me
That's
tell
the
you why.
issue.
Hold on. Let me tell
nobody's
you
cutting,
why.
bro. Stop cutting me off. Nobody cuts you off. I don't cut y'all off. Stop cutting me off.
Do your
Nobody's
thing, bro.
pussy around.
Because
Stop,
you're moving the
please.
goalpost.
Nobody called
No,
you.
y'all
And
are
you
not
done lost
listening.
your mind for sure. But go ahead,
Well,
Cheeky.
Y'all are not
let him
listening.
finish the point, then let's get House's response, and we'll go from there.
Please, because
Just
I'm
put
tired of getting
yourself
cut
on
off.
1.25 speed.
Bro, all I'm saying is most of the people that y'all are saying men fall into the category, that is not true. It's a minority of men, and y'all like to take that point and extrapolate it to most men, and that's not the case. Most men don't have certificates. Most men don't have skills. Most people do not.
And just because the most that is that
Go
the
ahead, House.
expectation. Like, go
Hold on,
ahead,
hold on,
y'all, go
hold on.
ahead.
I
Go ahead.
don't understand the equivalent. You
Yeah,
trying
I
to
don't either. But
you
go
trying to
ahead.
compare the
Me
fact that
neither.
women have degrees to men not having certificate. Nigga, you can come get a job with me right now, entry level, high school diploma, $30 an hour, nigga.
Come on now.
You don't need a skill. When you say men got more skills, we can go learn them. In entry level jobs, the jobs that women don't want to do. If you in Houston, houseofhypocrite@gmail.com. We hiring. You don't need a skill. $30 an hour.
Shit, I'm trying to get that, brother. I ain't gonna go ahead, House. Go ahead.
And most jobs, which is crazy because I've been in college. I had necessary, haven't finished a high GPA. I said I'm going to go pursue this, but guess what? I'm anxious, nigga. I need money now. It's my money, and I want it now. So
Facts.
I go get a job that I don't need a certificate. I don't need a degree. I don't need no experience. Most black men go get those type of jobs, bro, and
Facts.
they work immediately. You know what I'm
and this
saying?
is-
Blue
yeah.
shield, blue collar workers. So when we try to compare the statistics, nigga, these statistics, these are not on the paper. Because they actually going to work and go get jobs that a woman might have to go get in a career that is less strenuous, less stressful. It's not hard labor, and she might have to go get a degree to go get $35 an hour when the man just, hey, y'all hiring? Yeah, I'm hiring. Shit, all right, boo. You got some steel toe boots, nigga? You had a hard hat? Can you do like transportation?
So this is not even supposed to be something that's
I could finish that though.
Go ahead.
I could
Go
finish
ahead.
that. Okay, so that's the rebut. Okay, that's the disparity, right? With the wage gap closing, that's how it's showing you that men aren't in skilled labor, right? Because it is very simple for you to make the money, right? So you actually should be out earning your women by more, because a man can work and get $30,000 an hour, because labor jobs after education are the highest paying. Women have to get educations to get paid 35 and up. Men don't. You can use your force, but the stats are showing that black men are not in those fields. And that's why the wage gap is closing. That's why projected in the next 15 years, you and black women will earn the same amount of money, because they are consistently going to get educations. As we speak, black women are pushing each other, each newer generation, towards education. But there is an electrician crisis, a plumber crisis, a HVAC crisis. These jobs are not being filled by black men. By men in general, it's a shortage, but these jobs are definitely not being filled by black men. That's what Cheeky is just trying to articulate with that. So yes,
But that's the problem. Why, if it's not being filled by a black man, then get your black woman ass up and go fill that job. Why do you feel like only a black man can be in construction? That's bullshit.
The reason why educated people want to be with educated people is because classism is not based on just money alone. You making $100,000 as a blue collar worker does not mean that you upped your class. Education plays a very important role in class and when you walk in the status of who you are. So when a woman ranks up in education, she ranks up in status in class, and she wants her equal, not a person that just makes equal money, but somebody who is in equal status, equal class.
That's
with
y'all.
her.
That's
And
y'all
that
problem.
lies. See, that's
Hold on.
what
hold on.
But this is the thing. Those
That's
marriages
the
are
problem.
lasting
Hold on.
longer. Those marriages are projected to
Now,
last
Relly,
longer.
how do
I
we
think
get
it's
back
true.
to?
I'm sorry, go
How do
ahead.
we? Well, real quick, how do we get back to leadership and protection? Right, women are the leaders because the prompt is women are the leaders, women are the protectors. Is this conversation regarding schooling, money, etc., into the leadership conversation?
Not really.
I think it segued into it a
Not,
little
not
bit.
really.
You know what I think it is, Hamp?
Yes, sir.
I don't know how y'all got here.
That's from goalpost moving. That's what some people do. They
Go ahead,
move
House.
their
What do you think it is?
I just think black women are in competition with the black men they say are no competition.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
As
That's
it
what
should be.
it
A black
is.
woman should be in competition with another man. They should be in competition with everybody. Just
with
like
her
I'm in
man?
competition with everybody. I'm
Black
trying to
women,
beat Kamala
hey,
Harris to become the next black
I'm gonna
president.
tell you.
What are you talking about?
I'm
Go
gonna tell
ahead.
you.
But
Black
go ahead.
women should be just like black men and don't give a fuck about what a black woman is doing when it comes to her career and status. Like what? How does that help? You having a status, you having some money.
Why
How
do
does that
black
help
men feel like they have to
compare
always have a higher
compare the
status
two?
than black women?
It's
That's
not,
probably a good question. Why do you feel like you need
Listen
another
to his
a bigger
question.
status?
Listen to his question again. Ask the question one more time, House.
Yeah,
My
no,
bad,
I'm
go ahead.
saying how does a status, how does the money help when comparing the two? Like I just don't get it. Oh, black women got degrees, and we were like niggas working, but she's saying black women want to have men that are on their status in their I guess tax bracket.
That's
Like
what he's saying.
who I don't understand. I don't understand it, bro.
House is further articulating the point that Trigger Mike was making. Keon, Rockstar, Devin, if y'all could respond. Essentially, right, the status is the important thing, and they'll dismiss him because his job isn't luxurious, while his income rivals hers or exceeds. But because
That's
he
not
owns a
true.
moving
That's the
company
problem.
or he wears overalls to work, then he will be considered when that relationship could probably mesh, especially because the money is the same. If you ever dated somebody or went out on a date with somebody who got money and you don't, the places they want to eat, you can't. And I'm telling you, things that minimal can mess a relationship up. You know what I'm saying? Because now she want to go on a trip, but you gotta wait till you get paid on the 15th. So, but the guy who does the blue collar thing, to House's point, can do those things, but because he doesn't have the JD, right, the doctorate, that stuff next to his name, he's not even considered for a relationship. So that's his.
I agree with that. I think that.
Okay, this is also the things that
House. Let me know if I
right?
articulate. Cause I was just expounding.
No, that was perfect.
And let me.
Okay, so this is also the thing, right? Let's say Dr. G. It may take her less time to make the money. Okay, so Trigger Mike, he sits at home and make the money. He makes the 100K differently. Somebody in I'm a blue collar worker. I'm a 6-figure blue collar worker. We put hours in. We put blood, sweat, and tears in that shit. We don't have time. You're not a blue collar worker bringing home 100K. And let's talk about business owners. When they talk about
without the
if you own
time,
a transportation business or a moving business, yeah, your company could damn near gross $300,000 a year. You don't see a damn $300,000 a year. You got people to pay. You got expenses. So the income bracket may put you there, but what kind of lifestyle are you living? It is different from that lady who is a fucking CEO and she's pulling in $300,000 and going on vacation and vacation after vacation. It's a total different lifestyle in the way you're bringing the money.
Point.
That's why they want the people that they're equally yoked with.
That's a great.
So can I just say this real quick? Can I just say
That's
this?
a good point.
Well, I actually had inquired with Rockstar, Keon, and Devin. Just in terms of that. Now, Terrell, that is a great. I'll call it a retort to what I was saying. That is a great fucking retort because the quality of life is indeed different. The hours that you have to put in to make that money, i.e., so solid. Just for you guys' context, so solid. A brother that hit the panel, he said he makes more than women with degrees and has to work 80 hours a week to do so. That's actually an interesting point. Mike,
sounds like he needs to go get a degree then.
I was just going.
Yeah. Just go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
My bad. So the reason I brought up that I'm the person that does the transcript evaluations and stuff for people that come into my program is my retort to Sherelle is Now, a bachelor's degree does not equal refinement. And that was one of my metrics of success. Because if we took that class leveling up, like you say, if we took that to heart, then our children wouldn't be raised or made out of wedlock. Because those are actual class factors, right? So the degree, along with the husband, along with the good kids that are on honor roll, that's the class leveling up factor, not your degree. It just so happens that traditionally, everybody who did this thing in lockstep without fail just happened to be better educated. But when you talk about class, it is not degree.
You're moving the goalposts because degree definitely equates to class in America. Yes, you do. Your education in America. First of all, let's understand this. Less than 1% of Black women have a PhD. That is a very big deal. That's when you're in the upper echelon of upper echelons. Not many people will ever make it to that level. When you're in the top 1%, that definitely sets you apart from the rest of the 99. So don't say education doesn't play a role in this country. Yes, you do. If you're esteemed, you understand that when you have a PhD, most jobs give you tenure. You don't get tenure with a bachelor's. You can get tenure with a damn doctorate.
You get tenure in time.
You can get a tenure with what?
No, tenure's time.
So what I'm trying to tell you is it definitely plays a role. Not to mention, when you look at the birth rates declining, when you're looking at the teen pregnancy going down, when you're looking at children are not being born like that, you're talking about the educated women who are stopping that shit. You are talking about the educated women who are focusing on getting their bag and getting their education, a man that they're equally yoked with to have kids with. So when you're talking about this whole baby mama thing, that ain't the girls that's in school like that. Typically, the baby mamas that's in school are the ones who already had their kids and they get in the game to hustle to make sure that they could uplift their kids, regardless if a man is going to come around and save them or not. Right. Yeah. But don't come at us with that, because like I said, the same amount of women who have children out of wedlock are the same amount of Black women who don't have them motherfuckers at all. We are clearing that up. And you know why? Because we're becoming more educated. We're getting around a higher socioeconomic status of people. And when we get around those crowds, we elevate our minds. We're able to elevate the minds of the people around us. Yes, it plays a very pivotal role in classism. It does.
So
I agree with all that. She spit.
Remember,
I do agree with you.
Just because you were talking to me, let me say this.
I don't like when people try to downplay education, and I'm not saying nobody on here did. So because me and Trigger been agreeing almost all the time. But what I want to say about the education, see, men, and I'm gonna speak for me, men like me, the woman being educated. I'm paying for my wife to go to nursing school. She don't work. She has 2 degrees, right? But here's my point. My wife don't work. She got don't want for nothing. I'm living good. I'm doing good, right? So let me ask you this question. This is a very rhetorical question. What woman's degree holds more value? My wife, who doesn't have to work, has everything she wants, or the other woman who has a degree, but she has to work 60 hours and she's single?
Your wife?
Whose degree?
I think they both would be very validated. I don't. What you mean?
No. And see, look how we downplay relationships. It's so easy.
Wait. Rockstar, what would make her degree less valuable in your estimation? The one who's using hers and working with it.
I was going to say, good question.
Yep. Because it's one stock that a lot of us tend to forget that is of value: family structure. But tell you what an African proverb says: a man's first business is his family. Hence, if he fails the family, the business fails. Deep. That's our practice when it comes to entrepreneurship. Our first form of business and entrepreneurship is the family. And that's the stock that we seem to be forgetting, and especially educated Black women, not all, but the ones who put the degree actually having a husband in a household to raise the child and add to the degree that she has.
The class level.
So he said, real quick, let me just, I thought you said that whose degree is more valuable. So
Yeah.
That was the question. Yes.
Yeah,
I
so
would say my
I
wife's
think
the
that what
single
you're
mother because
articulating is
she
her.
has family
I think what
structure
you're
with
articulating
that.
is that I understood it. I think that
Okay,
what you're
yes.
articulating is that her priorities aren't in order as it pertains to what's most important to people's success being a family. But if you just put their degrees one to one, right, the value is there. You would maybe even able to argue the fact that she's actually yielding a profit from using her degree by proxy would have more value because they're actually generating revenue. But you're saying the priorities aspect, I tend to agree with that. But the
So
value
let me
part's
ask you this,
interesting.
Sam.
Yes, sir.
So let me ask you this, Sam. So again, that's why I had we are forgetting another important stock. Family structure. That's how generational wealth is created. That's
No, I agree. I agree. I thought we just
I
pinpointed.
agree with that.
Now,
he
this
was
the last
also
thing. Let me hold on. Now, this one thing, right?
Yes, sir.
There, I mostly don't agree with Sherelle about the prominence of status based on these degrees. I think money can do the same thing. I think money does do the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Because there's certain rooms, tables, etc. you can't sit at without the proper amount of money, because you can't even have the conversation, right? So you can have a Juris Doctorate all you want, but if you're in an oversaturated market like Washington D.C., you only pull in $80,000 from a $300,000 degree, you can't have these investment conversations. But if I have 50,000 in liquid capital, guess what I can do? Talk about investing.
Yeah.
So I guess that
well, help. You can have the conversation. It just wouldn't have no validation.
Like viable. Yes, viable.
Yeah, it wouldn't be valuable. Yeah, exactly.
Let me rebut on him. So this is what I'm trying to say to him. If me and you both have 100 liquid,
yes,
you have way more status than me just because you're DJ Ham. You know more people. You're known in DC. I could have 100,000 more than you, but they know you. They know your status because they know what rooms you're in. You hold status in other areas. So when you go to college, when you went to college, you joined fraternities, networking. The people, your peers, networking. My network is other millionaire truckers. That's my network. I know niggas who know logistics. I don't know educated niggas.
I understand the point.
Get that? Just like
yeah. I understand. Don't Sorrel, let's make sure because we are professionals, we have to make sure we teach everybody not to belabor their point.
But even with that, Hemp, is the question then becomes who's are you more likely to become a wealthy or have some level of wealth through education or through entrepreneurship?
Statistically speaking.
Okay, so most businesses don't fail.
Most businesses do fail, but I thought you said become a millionaire.
Well, I'm just saying being in those rooms, just being around that group, having the connections, meeting the people, the fraternities,
that's an
even
adjacent
get into those kind of doors?
Yes, sir. That's an adjacent point, but I thought you said millionaire. So I thought you said generating revenue, which hopefully you can keep a lot of that as profit. You are more likely to do that as an entrepreneur. But you're saying rooms and networking.
I'm just saying, like getting inside.
You're more likely to if you get immersed in a college setting and join things and etc. You're more likely to have a larger network, generally speaking.
Facts. Okay. All right.
So I think these things work mutually. Hopefully, these things can be hand in hand. So, like House is saying, think about it. I'm an entrepreneur, right? That I can generate money. And then my wife has a doctorate. You mesh that, like Rockstar says, then what happens?
Great things happen.
Yeah, and I think the biggest point we were saying is nobody's downplaying. I think that's what Rockstar was definitely saying is never downplay anybody, and we all work together. And I think a big thing was House of Hypocrites was trying to allude to was I like in my own situation. I think I even said before I make twice as much as my wife. My mother, she has a doctorate. I make more, like 2.5 times more than she does. So it's like, and then what we're saying is, you can. I didn't go get a college. I didn't get a college degree. So so the thing is like what we're saying is you can say, hey, go get these higher education degrees, but there's probably somebody who didn't get a degree who got their tenure working from the entry level position up all the way in up
Mm-hmm.
some field, and then they're equivalent. But because people are trying to put labels and like I'm better than you instead of just finding somebody who's equally yoked in drive and their purpose in the world. At the end of the day, men and women aren't the same. but we're trying to put us together like we are the same, and we're supposed to all do the same thing.
See, no, look, Devin, brother, Devin, go ahead. My bad.
My thing is, yeah, I think the thing is like maybe men should get more degrees, but the issue is women also need to like diversify what they do, and I think we also need to diversify what we're doing as a whole to then round out our community. And I'll end it there.
Yeah, just to respond to what. Go ahead.
Degrees. It's not necessarily degrees. It's just skills and certificates.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's not even that. It's expectation. As a man, you should expect
Go ahead. This idea that women won't accept a man that's blue collar is false. And there's data to show that. This idea that women is just looking for college educated, and that's not true, but they are looking for somebody to match them, mainly financially. That is the biggest part. So it's not like they won't date. It's not like they won't date a blue collar.
But those men outnumber them. That's what our point was. Those men.
Look. I'm not on that side where we're just sitting up here giving excuses to women. What I'm sitting up here saying is that as a man, you should not give an excuse to women. You should give women the exact thing that they want for, which is equal rights. If they feel like that they should have equal rights to a man, then give that shit to them. Make them go out into them construction fields and work the hell like you used to. Make them go out and take the responsibility that a man has to take for the failure, quote unquote, of the black community. Make them do that shit. If that's what they want, then make them do that stuff. Why in the hell do we have to be noble men and try to be this nobility type of nigga that sits up here and say that I will take all the responsibility, knowing damn well that there is other people that's in this community that fucks up this community. That's not just men. That's not just people that was born with penises. That's all I'm saying. If we are sitting up here complaining about how all of a sudden everything is always put onto men, how every bad situation is put on a man, then fuck it. Let's stop doing that. Let's give women the responsibility that clearly they are asking for.
So Keon, you are hold on real quick.
That's because we're leaders by default. If we did that,
according to who? According to who?
So real quick,
we know they can't do those jobs.
Real quick, Rockstar. We're bringing it full circle.
Mike. At LM5252 donated $20 through Super Chat. I'm a senior software and AI developer making $144K at 41 years old working from home. No degree, but I do have 5 certifications. You can look on the internet and find networking groups in
your area. So the certifications aspect, right?
Yep, certificate. I just
and you know, I looked it up real quick. I looked it up. They do not track. The Department of Labor Statistics does a bad job tracking certifications that are not related to college. That's why they can't track men's certifications. Yep. So when you look it up for black men work mostly public administration and warehouse jobs. When I see that, I already know they're certified in something, right? I know dudes that make more, well, not more money than me, but they make good money working for TSA their whole life, but they have every type, they have top secret clearance. They got all these different type of certs, right? So that's why I'm like, men have to get certified to do some of the specialized jobs they do for 20 years. I'm from VA. All the people from the 757, most of them dudes work for the shipyard. They got more certifications that I could count, but I don't think the government counts them though. So let me say this to what we were Rockstar was talking about. Let me say this to what
all the men
use your minute on that,
make
brother.
$200,000 a year.
Let me get Jawar. I gotta get Jawar in, man. Jawar, what's popping?
How's everything? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. Okay, I'm kind of jumping in at the last minute, so I don't know what the conversation is. Is it defining success or is it?
Man, what's your? Go ahead, brother. We talking about anything.
well, it's about leadership, and you know that's kind of what we're on. We're kind of not on the protection aspect. But we're talking about the leadership thing, you know, and how women are qualifying men. So now we're talking about money and what achievement looks like and what should be considered and how men do different things to generate income and prosperity that are outside of the degrees that are touted so often. So that's kind of what we're talking about. Do you think, Gerard, do you think men are the leaders of the black community? And if they're not, should they be?
Currently, I would have to say they are not. And we talk about the community as a whole, because we have too many communities ran by single mothers. So that's a problem. But I always tell people, if you just concentrate on your house and your own family, then that will expand throughout the entire community and will make the community better. Because for me, success is based on like
Gerard, that's actually interesting, right? I remember one time my buddy, his wife had a 2-piece on. And my wife and I were having a conversation about clothing. And she's like, well, such and such wife. I said, what you mean?
Right.
So I'm just saying that to say when such and such wife did it, my wife find a little gumption and be like, well, it ain't that bad. Well, it ain't that good, huh? So I find that if House lived next door to me and he doing some wild shit over there, I can't just worry about my house. The neighborhood matters.
Say something.
Right. That's the thing.
Say something. Let me touch on that.
Go ahead. Pause.
With yeah, most definitely. When talking about what women wear, that don't just apply to my woman. That apply to my mama, my aunties, my sisters, my nieces. If I see you with some shit on, that hey, go change that.
Facts.
We would have a problem in our family as men if one of our women is not representing herself right.
Facts.
We own your ass.
Facts, nigga.
How can you say facts, Keon? You want them to have freedom.
I don't want them to have freedom. I just want them to have the ability of choice. I don't want them to come out here with their ass out, though. Just because I want a woman to have the ability of choice don't mean I want them to be walking around with their ass out when there's a 2-year-old down the street that's looking at nigga. That's two
you straddling the fence. You straddling the fence, and that's the problem.
No, it's just because you cannot compartmentalize two different ideologies. That's your problem. That's a personal problem.
Jawar basically highlighted how we have an entire society of Black children that are over mothered and under fathered. And what I continuously get on this panel is pushback that I know my worth as a father. I know exactly where my role is, how it's dictated. And the reason the reason I say you straddling the fence is because you said, why can't we just give blame to the women and let them do their thing? That's exactly what's been happening for 60 years. Black children have the greatest reading deficiency in the United States, right? We looking at kids doing mall takeovers and ransacking people's private property. That shit can't happen with my children. I'd be outside whooping some fucking ass. I'm just telling you, the children that come from my house, their discipline is my responsibility. What's wrong with me knowing exactly how I'm powerful? This house don't run at this temperature without me. And that is how men are supposed to behave. We're not supposed to be giving that.
Okay, so wait. Because at the end of the day, it's not about me straddling the fence. Hold on, Cheeky. Goddamn. It's not about me straddling the fence. It's not about me being between side to side of the goddamn fence. It's about me being able to distinguish what is good for women and what is not. You sitting up here having your ass out is not good for you. But you sitting up here saying that a woman is subordinate to another man is definitely not, again, good for you as well as a woman. That's just, if you cannot distinguish those two things, then that's because that's a personal problem. That's your own intelligence that's not being able to distinguish those two things. But me personally, yes, I can distinguish the fact that I don't want my woman's ass out versus me being or teaching my daughter to be subordinate to another man. That's just that's two different things.
This whole podcast, I've been trying to get you to realize that we are not making women our subordinate. When it comes time for it, they subordinate themselves to us. That's my entire point. Just pay attention, bro. They will not take blame for anything. The thing that I said about Cheeky, and I said, if this was me, like if 70% of all teachers were men and 86% of K through 12 American children were reading deficient, the men would have to say this is our problem to fix, correct? Women will never say this is our problem to fix. They will just say this the system problem. They deflect responsibility and blame for everything. Therefore, we become the de facto leaders. Nothing ever changes or gets built unless we build it. I want you to take this methodology into your life and you will realize in 10 years how right I am. I promise you.
Okay, so this is the thing though, Trigger Mike, because we're blaming the teachers, right? We're blaming the female teachers who are signing up. The women are going to school. They know that they're not going to become millionaires or make 100,000 as teachers like that, but they're the ones signing up to be educated. They're complaining about the pay and they're complaining about the system and how they're funneling the kids and underprivileging our children, and their voices go unheard and they're dismissed. But they show up every day and they're giving their life to make sure that these kids can do. But the children showing up with behavior issues and they have to work through all of that. So why are we blaming the women who are actually putting fucking effort into it? We're gonna blame them?
No,
You
we're
know,
gonna blame
you
the
know,
mothers.
can I
We're
give a
gonna
quick
blame the
rebuttal?
mothers who
When are
send the
black men
kids.
going to say, well, maybe,
She asked me
we
the
can all
question.
be, wait, when are black men going to say, well, maybe we can't all be six-figure earners? Maybe we should go get a fucking degree and maybe we should go teach the children how to read since the women can't do it. Since y'all such leaders, since y'all such in charge, how about we see an uptick in black men go and be teachers?
Facts.
How
You know
about
what?
we see an
Facts.
uptick?
I actually agree with you.
Guys, she's talking to me. She's talking to me.
Black
Let me
men are
respond.
not starting no fucking literacy programs for these kids.
Facts.
Can I respond because she's talking to me?
Literacy program for these kids, and y'all ain't going to get your fucking PhDs in education. You know who doing that shit? Black women who y'all gonna disrespect. Right?
So can I respond?
Let them respond.
Can I respond?
Her degree don't mean nothing because she ain't got a husband to take care of her. But guess what? She using her PhD to get the fuck up and make sure that she can raise the literacy rates for black children in this country.
But education was never male dominant. Male dominated field.
For black kids in this country, you're worried about your own individual children, and that's what black men do. They're worried about what the fuck they own. Black women are worried about the community. Black men are worried about what the fuck they're raising in their homes.
She's talking to me. Let me respond. She's talking to me.
Take care of random kids. We know who adopt random kids. We know who are caring for random kids. Black women.
Hold on, Sherry.
I gotta respond.
Hold on. This quick. This is quick. We know who adopt random kids, but we also know who abort kids.
500.
You can't be both.
We also
know can't be the same.
We also know who
I believe in abortion.
The deletion of children.
Guys, she was talking to me.
We
So
also
let me
know who
respond real
abuses
quick.
the kids too.
We know who getting them pregnant. We know who getting them pregnant and getting them, giving them money to go to the clinic.
Keon,
We know who giving them the money to go to the clinic. Y'all, that's what you went viral for, right?
Somebody
Keon,
giving
my
it
man.
All these married men to stop nutting in their side holes. Be at the clinic.
Choosing them.
Wait a minute, hold on. She's really getting emotional.
Got a right to
here,
choose.
Them young
The
girls.
statistics say that. She's really getting emotional here.
Hey guys, hold on a second. Sherelle, hold on, Sherelle, hold on, Sherelle. Hey guys, stop talking while she's talking.
Yeah, but she's just screaming. She's screaming.
So y'all can drop you off too, right? If you don't want to comply. So just stop talking while she's talking. Sherelle, can you condense your point, so that they can properly respond? Are you? I guess you're done. You're done. Matter of fact, you're done. They understand. They understand your point. So House was engaging first, but Gerard wanted to say something. And I think Rockstar wanted to say something. So let's go in that order. Let's go Gerard, Rockstar, House, and Trigger Mike because he's the most long-winded. Go ahead, Gerard.
Okay, I'm one of these black men who was in education. I was dealing with your kids for 25 years. Okay, now when it comes to black women protecting the community and doing all this stuff for the community, no, black women are abusing the kids 90% of the time. You know how many times I had to go to social services because the kids' mothers was beating them, humiliating them in front of people, yelling and screaming like you were just doing just now? You know, that's a huge problem in our community. And like I said, when we have 70% of the families ran by women like that, screaming, yelling, going off, kids hear this type of stuff, little kids hear this type of energy, it flows into the school system. And this is why teachers are quitting, not just men, but the women. The women are sick of your kids. The black women, the black teachers are sick of your kids too.
And Gerard been a teacher over there in Dubai, in Virginia,
Baltimore,
all that, Baltimore,
DC.
Okay. Let's get this clear. Sherelle,
hold on, Sherelle. You got plenty more to go. So Gerard is speaking from an anecdotal, very tangible place too. And DC is nothing to sneeze at in the public school system. Baltimore, as you know, even Northern Virginia, you know, the school from Remember the Titans is probably one of the toughest schools in Northern Virginia, you know. TC Williams, right? And then you know, in Dubai, that's a whole different animal. But he has a lot of extensive experience regarding teaching the kids or lack thereof. So, Rockstar, go ahead.
Oh, wait. Well, I just want to finish one other point.
Go ahead.
And the reason why a lot of these mothers are, you know, have this energy is because of the stress of their daily life. They have no man. They're trying to do everything by themselves. Okay. And they're going around talking about degrees. Degrees has nothing to do with success. Remember, Hamp, I told you my dad was in politics down in Virginia.
Yeah, you told me.
Yeah. Success is really about your network, the people you know. There are plenty of people with degrees who don't know anybody, don't have any friends, don't have friends who have money, who don't have friends who have knowledge. You know, so a degree really doesn't mean anything.
Right.
I mean, well, I don't want to say it like that, but a degree is important. But it does not. It is not an indicator of your value or how much money you can make.
Okay.
It's about the people you around.
Rockstar.
Well, go ahead, Hamp. My bad.
Yeah, man. Again, it goes back to what I'm saying. It just seems like whenever we talk about the men and getting their shit together, it's almost a unified front. The minute we call out females on any issue where they have, even if we giving them credit in areas where they deserve it, it's like a triggered volcano eruption. And that's a part of the problem why we men have to lead by default, because we in general can take more brunt of the whatever comes with it, the backlash, the getting talked down on, you know, like for example, what LeBron deal with when he get kicked out the playoffs and stuff like that, right? Without an emotional breakdown. And part of the problem is that, and I don't understand, again, this is the biggest issue I have with it. I love smart women. I don't know too many niggas that don't like an intelligent woman, right? I love it. It's beautiful. It adds to your aura. But you want to know what's unattractive? When your degree is your prioritization and or a child without even giving a damn about having a man in the house or being a part of that structure. And we can overlook this as much as I'm saying it, but at the end of the day, I find that shit diabolical and fucking sickening.
And the outcomes reflected.
Man, at the end of the day, nobody gives a damn if you are in the house or not. The child being the child being a degenerate has nothing to do with you being in the house or not. It depends on his environment and where he's around. So yes, if his mom is around degenerate behavior, then of course the child is going to be degenerate at the end of the day. It has nothing to do with the dad being in the house or not. Because at the end, if we're sitting up here, look, all I'm saying, this is my only point. Stop giving women a different standard of living. Stop giving women a different standard of humanity. Stop giving women a different standard, period. If we are supposed to live at this standard, it doesn't matter if she can lift a 50-pound package or not. At the end of the day, she's supposed to live at that standard too.
What is up with you and the 50 pounds?
Keon, well, first, House was supposed to talk his shit as well. If you had something, House.
Oh yeah, Mo definitely got something. So I did kind of agree with. I do think men should be it should be more teachers, because I don't believe a woman can raise a young boy whatsoever. Not even his own mom's. You know what I'm saying? And she can mean the most to him. The most pivotal person in a school where boys go to school is a coach. So if you got a son, make sure his ass is in some type of sport, because when you're not there, you're gonna have some type of man in that masculine energy that little boy is going to submit to due to respect. Little boys don't respect these women in school, bro. And they can come from the most respectful household, but they think they can get away with it when they talking to these women that or these teachers. I honestly believe they need to lower the qualifications for men to get in these particular spaces. Just like I can go learn how to do a particular job through experience, they need to do things like that, bro. And Sherelle said something about most of the women are taking care of these children. Okay, cool. I said most of the women are aborting these children too. You know what I'm saying? She said most of the women are going to adopt. But a statistic y'all need to look up: the women that go get abortions, I think it said 40 to 50% reported they already had one.
40. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I think I just try to be have a dialectical thought process with everything I'm processing from everybody, because it just can't be this is the way, and we can't and we just say, oh, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? I think women are good teachers, but I said when it comes to raising a boy, you know what I'm saying? That's a different action. That's a different aspect of life, and that's why I think and then you gotta take into account that a lot of people go get jobs for money. People don't really give a. You know how many times people switch their careers when they get their degrees? Oh, what you studying for? What's your major? I don't know yet. They go, then the easiest thing before they get out of high school, before they get out of college, I'm gonna just go to education. I'm gonna go get a degree in science. I'm gonna go do, you know what I'm saying? We don't talk about that. Motherfucker go get a check off your kids. That's why the kids' goddamn behavior is like it is, because it's not a lot of, just because a lot of women are in these fields when it comes to childbearing or nurturing, that don't mean they actually want to do that particular job.
So House, do you think it's more? Go ahead.
No, Trigger Mike.
Go ahead,
Mike
go ahead.
still. Damn, there was something House said I wanted to ask for clarification. I forgot.
It's like 10 of them gonna respond.
Yes. Trigger.
Yeah. No, I'm off mute. Damn, I wish I could have rebutted right after Sherelle spoke, because that was for Keon. I set that up intentionally to show you what happens when you take something that women run education in our country, and then you try to hold them accountable for the outcome. And what does she do, Keon? I'm not even really picking on you, Sherelle.
Yeah, exactly.
No. But that's not. I'm not upset. I expect that. So in my household, I'm in charge. I get the final say. These children will do this as such, because that's what women will do. It's not Sherelle's fault. That's nature taking place. She is not going to be responsible for, I keep saying it, a man is responsible for every catastrophic outcome in a family. A woman will never stand in front of you and say, don't shoot him, shoot me.
I'm not responsible. I'm responsible.
She will never say that shit. So you got to understand, you getting shot anyway, Keon. So you might as well be in charge. You might as well be like, you know what? Let me ask Jawar something. This is an anecdote, but it's my opinion. Jawar, do teachers prefer to talk to mothers or fathers about the bad news of their children?
Fathers.
You said what? I'm sorry?
Fathers, if they have them.
Exactly. So it has been my experience that teachers like talking to fathers, because if you talk to the mother, she will blame the system or blame the teacher. It doesn't happen often, but when my children's teacher calls me and say they've acted up, they've done something, you know what I take it as? I internalize it as, nigga, you better discipline these kids. You ain't doing something right at that crib. I take it personally. It ain't the system fault. It's my fault. I'm about to be whooping some ass around here, and I'm about to be addressing this every day and checking up with the teacher every day until this problem is fixed, because I'm the only one that can do that. There's nobody left to blame once you tell me. Teachers prefer to talk to fathers. They prefer fathers in the home because we're the only ones that can exact these level of outcomes. And I'm done.
Trigger Mike, guess who the teachers used to call first? Anything.
When do I get to go?
Me, not the mom.
Go ahead.
I don't think y'all live in reality, brother.
Well, you know what? We might as well milk it, Sherelle. Anybody else want to respond to what Sherelle said? We might as well go ahead and go.
Hey, I got it. Sherelle, you wrong.
I'm not rebuttaling.
Go ahead, really. Go ahead. You not?
Jawan, you're talking about me. I don't have kids.
I'm not talking about you. I wasn't really talking about you personally.
Let's get this clear. First of all,
I wasn't really talking about you personally. I was just saying that you are just like
the parents, but you're not going to blame the women who are dedicating their lives to help children, even when their parents are failing them, which was what Trigger Mike was doing in the first place. Trigger Mike is going to talk about women-run education system. Yeah, at the teacher level, But who are your superintendents?
No, we have a lot of black women who are administrators and people on the school
Women.
boards.
Women outnumber men at the administrative level.
No,
Women
Sherelle,
outnumber
you're
men.
wrong.
Why are you talking over me? And I
Well,
just
you're
said all
wrong.
these
You're
things.
wrong. You're wrong. You're
That
wrong.
makes zero sense.
You're
That
wrong.
makes zero damn sense.
What did you say?
You're wrong.
That makes zero sense. But then it's gonna be, oh, she's getting
No.
loud, but you're talking over me, and I literally wasn't
But you're
talking when you were talking.
wrong on that. You're wrong on that. When
Then
you say
shut up. That's not the point. I don't care. Wait
Let her,
until
let her,
black.
go ahead and let her be wrong, and then correct it.
let me be wrong. Y'all niggas getting on my damn nerves. So at the end of the day,
Wait a minute, she said, let her be wrong.
Yeah, let her be wrong.
Talking about?
No
Yeah, let her be wrong, and then y'all can
54%
retort
of
with the
women-
with the correct information. Come on, go ahead, Sherelle.
At the end of the day, I'm not going to blame the women who are sitting here trying to help the children, even when the parents are failing them. When it comes to the parents, men and women make children. Until women start making the children by themselves, men will always be implicated in failing their children. Parents fail their children, men and women and fathers. I don't care what a daddy at. Go find that nigga. If the nigga ain't around, it's his fault. At the end of the day, it's 100% his fault for not being around there. But we're not about to put that on that. We're going to talk about the women that are showing up to take care of these badass, undisciplined kids. But at the end of the day, they're not in charge of who's cutting the government funding. That's men. The superintendents, that's men. At the government levels, that's men. Every time you have a tax fucking break, y'all want to send monies for war and all this extra shit, and y'all are steady pulling money out of education. That's the problem. So talk about that, because men are controlling those systems. So don't blame it on that.
But
So
no.
Keon.
that's
answer.
the whole
Let me
point. And
respond,
even when it
please.
comes
Let
to
me
an
respond to
abortion,
this.
like I said, y'all are implicated in that shit too. Stop
No.
trying to separate yourselves. And Joanne, you may have been a teacher, but it does not matter, because at the end of the day, the majority of teachers are female. Not to mention, y'all keep saying about abuse. That's proximity crime. Because it's the same way that y'all gonna call men predators, y'all the most murdering niggas of all time. Y'all the most violent people of all time. What does that have to do with it? It doesn't change anything to the other end. It's proximity. It's just like black on black crime, saying that women abuse children the most. Well, they're around the children the most. You niggas ain't around no kids to abuse them.
All right. Is it just me, or can everybody see the unaccountability that's running
So
through?
Gerard, correct the statement that was so we can be
All right.
edified.
Nah, let me talk while you talking. And let's see how they hear you when you start talking.
No, we heard everything you said, Sherelle. That's
yes. All right, can I go now?
No.
All right. What you said was factually wrong.
Not to say.
56% of K through 12 principals are women.
Yes.
And even
the
higher
education. Let me just answer Trigger Mike, because
on the government level where they cut the budget.
No, wait a minute. First of all,
let's get that clear.
Come on.
First of all,
superintendents enough.
when it comes to the
that's irrelevant. Why are you even telling us that? We don't care.
No, you don't care.
No, I don't care.
Okay, there are other people in the
I don't
conversation.
care about what other people think.
Go ahead and let him finish.
Can you mute her?
Come on, this is
Can you mute her?
No, because
you was about to
listen. I will, right? No matter, make me no difference if you're here or not. I'm telling her to let you go.
Oh, so you're not respecting me either? You let her just.
I said don't make assertions, right? I told you what I told you. You can accept it or not, right? But now I'm asking her and telling her to be quiet so you can edify us. Go ahead.
All right. What she said was factually wrong in terms of stats.
Okay.
All right. She said that most of the black women are just teachers. No. In the past 15 years, there have been black female administrators. Female administrators outnumber male administrators. Most of the people on this school board are women. They are setting the policies in a lot of these local districts. All right. Men traditionally have not been in the educational field. It's not a male dominated, it has never been a male dominated field. All right. Now, she made another statement that she's talking about the teachers. She's saying the teachers are out here, they working hard and we shouldn't have. I wasn't shitting on the teachers. I wasn't even talking about the teachers. I was talking about the parents. And I told you that it's because of the parents not doing their jobs, particularly the single mothers, is why a lot of female black teachers are quitting. A lot of administrators are quitting because there's just no responsibility in the community when it comes to how their children are behaving in the classroom. And this is what is affecting the reading scores, the math scores. All right. You're trying to take it to another part of the situation that I wasn't even addressing.
You're dumb because your point is you're trying to address my rebuttal by rebuttaling the same shit I was rebuttaling from Trigger Mike. If you was paying attention to what anybody was saying, you're defending the same shit that I'm defending. Trigger Mike is blaming the teachers. You're blaming the parents.
No, he didn't. No.
Yes, he was.
He was not blaming the teachers.
Yes, he was.
He was.
You wasn't on the
He
panel with him and
absolutely was.
Tiki had the back and forth in the first place. That's the problem. When niggas come up here, wasn't watching the show or paying attention, but you got a fucking opinion. And then you want to overtalk somebody, you sound dumb. You're trying to refute what I'm saying, and you're saying the same shit that I'm saying.
All right. Listen.
Close your fucking mouth and open your ears,
All right.
nigga.
Listen, she can say whatever she wants.
I can do whatever the fuck I want to do. Sure is,
This
nigga.
is the type of parents that teachers have to deal with.
Good.
So when the guy was saying that, now you see exactly what the community is dealing with: uncontrollable, disrespectful, loud, thinking she's right.
Or maybe you can't control her. Maybe you can't respect her. Maybe you just such a hoe that you can't sit up here and control this black woman. What you talking about?
Listen.
Dumbass niggas like you. That's
Hey, Sherelle. And Keon, I can't see you, number one. But
Oh shit, my bad.
Let's
Yeah, my
not
bad.
don't start calling people out their name and whatnot. All right, it's unnecessary, man. Like the conversation, it got a lot of gems in it, but then we just destroy the shit with the foolishness, right? So I'm asking, let's not start that. All right, I can't see Gerard. Oh, I gotta bring him up. Okay. So so where's the disconnect then? So if Gerard and Sherelle agree, then where are we? They disagree with Trigger Mike?
Yeah, that basically Trigger Mike's stance is because teaching and education is a female dominated area that women should take the blame for it, right? Sherelle's point is it should be parents that take the blame, and Gerard, I don't think, was understanding. He and her agree, and then it kind of led it to their back and
I
forth.
agree with both of them though.
Yeah.
Well,
So
that's just because
I'll say yeah.
The disagreement is coming from trying to pin the entirety of the education system on women because they're in the dominant field. So it'd be like me blaming the world of murder on men because they go to war. Like that doesn't make sense to do. It doesn't make sense to make it a gender thing instead of just looking at the system itself or the
I don't
parents.
think I heard anybody said it was.
Let me add this though. Let me add this. If we don't blame the teachers for the kids' inadequacies, do we praise them for the accomplishment these kids have? For the 3.0s and the 4.0s and the do we praise these teachers?
So
because we can't blame them.
Which one is going to be?
So
we can give them praise,
but you can't give them all the praise.
Let House
but you can't give them all the blame.
No, but they don't give
He's saying the same thing.
Children are outstanding. They praise those parents.
He's reiterating.
No, they praise.
He's just reiterating. He's
No. I know a teacher now.
His point
has gotten an award for being.
His point is valid. Why do we give the Teacher of the Year award if we're not praising teachers? Come on, y'all. Y'all are being disingenuous.
Y'all, no, it's not about being disingenuous.
I never gave nobody teach. Go ahead, my bad.
Exactly.
You're not a school system, Keon.
That nigga came out of nowhere. All right, listen. We went through this already. HAMP has already explained this. A lot of these things are due off of property taxes, and depending on what school you're at. He was already saying it really just depends on the neighborhood, the area, those things. So it's a more expensive conversation just saying it's the teacher. Well, let's figure out where the school is at. Let's figure out how much the property tax is, how much funding the school gets. All of those things matter. Is it a low income area? Is it a high income area? All of those things play into the role as to whether or not you get a good or better education, which was why when we had the conversation, Trigger Mike, I said it is a system thing.
It
So
matters.
let me clear up something because I
It
think y'all
matters
made
because I disagree. Let me tell you something.
y'all made a
In the
deflection that I
60s
didn't
and
make.
70s, we couldn't even the 50s, we couldn't even go to their schools. And we
Yeah,
still found a
let
way
me
to
make
be
a distinction real quick
now.
because Cheeky, you know, I'm about the parents. I say it starts at home. What I did, remember, I said I set it up to say, look at how we have to take accountability for the outcomes. That's why I say outcomes. And I set it up to say, if 86% of K through 12 children in America are reading deficient and 70% of all teachers are women, can we blame the women? I did that on purpose to show you that it doesn't matter what the situation is, women will not take accountability for it. That's why I did it. It is the parents for me.
Trigger Mike,
Yeah,
that's a flawed argument or flawed standing. Because if I find any area that I think men are failing at, like I said, so we're gonna blame men, and no man would accept it because it doesn't make any sense. Now, let me ask you this: let me find what areas of society that men impact children on, and that makes sense.
Say that one more time. What was the question?
Raising. So Tiki, let's engage real quick. So I would say that affect the kids the most. Being for our people being present, right? Because
no. I mean, like on I mean within society, not just like on individual level. Like, what is the equivalent of men impact on a societal level to kids? Like
so teachers are mostly women, and there's a direct correlation with the impact. Okay,
coaches, bro.
Men would be yes. So men,
what would that?
Yes, so men would be. I would go with what House said in coaching.
All right.
Okay.
Can I?
So wouldn't that be
the boys?
Wouldn't that be part of teaching though? Because coaches are teachers in most cases, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a correlation there, but it's different for sure. I think. The key.
Do we think it's enough? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying, do we think it's enough coaches to actually be able to say that they're failing the young boys if the young boys goes to jail? Like, how do you measure that?
I think so. From anecdotally speaking, I coach high school football at a large prominent high school, right? So right now, this high school has 4 kids in the NFL. For a high school, that's a lot of kids,
Yeah, that's a lot.
So 5,000 kids, 99% black, 50% boys. And one of my boys, he's in prison right now for a double homicide. And I'm just like, how did I miss him, But I had to correct him from 9th grade to 12th grade. His nickname was Sugar because I had to tell him how soft he was because he thought he was so tough, right? You know what I'm saying? But I bring him home, he'd stay at my house, like tight like that. You know what I'm saying? He living at his grandmother and grandfather house, there's very little structure, shit like that. And I feel, and I'm saying feel, like there's something I could have done differently to help him. Now, mind you, 2 out of the 4 kids play D-line, which is what I coach, and they in the NFL too, right? The 8 boys in my senior class, the last time I coached, 6 of them played college football, right? Which is a high achievement if y'all know anything about how hard it is to. So I did good, but that one kid I think is a slight asterisk, I would say.
So if you found that most college student or most student athletes don't make it to the collegiate level, would you say that it's fair to say that most male coaches are failing their student athletes?
What's the percentage again? Sorry. 90. You said 90% don't play, right?
Yeah, not most high school student athletes
over 90. It's over 90%.
Yeah, over probably 95% don't play. So no, I wouldn't say those coaches are failing the kids. No.
Okay, even though over 90% don't make it to the next level.
Well, because there's no ask or guarantee or that. I guess it's not the expectation. There's not the expectation for them to play college sports.
So they can be productive men in life.
Yes.
It ain't all about sports.
All right. Hamp, can I just discuss a
hold on? Are we? Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Just real quick. Are we done, Cheeky?
I think the point is we can't try to put the blame or try to make a general issue that is much bigger than just the students.
Because there's no expectation heaped on the coaches.
There's no. Okay. Exactly. It wouldn't be fair to put it on all.
It's a false equivalency. Teachers. Although I think I like it, House, right? Because it's right there. Yeah. But there is no expectation for those boys to play college football unless it's a top tier high school. So if you go to DeMatha, if you go to Modern Day, if them kids don't make it to the next level, somebody failed for sure. So
I'll ask this before we ended it.
And Gerard, you could jump in after House go because that was his premise.
Yeah, I got a question for Chicky.
From a teacher, just the aspects, right? Just from teaching and coaching, we only have to put a gender on it. Which one do you think has made the biggest impact in one of these children's lives? From a teacher or a coach?
Teacher, because not all kids get coached. Not all kids play sports.
No. What I'm saying is, if a child is being coached,
okay,
versus the teacher,
I can't say.
I would say the coach. I feel where you're coming from, House. I say the coach. Go ahead.
Ooh, for a boy, it'd be coach.
Yeah,
I mean
but
no, I think that for a boy, it'll be coach.
Yeah,
I think that's a question.
I think for girls, it'll be teachers.
That's a good ass question. That takes
I definitely remember my coach over my teachers because my teachers are there for a reason and they're there for a purpose. Rather than my coach, he was actually there so he can be a figure in my life.
You know the irony of that. I remember. Oh, it's crazy. I remember two of my female teachers. I hated one, white woman. Hated her, Miss Stovall. I remember Miss Bowman because I think I graduated with like a damn 98 in her class, and I remember all my male coaches.
But you know what that is though, House. You know what that is? Is that boys? The reason boys do worse in school is because of that exact setup. The coach is far more likely to be objective with you about your direct failures. She's not telling you the greatest thing in the world because you exist. A coach gonna get that shit right. You should have seen my kids at swim practice this morning. They were going off to the side because they were pulling on their backstroke.
Yeah.
The coach clapping his hands in their face, pull evenly on both sides. And look, they straightened up. They straightened up immediately. They get to be objective. They don't have to pull back any of their emotion or passion for wanting you to do things the right way. That's why I said boys are neat and it's necessary for you to learn that way. It's like the only way you do well. Right.
And,
so I think
and I've seen even men being teachers or coaches of girls teams and still get the same results. Right. That's why I say I think it should be more men teaching, bro. 1,000.
No, or at least coaching. You know what I mean? If teachers be coaches,
or more kids in sports.
Come on,
absolutely.
I agree with that.
So
I think y'all taking a really again, when you try to look at this stuff and you look it up, it's a lot of issues with the educational system. Like it's not just a gendered male thing, female thing. And when you
I agree, man.
When you talk to male teachers or female, it doesn't matter. When we talk to teachers, they're just saying we need help. We don't have support. Right. It's been declining for years. So trying to make it a gender thing to me it doesn't make any sense. But
the reason I set that up the way that I did. The reason I set that up. Let me say this real quick, Joel. The reason I set that up that way is because we now have data across all countries, right? You're saying what teachers are saying. Let's go by the facts. Teachers make well above national average nationally. The national average for teachers is $74,000. All right. Then that's the average. That is well over the national average. And they get 2.5 months off. Okay.
Right.
So and then we spend, so people say we don't spend enough on education. We spend the third most in the world. So when is it okay? I'm not saying it's all teachers' fault. That was a setup conversation. You know that I think it starts at home first. What I'm saying is, when do we put pressure on the person that is responsible for the outcome in that facet? Because the school I'm about to open, I put pressure on the people to perform. You get what I'm saying? In a certain way. Yes, you have to train them, but eventually women are going to carry out that fix because there's not enough.
Is that school going to be in a high income area or a low income area?
No, it's a higher education school, so it doesn't meet those metrics.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Joe. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Listen, I got.
I wanted
because I've been in education a long time. I have some stats, and I got some stats that many of you probably won't like. All right, and this is one of the biggest ones. the predictor of a success of a student inside of a school is not really related to how much funding the school gets.
It's the teacher.
No, it's
No,
not.
He
it's
gonna
the
say the
parents.
parents.
It's the
He gonna say the
parents.
parents. Yeah, you can tell where he going with
You
it.
don't know what I'm gonna say. You just let me say it.
Go ahead, Jawar.
Because it does have to do with the parents. A lot of times, the success of a kid in a school is really correlated to how much reading they do at home, how many hours of reading they do at home. Okay, because I've worked in very poor districts, and I've had African immigrants come in, Arab immigrants come in, Asian immigrants come in, just as poor as the black kids, but they read more and they get higher scores. So it has nothing to do with money. All right.
So the black community reads more.
It has something to do.
That is yes, Keon. Yes.
It has something to do with their attitudes about education.
You're right.
Okay, I agree with that, but that reading, that
hold on, let him
reading thing
finish.
you just said, that's
That
weird.
reading,
all of that will still tie into the social
reading,
of what
that reading. No, that has nothing to do with economics. I just told you this.
It does.
Why does she keep
Yes, it does.
where they can sit down and read, do that.
Gotta let her
Children
finish.
who go home to
I'm trying to
abusive
hear what he was
parents
trying to
can't
finish.
read. Children who go home and their lights is off can't fucking read.
Their
Children who
lights
go
are not
home and they're
fucking off,
only eating
okay?
at school
Most
because
black kids don't live under those conditions.
Yeah, they don't live under those conditions.
Most black kids don't live under those conditions.
And if
bro.
they're living in public housing, they got lights. What are you talking about?
What is you talking
I
about?
thought we mined out that
was
most
gonna
black
say.
kids don't live under
Black
those
kids
It
don't
makes
live under those
sense.
conditions.
He said he worked at low poverty income. You're not the only
did.
nigga education.
And they have lights on.
You're
What
not
are you
the only
talking
nigga
about?
education.
Their
My
parents-
cousin is
look.
the CEO and principal of my
Listen, girl, I worked at the listen.
CEO of a school?
You're
Even
not the
in
only
the
nigga. You make 0
Even-
cents.
Wait a
I'm
minute,
not-
how is
no,
somebody
If the
CEO?
conditions is conducive to them being able to go home and read, then guess what? The conditions that they're born in, the environment, the economics, all of that goes home. All of that matters.
Hold on.
First of all,
Hold on.
no,
That
let me
don't
answer
seem
this.
like
Let me
it.
answer this
I
crazy.
like
What got to do with reading? They got
Reading
free
is
libraries.
overrated, period.
What you talking about?
They got free fucking libraries. What the fuck?
Hold on.
Finances got to
Listen,
do with
man.
anything.
What are we doing?
Hold on. Sherelle, your whole
You didn't grow
rant.
up in no fucking library. None of y'all did.
I did go to the library.
Listen,
She's
she's the one who won't send her
but
kids
check
to the
it out,
library.
See?
Okay.
So
Nobody
so
check it out.
black
Check it
kids
out.
that
No,
ain't
no,
go
no,
to the
Let
library.
me finish my point.
Let
Go
me
to the
finish
library.
my
Go
point.
to the
Let me
local
finish
library.
my
There's
point.
25
Let me
But check
finish
it
my
out.
point.
Check it out.
Let me give you some more statistics.
Outside
Let
the
me
library.
give you some more education. Let me
I'm
give
gonna
you
say
some more
this.
education.
I'm gonna say one thing.
No,
I'm gonna
please,
say. I
House,
promise you, bro.
Niggas
I'm
forever
gonna say
one thing.
one. I'm gonna say one thing.
Let me finish what I'm
Terrell,
saying.
your entire hold on, Jew. Your entire point did not. It did not. You gave all scenarios on why it might be hard for the children to read. He just said reading is the issue.
Didn't say why.
And how many hours they put into reading.
Let's be clear.
And
Let's be clear
You're
too about
telling
it.
me
Listen, I taught.
he's saying that reading
I taught the talented.
economics, even though
I taught the-
economics will play a major role in if you're
I
taught.
taught the gifted and talented students.
But
let's
it don't
so
matter
this
if
thing
it's
you can do is
economics
read
or
the
not.
The
books,
parental
right?
life and the lifestyle that you're giving your children is going to dictate if they
All right,
have time to come home
let's
and
be
read.
clear
You're
about
not
something.
finished.
Just a
But
quick
it's
rebut.
Please.
disingenuous.
Let me finish
Hold
what I
on,
have
y'all.
to say.
Just rebut. Then we got to get B nice in there. Quick rebut. Then we got to get B nice in there.
I can't do a quick
This
rebut
is
'cause I
what we
wouldn't even
have to
finish
start
what I'm
doing. Hold
saying.
on. This is what we have to start doing because those arguments are old. When you see a black in 2026, do you see them with a high luxury item or a tablet or something of value? If I see a tablet in their hand, that means they have lights at home. That a child that can sit there, I wish somebody would try me on these topics. I see kids with Jordans on, which means they got money to pay the fucking light bill. I see kids with tablets and iPhones, which means they got money to pay a fucking light bill. They can read if they wanted to, but they don't.
If you
Stop with these
think
excuses,
in
man. This shit is
2026
tired.
nobody lights is off, you're crazy.
And another thing, and so
You're crazy.
their lights are not off. Okay,
No, so
stop
nobody lights
exaggerating.
go off.
Your lights are not off.
world
Okay,
y'all in?
nobody's lights are off.
But the
I live in a
point
country
is not
where
about it being the lights is off. It's the point of what are you reading? Just saying that reading is needed in the community is bullshit. What are you reading? What is the
It's not
purpose of your reading?
bullshit.
If you're reading
It's not
BS just so
bullshit.
you can come
No,
up
it's
here
not
and come on
bullshit.
YouTube and make
No.
arguments like the black woman is God, I don't care about reading as a
Oh,
person. That's just what I'm saying. So reading is
Okay.
very
Well,
overrated, and I feel
yo,
like y'all
who is
use
talking?
reading to just look smart.
Who's
All
supposed
right.
to be
So,
talking,
okay,
man?
so this
Reading
guy
is
is
overrated?
this
Oh,
guy
we're
is
fucked.
degrading
We're
reading.
cooked, nigga.
See, this is the type
We're
of
cooked.
the
That
crazy.
nigga said
this is who we
reading is
talking to.
overrated.
These guys.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Hey,
Yeah,
you,
I think
This is
reading.
crazy. You
hey,
got a
Peach,
guy
you
who's
tripping though,
degrading
dog.
reading.
You know what
Wow.
reading helps do to a child brain,
Right.
bro?
You can say
It's
reading
it's not about stories. The imagination grows, the brain grows, the
And you don't
goddamn
just have to
cells and
read
neurons
fiction.
and
You can
connectors in
read
that goddamn
nonfiction, history.
amygdala and fucking shit like that grows, bro. Is reading. Even if they reading
you got no
subtitles or some
love.
shit, nigga. Like,
So
Reading
you
is
got
simply
critical
brain
thinking.
growth.
You got
Comprehension.
critical thinking because you read a book. Is that what you're
most
saying?
definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
You see why
Most
Cheeky
definitely.
quiet?
Yeah.
Because he like, oh
Oh
shit, they're not
my
representing me well right now.
Cheeky
Cheeky,
Yeah.
Wi-Fi.
Listen.
reading
All
is
right.
not
Can I
fundamental.
finish with the
Cheeky can't
statistics
even
here?
get with that. Y'all
I want
Can I
book.
misrepresent.
finish with?
I got bookworm.
Hey, can I finish
Cheeky here.
statistics? Because I also want to talk about.
This what
I
I've
also
been
want to talk
told.
So
about
your day to day
educational
living
power.
Hey, you guys got to stop talking at
help
the
you?
same time, man.
Listen, can I go ahead and finish? Because I didn't
Stop.
really finish.
You guys got to stop talking at the same time.
All right.
And then what happens is a person will be talking while somebody else is talking, and then people claim that they're not doing the things that they're complaining about. Everybody need to be cognizant of who has the floor. Okay, Jawar has the floor. Go ahead, Jawar.
All right. Can I have the thing? All right. Now, one statistic that is false is about the success of students. It has nothing to do with how much funding a school district gets. All right. The success of students mainly depends on how many hours kids are reading at home. All right. Because that increases their comprehension skills. They come in, they're able to decode words, do critical thinking, like the young man was saying, all these things. Reading is something that can be applied to every subject in school. Okay. All right. Second thing, it really, for Black students, it really doesn't matter which school system you're in. They are consistently getting the lowest scores amongst the groups, whether they're living in a middle class area, a low class area, or a rich area. Any high school principal that when you look at their reading scores or math scores, it is always lowered by the Black students, Black American students specifically. Okay. Third, educational policy. Because I've been in education a long time, I know about policy. And one of the policies that were pushed by a lot of women, because it is a woman-controlled field, right? No Child Left Behind was pushed by women in the system. They got together, they pooled their resources, they influenced a lot of politicians to pass that bill. And that was back in 2000 when Bush came in. And that's when I saw my field just do a flip. Because all these women were complaining about, they picking on my child is sensitive, we can't fail them, we can't give them F's. This is why we got here. And we're seeing the consequences of that. And now people are trying to, it's George Bush's fault. No, George Bush was a politician. He was influenced by the people who was, who voted for him and who was, advocating for certain things. So yes, it is a gender specific thing because women were voting more than men when it came to educational issues. They were organizing.
Okay.
And this is what I saw being a teacher in Baltimore, DC, Virginia, North Carolina. All right. So it's not just, so that's why it's very important that we cannot separate the politics out of this. We can't separate parents' responsibility in this. It is not just
land the plane.
All right, that's my point. That's
okay.
It.
I think that's an interesting point about the economics of the situation not mattering and how Black kids fall at the bottom regardless of the economic status. I think that's an interesting point. Be nice. Did you go?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit sick, but what up, everybody on the panel?
What's up?
The kind of thing that we're talking about is the coach versus the teacher thing is our misunderstanding of how either boys learn or
That's a good point.
how like how both the male and the female kids are raised and how their brains actually work with learning, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when kids are with their coach and they're learning something physical, that is something that they can either like they can understand very easily because that's how they learn, right? And so if you make a football practice into a math lesson and you count the people and you just add the numbers on top of what's already physical, boys can pick up on those things a lot easier than a lot easier physically because it's just a physical thing versus a girl sitting at the desk reading a whole bunch of stuff and like internalizing all this stuff, which men don't really do. We're more external. So it's just us kind of we're falling into our own weaknesses and we keep doubling down on what we're weak on, which is like sit down, learn, don't do anything, don't talk. When that's never how education's been, and that's not how education's supposed to be for the masses. If we're talking about the people that succeed, which are always going to be the minority, the masses need something a little bit different, and that's what the reform should be. Is not making it super boring is the word for it, because what black kid wants to, I mean, you see MTV, you see all this different shit on media, and then you go to school and you just sit down for 10 hours a day. You don't get to rhyme, you don't get to rap, you don't get to do any of the stuff that actually you're interested in. But then, there's all these different games that may incorporate math and rapping, right? And so those things are ways to get to kids.
Are there studies that confirm that boys learn at a lower rate than the girls in terms of like the sit down lecture?
Yes.
Absolutely. I think it was a retroactive study.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
I think it was like retroactive or something like that.
Hold on. And I never looked it up, but I believe it's true. I'm just asking. And then secondarily, does Montessori solve for that?
I was in Montessori. I don't really remember it.
No, private schools are the ones who do more immersive. The word he's looking for is immersive learning. If you're sitting down most of the time, you cannot have a good school. Immersive learning is usually private school because the parents pay a hella hefty fee to get all the stuff you need to create that education. The place where you can see it more publicly is like China. They don't learn they read, of course. They learn life skills in school. They put on suits. They learn how to make their bed. They learn how to plant. They learn how to make their own plate, clean up after themselves to make them good human beings. But they're moving around all day while they're doing that.
Yeah,
that's
like
at a certain age.
The age matters for sure. Because to your point, we do chalk talk, right? If you are not good at chalk talk after we've done it on the field and then reiterated with the chalkboard, you won't start that game, right? You're not gonna get on the field if you can't understand the chalk talk. Do you know what I mean by chalk talk?
You're talking about like the designs of the plays and stuff.
So like literally going, hey, draw this blitz up, and then the kid will draw the arrows and shit like that.
Okay.
So if he's
Ham,
not,
do you see? Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead. It was a question for you. No, I'm sorry. Do you see a difference when it's done immersively? When you're doing the chalk with the play, do you see that more athletes understand it than not?
100%. And even so much so that the chalkboard itself is competitive. So I'll put a down in distance. I'll put a personnel up there. I say, draw the defense that's best against this. And they literally back and forth. He'll go, they'll grade it. The other person, it's two chalkboards, and they'll draw up a defense based on what they saw. And then everybody else in the crowd like, nah, you should run this with that. So they fully engage, and it's literally us writing on the board, So
that's
but Hamp, that's my point. And look, when I sit up here and say,
I'm talking about athletes on the chalkboard,
But when I sit up here and say that reading is overrated, I'm not.
You said it doesn't matter. Hold on,
Keon. Go ahead.
You said it doesn't matter, Jawar, the athletes.
I'm not saying that athletes matter. I'm just saying the example you're using is for athletes. because in the education there are different types of learners, okay, and we can't just assume that every male can relate to like sports, because there are guys who do other things. There are black boys who
No, we were
music,
okay. I got you.
black boys who are into
I understand. I understand
art.
your point, right? Just because I gotta go, so I don't want to go too far. So yeah, I understand your point. You're saying that they do different things. That's just an example of what Be Nice was saying, and I was just using something that I understand and I see how it works, where they're literally doing the thing out on the field, and then we go write it on the board, and I can see the enthusiasm because they actually understand it because he did it himself. So I can see I'm just articulating the value of it from my anecdotal experience. That's all. But yeah, 100%. Go ahead, Keon. My bad.
Yeah, because it's real quick. Because that's when I say that reading is overrated. I'm not saying that education is not useful. I'm not saying that to none of that extent that from what I was hearing the panel saying. What I'm saying is that for like the example of the chalk, right? Is be specific. If you're going to read something that's actually useful to what your life is supposed to be about, to what your career is supposed to be about. That's all I'm saying. Don't just be reading just because then you get pseudo people up here on YouTube that's talking about the black woman is God, that men ain't shit, that all this different stuff because they just read something in a book and they have statistics that supposedly back up what they're talking about. That's all I'm saying. If you're sitting up here just saying that you're reading just because, then that's ridiculous to me. But go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Good save, Keon.
So
Good save.
I would just have to say that I have to disagree because I mean the whole point of a kid manufacturing or creating their own facilities for like their critical thinking and what they're actually going to be doing with their life comes from multiple different combating ideas while reading. No matter what you read, if you just read a whole bunch of stuff that you've been told or agree with your entire life, your critical thinking skills aren't going to be as adept as someone that's read a whole bunch of stories with high amounts of manipulation or these different types of like all these different things come in stories / books that it raises your comprehension and self-awareness for what's going on and how to process things. Because you can't just be in all the same situations. If every book I read is about me on the block and the gas.
Hold on. Let me go next, please.
He's not. Yeah, I got you. He's not.
Oh, sorry, that was him. My bad.
No, you good. You good. You got the floor, Lee. I just want to say this. Keon not disagreeing with you. He's just saying be intentional with the reading, and so that can be an array of things. From Machiavelli's The Prince to 48 Laws to True to the Game. Right? They all have different things, and the writers convey things in different ways, which can give you that, like you said, a different type of comprehension level and such. So I don't think he's disagreeing. Go ahead, Lee.
But sorry.
All right,
I wanted to say one thing
really quick.
Yeah, he not
really quick. Be nice. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, your example, like 48 Laws of Power, all these different books. These are adult books, so like they have ratings for them. Like these are not just books that everyone should be picking up because you have to have a certain amount of comprehension skills, which means you have to have a past of reading in order to interpret what the book is saying to you and understand what it actually means. Otherwise, it's just hieroglyphics to you. If you haven't read a whole bunch of other stuff, it's just hieroglyphics. You're just hearing a whole bunch of stuff. You see a whole bunch of words, but you're not comprehending what's being,
there's
told
age
to you.
appropriate reading.
Yeah, there you go. There we go. That's perfect. And that's why they recommend certain books based on level and such. So yeah, 100%. Yeah, good.
I ain't gonna lie. I stopped reading, bro.
Hold on, let me get Lee in because Lee was kind enough to let B and let's go through that last thing. Go ahead, Lee.
Appreciate it. So we all read Cat in the Hat, right?
Yeah.
Like Dr. Seuss, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So, that just kind of goes to his point. He just kind of gaslighting because the reading has to start at a young age. And I think these gentlemen were bringing up the younger ages, like the guy who said he was in schools. He was saying, the biggest part of it is that these kids go back home and they don't read Cat in the Hat, Dr. Seuss. He ain't talking about some book that's so meaningful and powerful that it breaks your brain. No, because reading does something to the brain, even if it's just like the slightest amount of words. And that's why a lot of people can't read, because they don't read. And reading out loud, a thing that a lot of people used to be afraid to do back in the day, is another thing that was extremely helpful, right? Like my English teacher, he used to go a step further and he would have us put like these pencils in our mouths across your mouth and speak through the pencil to better articulate yourself and be able to speak. And it stopped a lot of kids in the neighborhood from stuttering. You know, so like these things are so important. And like I had said about leadership before, is one of the main things is being able to articulate yourself. So you're not a leader if you're not a book reader, because that's one of the main sources of articulation and being able to comprehend most of society. And I would even argue that a lot of us can find our stepmoms and stepdads, quote unquote, inside of books, right? And learn a lot from those men and women and their journeys just by reading the books. And then the next thing I want to speak about is when the guy spoke about the guy who's in sorry, I can't really see the names. This is like different, but the guy who speaking about how kids don't read at home, right? You're right. But the reason for that is a successful checkmate against the Black community, right? Them successfully dismantling our communities. And that's what I realized. And that's why I bring it to the government. And I understand that the government played us, right? And you can tell when you bring up other communities outside the country where they're all one, like the Asians, Chinese, Japanese, they all one. So they don't have this, you're this and you're that. The race stuff kind of not happening. Maybe it happens a little bit, but it don't happen as much here. So they build together thinking of everyone. Where in here in this country, we got redlining. All these highways in our country were built where Black neighborhoods used to flourish. You think that Black Wall Street was something? Dude, every major city in the country was a Black Wall Street. They don't tell you this. Like right here in Miami, Overtown was a major city. They built the highway over. You know why? Because in America, they don't build their downtowns for the people that live there. They build their downtowns for the people that leave. Let me explain that to you. It's all about the white man and the white women here. Okay, so why they built the highways? So they could come back from their suburbs and still work their jobs in the downtown area and then leave again. I'm only bringing that history up to you to explain that this country is built around suppressing not just us, but other people. The only difference is they do it to us more because this whole black skin thing. So I just, I understand what you're saying, brother. Like, you right. I wish that this didn't happen and they weren't like trying to screw us at every chance they get. And mothers and fathers were in the communities, which was happening when they wasn't trying to screw us over, right? But that's not the case. Unfortunately, Black man got a target on his back because at the end of the day, we ain't trying to be second. And the guys at the top,
I'm sorry. What you talking about is like 3 generations.
Wait.
It's like 3
When I
generations.
said
We're talking about Black parents now. What is keeping them from?
Yeah, but that's what you're not understanding. But that's what you're not
country. Hey, Lee, let me add this, Lee, because one thing I noticed, right, from a decorum standpoint, how much further do you get if people are well behaved? Right, when you have a kid in a classroom who is an issue, you have to stop and correct and admonish that kid. Right, in our conversations, most often we can't get through the conversation. We lack so much decorum. What does that do in the education system? Take this. I know y'all don't like this type of shit, but boxing. Watch this fighter named Inoue and watch him fight in Japan. Lee, to your point, they literally exclaim when it's actually a good punch. Over here, motherfuckers is eating popcorn, talking while they fighting, all types of shit. But while they fighting over there, good combination, people say, oh, and then go back to being fucking quiet because they're actually there to watch the fight. Us, you know what I mean? Like it's very interesting how efficient those cultures are because of the level of decorum. What you think about that? House, what you think about that? Is that I'm bugging?
You ain't bugging, but I'm the type of nigga that fuck their decorum. I like our decorum. You know what I'm saying? But I do understand the sentiment on how some of these cultures have a certain respect or behavior for things, though. You know what I'm saying? But is it going to produce different results depending on what area we talking about. If you talk about the educational system, obviously we know China and the technology and how they run with their community as a whole is something productive within their decorum.
Yeah, that's
but
what I'm speaking for. Yes, sir.
Okay, I was about to say when
Yeah.
fighting, I'm gonna go whoop a Asian ass, boy.
Oh no, yeah, I'm saying I'm more so not the fighters, but the crowd, right? The crowd has such great decorum. I take that and extrapolate to how they act in their earth and in their classrooms. I just know that there was classes at times where the class stopped for 30 minutes because somebody was being an asshole. And now those other
I was one of those. I was one of those students. Most definitely. You stopped in the class.
Then think about this.
If I had a white teacher, it was over with.
Oh yeah, if you had a substitute of science, it's a wrap. Don't send no substitute my way, right? That's how it was.
Yeah, they put my desk outside the class. And what's crazy, I was an intelligent student, bro.
Well, yeah, there's.
If I didn't like the teacher and I didn't like the subject, we have a problem. You know what I'm saying? Because my favorite thing is how they gonna help me.
Wait a minute, hold on.
That goes to be nice point though about the learning. Hold on, real quick. The learning aspects. Like if they would have taught it differently, you'd be surprised what you would have been engaged in. That goes to that. I'm just saying, even take us. We've been up here for 4 hours and 35 minutes, right?
Yep.
Well, I have anyway, that long. I would argue 30 minutes is us either having a conversation about the conversation or asking people to be quiet. You know what I mean? If you compiled it all the way together. And because we lack a level of decorum. You know?
And also a lack of discipline too. Sometimes you just have to.
That's true.
Yeah. I think those are kind of one and the same, you know.
Even if you don't like the subject, don't like the class, that's still no excuse for you to act like a clown. Okay, you just need to because what it teaches you in life is sometimes you got to be in situations where you don't want to be there. I'm sure everybody got jobs here, got a business. You don't want to be there, but you have to keep your mouth shut. You know, listen to what your boss is saying, or you're gonna get fired.
But that's my thing, bro. Is that there's been
so this idea that you have to only be good under perfect conditions is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay. You just have to just shut your mouth, be disciplined, you know, and just get through it.
And it's a respect thing too. Like, you know, you have a person on the panel, they want to respond to everybody comment. I'm not going to respond to everything everybody say. I might have a one-on-one and then move forward. Yeah.
It's all three for sure. Decorum, discipline, respect. If you have high levels of those three things, I think most of your situations would be decent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
You know,
of course,
self-respect too.
And then you also want to say this, man. I know you said it's 3 generations away, but it's a lot more than that, and it's a lot longer than that. Before we even got to America, it was happening over there. And then I also want to say just I kind of forgot what I was about to say right there.
All praises.
I say something on the generation. Bro. I think the generational thing is
that's what I was about to say. My bad, House of Hypocrites. Damn, my bad.
I know that was.
I just remembered that shit because I got to remember that I said this. Is that a great wrong was never written right. You feel me? Against the people in the country. I get what you mean when you say it was hundreds of years ago. It was more than that, but a great wrong was just never. They just was nah. For real. It should be therapy for all of us. It should be some type of funds for all of us. That's what we should be getting if they really was trying to help us, bro. That's a fact. You can't just enslave a bunch of people and just send them out to the world. And then once you send them out to the world, all the cops are doing all this stuff to them, bro. And to this day, it's still happening. Then you go, oh, it was 300 years ago. Nah, bro. A great wrong was never written, bro. And that shit is always going to be a place in the world where they can look at these black people look what they doing over there, but they created that shit, bro. They created that shit, bro.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I understand the history, but
we had better reading efficiencies under Jim Crow. So,
are you saying that black people really can't get ahead unless the
they are getting ahead? That's not what I said at all, bro. Don't do that. That's not what I said at all. They are getting ahead. It's meant you getting ahead. Don't do that. But you get what I mean when
No,
you
but you
go and
keep
you get the point.
talking
Look,
about the
I'm
past.
no,
You keep
because I'm talking about every time y'all bring up places where people can't read is impoverished places like Sherelle and Cheeky say. It's always those places. It's never the affluent black area where they can't read. Why is it the impoverished ones? Just like what I
I told
said.
you. No.
That's what I'm
Statistics say.
saying, bro. I'm not saying
Statistics
that we
say.
ain't getting
No.
ahead. That's crazy.
No. Statistics, educational statistics show you it doesn't matter for the black students what educational level, they still have the lowest scores. They still have the lowest reading scores. They still have the lowest math scores. And that is
Okay.
because a
hmm
lot of our children, not mine, but a lot of kids in the community that are under these single women households are not reading.
Okay, where
Are
did
not,
single? Okay. Let me ask you this, bro. Do you believe that single women households was manufactured by the government? I'm just gonna ask you, yes or no.
listen,
It doesn't
a black
matter.
woman
Just
going to the
yes or no.
no,
Just yes or no,
no.
bro.
I'm gonna ask
Just
you a
let me get a
question.
yes or no.
No,
Just
it's
let
not a
me.
yes or no answer. A black woman
Ah,
going down to the courthouse asking divorce from a husband ain't got nothing to do with the government. That's her choice.
but bro, this happened before that. This happened way before.
We
Like you
talking
just named
about
one
since
situation. What about the crack? What about
70s,
all the crack? They
80s,
like
90s. Black
Hey,
women were just divorcing their
real
husbands, said they
quickly.
can do it by themselves, and we don't need their help. They've been
Hey,
saying it in
yeah.
novels. They've been doing it in movies. They've been doing it on talk shows. I mean,
Hey,
how else
just
we going to keep
real
going?
quick to Lee's point. Two things could be true at the same time. None of y'all are wrong. That's the point. And I
Well, we talking
think
about
the
the
part,
last 40 years,
yeah,
though.
no, but this is what I'm actually about to speak to. So Lee,
same thing.
this is the part that sucks ass. This is the part that sucks
Mhm.
complete ass.
Oh,
Everything you saying is right, and the parents are still responsible for the fix. That's the fucked up part about it.
Yep.
Everything that you saying that should happen from the government, that needs to happen. Black people deserve reparations. Reparations are a precedent they set for other people. So you absolutely deserve it. And you know what the fucked up part about it? You still responsible for your kids and their outcomes after the government fucked it up. So that's usually where I come in, where I'm like, I understand everything you saying, but I'm still the quality of my children's education still my responsibility. Ain't nobody gonna be telling me my kids can't read. You know what I mean? So I understand what you.
Right.
I think y'all look for points of contention and disagreement when both of y'all are right, and I think that ultimately it's messed up because we still got to do our due diligence. Like there are some people who are only in the mud knee deep, and and look at it like black people are in there neck deep, and you still got to get yourself out. That's how fucked up the situation.
But I really feel, I'm
I
telling
hear
you,
you. I
I
hear
really
you.
feel that what's really holding us back is so many of our people in our community cannot let go of the past and look to the future.
That's
They
not it, bro.
their frame of thinking, their attitude, the way they interact with each other is still from that past.
Yeah, let me
Still from
read these real
watching
quick,
their
y'all.
No,
watching their
that
parents
you're right
interact.
about that. It's still from that
Let me
past. You're
read
right
these
about
real
that.
quick. AL with the $2 says, I read Powernomics to my son at 4 months old. AL with the $2 says, read from the first day the baby is born every day. AL with the $2 says, how many parents have a plan for their kids? AL with the $2 says, yes, I'm bragging. Also, BJJ, karate, basketball. Well, if you want them to fight, put them in something where they fight. AL with the $5 says, my 6-year-old son reads the 5th grade level, French and English, math pre-algebra level, music, piano, violin, drums, composing, and writes a journal every day. Black Dawn with the $5 says, Keon, maybe you just can't control her because you're weak. Keon is a gold medal instigator. Welcome to Toxic Inc. Mrs. Vontae with the $2 says, why lower them? Shouldn't men meet them? West M with the $10 says, Trigger is right. If you look me up, Trigger is right. If you look me up, all you would only see is my engineering degree, ODU. Even though I have over 40 certs from fiber optics, PLC, Siemens to OSHA and Class B CDL. It's common in the 757. Matreon with the $5 says, if they can't brag to their girlfriend or the internet, the relationship is doomed. Mr. Harrison with the $5 says, shout out to the 757. AL with the $2 says, I'm getting my PGMP cert in 2 weeks. Wish me luck. Good luck. Black Dawn with the $5 says, that's pretty good at LM55252. Keep up the hard work. One day you'll be as good as me. And then I read LM's out. Salute to the whatever, fuck that is the AI. Just my 4 cents with the $2 says explain a million educated black females layoff. Just my 4 cents with the $2 says is AI devaluing degrees?
Most definitely.
He knows what the $5 says. I'm a safety site coordinator. A lady comes on site. We all know to have our ears up, and there will probably be an accident by the end of the day. James with the $2 says, "Can men be led by women?" Is what I'm hearing. Black Dawn with the $5 says, "Mike, nursing is included in STEM. Is this a quote even worth memeing?" AL with the $2 says, "We are in an era of confusion. Too many voices." Just my 4 cents with the $5 says, "Why would a female slave submit to a male slave she watched get emasculated for 400 years? She only stayed around because she had to." AL with the $5 says, "Cheeky is right, ellipsis. The reason for that is there is no rite of passage to establish the leaders, and there's no standards to establish that passage." Elam with the $5 says, "Y'all need to come on and be conservative and vote for Donald J. Trump and for other conservative. It's heaven over here, and most of the panel seems mad all the time." Just my 4 cents to the $5 says, "Black women would have separated from black men after slavery if they could have." Just my 4 cents to the $2 says, "Most women want to lead from the back." Pause. Just my 4 cents for the $2 says, "As long as she accepts equal responsibility, rights." Black Dawn with the $5 says, "Is this House of Hypocrites?" Yeah. House, you want to respond to this?
Oh, what they say?
He said he talking about the 7 baby mama thing.
Oh, I got none now, bro. You ain't know?
God.
Trigger Mike with the $2 says,
Every year they go up.
Trigger Mike with the $2 says, "Lee said the woman is God. He exposed himself." Elam with the $10 says, "Honestly, why do y'all hate Trump so much? Have y'all ever thought that y'all was lied to y'all whole life? I'm glad that Trump is in office. We will stay in office for the next 100 years.
Cleaned up DC.
Said that dumb shit.
Charleston with a
Did
10
y'all
says,
talk about Trump today?
Sherelle. No, not really. Not at all, I don't think.
Do they keep up with politics at all?
Yeah, I can't respond to my league super chat.
Sherelle, what percentage of black women you think would still respect their boyfriend/husband if he lost a fight? Oh, I read this one, right?
You read this one.
All right, man. Like, share, subscribe, hit the tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Rockstar, any final thoughts?
Oh man, family first, man. Family, the most successful races in the world. If you notice, they got the strongest family structure. So degrees is cool. It's important. Search all it. Any type of advancement is a good thing. But without no family structure, man, it's all corrupted. You know what I mean? So that's my thoughts, man.
No doubt. House, what you think, bro? Any final thoughts?
Nah, not really though, dog. I really wanted to respond to the lady. Well, yeah, I do. When they said I guess when I said lower the qualifications within some of these fields and you'll see more men taking these jobs, like most men we're proactive in the things when we want to make money in. You know what I'm saying? We're not really trying to just go wait. You feel me? But you could go get you a degree or whatever at the same time. But they said, shouldn't we raise the qualifications? I ain't trying to be no asshole, but what are the real qualifications to being a teacher when your instructions are going to be handed down to you to the state? Is it like some type of comprehension level for you to produce these things to these children? Or what it is, Jew? This ain't Jumar, right?
No, go ahead. It's your final thought.
Oh no, I was just asking a question. Like that's all I had. Like,
oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah, like,
I mean, if any male wants to get into education, it's easier now. Actually, they have state programs, federal programs that, particularly for men, especially if you're trying to switch careers, whatever career you was in before, they will take that into account as far as like life experience. They are definitely needing math, science teachers, and some of these inner city schools. Now, I've gotten out of education, but the time that I was there, I've seen a lot, I've dealt with a lot of parents. I dealt with a lot of administrators. So when Sherelle was over here yelling and screaming, that didn't really phase me that much because that's something you hit. That's kind of like part of like the hazards of the job, and you just won't. And it is what it is. But we have the data now. We have the outcomes. We know who's the head of household in many of these communities. We're looking at the outcomes of their children, their graduation rates. The crime in the community is caused by the children of these women. Um, you got people in Chicago. Walgreens is leaving Chicago because of the crime. And instead of addressing the crime, they're going to try to, attack the business, getting mad at the business for leaving instead of getting mad at the parents for having rowdy ass kids. So our priorities is just so upside down. So, and I don't think it's going to be fixed in my lifetime because this has been going on since I was here. This is back in the 80s, 90s.
Come on, Gerard.
I'm done.
No doubt. Be nice.
I mean, I tend to agree with what Jawar's saying. I mean, he's an educator, and like my parents are educators, so it just all comes down to the parents, and a lot of parents aren't really parents. I was just in high school. How many years ago? 7 years ago now. We were drinking with the parents at 16, 17 years old, and this was like a lot. Like, I'm not saying this was all the families, but this was quite a few to where like they didn't really care, and they were kind of like kids just like their kids. And so that's what I think a lot is going on. It's just people are having kids without either full comprehension skills, or they're not good at critical thinking, whatever it is, and they decide to replicate themselves. And yeah, the kids just they don't get a good outcome, and they feel like they're on the same level as their parents. So there is no respect for adults. They already see themselves as one.
Cheek, what you think, man?
Yeah, it's we've got ourselves a situation, HAMP, where I just what I thought would happen did happen. Just by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good though. I kind of expected.
What was it?
It's just we're not gonna take like just a complete analysis of some of these things. Like I understand that it's easy to pick a side or be biased or whatever the case may be, instead of just looking at something straightforward. And just kind of move off of that. So that's kind of my takeaway. Everybody's gonna take I feel like a stance if they feel like they're being attacked, and it's the usual suspect. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Interesting. Trigger Mike.
No, I definitely enjoyed the convo today. A lot of different viewpoints, but I think we really minded out that the responsibility, women are not the leaders or the protectors, and they do not want to be. That was my ultimate point. And I think men need to understand that nothing gets fixed unless you fix it. Nothing gets built unless you build it. What I want to leave the panel and the audience with is that it is a man's job to lead without being domineering, and it is a woman's job to help without trying to dominate. If our society, when you see either side not doing that, not doing their job, not doing their role effectively, that is when the family separates. And I'm going to echo what Rockstar said. Family is the most important. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody else on the panel. Look at results. All right. You could tell a tree by the fruit it bears. Is that not correct? All right. Who got the best children? Who got the most productive children? And who is replicating the example that we all want to see in society? I'm just going to let you answer that for yourself. I'm not going to guide you to the answer.
Lee?
First off, I want to say shout out to HAMP, man, for allowing us to have these conversations, man. Always just a great moderator and just a great dude altogether. And I want to apologize if I made you feel like we weren't friends at some point in this conversation. You know, I love you. I say the woman is God because I understand that without their sacrifice of that 9 months, none of us would exist. I say the black woman is God because I've looked through the history and I understand that specifically the dark skinned women where we all came from in Africa through lions and all this other shit trying to come at them and not even understanding how fire works. Somehow they pushed humanity forward. Nothing would exist. No skin tone would exist without the official black woman. So all praise be to her. That's why I say that. Um, so I don't want to ever get that confused with it being something simple. Like it's just science, man. It's just science. Okay. Um, I want to. I want to put woman. I want to put
Viewpoints.
woman at that.
But I think we definitely enjoyed the combo
Like
today. A lot of different viewpoints.
I think. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Somebody watching.
Yeah, I'll cut it short. But yeah, that's all I really want to say, man, is that I understand the history. And ultimately, man, always understand that there's a system that you're gonna have to get past to break this barrier, right? There's a system in place in this country that is feeding, literally feeding off of black people. And at certain and they're gonna let us sit here, they're gonna let us get 20% of us doing good, 30, 40, 50, but eventually you're gonna come across what science call that great filter. Well, eventually you're gonna have to make a choice because the other side ain't trying to be 50. They ain't trying to be 49 and 48. That's why they dollar bills got all their faces on it. That's why they Jesus got their face on it. So you remember that when you sit here and you talk about, oh, it's just the woman's fault, or it's just the black man's fault, or whatever the case is. It's a systematic system that's happening here that could easily be changed if they wanted to, but they choose not to. Everybody have a great day.
Indeed. Devin.
Yeah, I think the biggest key point that I think people were saying if we said something was that we were speaking out against women. I don't think that happened. I don't think that was the sentiment of a lot of people on this panel. So if that was taken that way, I think there needs to be some reevaluation. I think we're all good, both men and women. I think we just need to understand that men are the ones that protect and defend, and women just have to look at how they are, setting their protection, because men are there to protect and defend women. And then that also, I think one of the biggest key takeaways we have is that we are different. We are not the same. We are different. So the metrics of how we measure men and women are going to be different. I think that even went down to when we were speaking about how we learn, that we identify that men learn different than women. So women are going to start doing different jobs. They're going to go a different path than sometimes men do. But we at the end of the day need to figure out how we combine those things and put them together. So I think that's my key point to take away that I want people to get from this conversation.
Yeah, no, 100%. I definitely err on that side in terms of, Rockstar been saying it just outright in terms of the family structure is overwhelmingly positive in terms of results, and we have to lean back into it. The value of the people inside the structure is you can't calculate it, right? The value that my wife, my kids, myself bring to our conglomerate is all uberly important, right? There's so much inspiration from the kids, right? So much level of acumen to my wife becoming an asset, and obviously whatever I bring to the table, But you get further faster working together. We have an absolute hierarchy, but to say that there's not acumen that she has over me would be disingenuous, right? And so that's the level of discernment you need to then delegate, and then trust, you know. And if she don't believe in me, we don't get as far as we have because there's a lot of pitfalls along the way, you know. But I think that there's just a misnomer about having a hierarchy. People think and assume that you're trying to put her down or below or beneath when that's not the case, right? Because if you was honest with yourself, you wouldn't be as far as you were if it wasn't for having that right woman, you know. So I think we just got to make sure we articulate it out thoroughly, because I think a lot of points get lost in hyperbole. You know, so
You know what I really wanted to say.
Shout out to my wife.
Go ahead, House, and then we'll get Sherelle for the final thought. I'm done.
Yeah, now what I really want to say, and it's probably why I kind of shy away from fucking topics like this, is because I think we be speaking from a standpoint of some of this degenerate behavior or the lack thereof when it comes to discipline or our image, as if it's the whole. I will always say we speak of the minority within the minority of our community, and that gets highlighted. That gets as to be the status quo or the imagery of our goddamn community when it's just it. If we look at it as a whole, it's just not like that. And we always have this framing in language when it comes to black folks, bro. They've been doing it forever. You know what I'm saying? As soon as they called a nigga African American, it was over with.
The Jesse Jackson, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Relly. What you think, man? Any final thoughts?
Yeah, all y'all final thoughts is long as hell, just to let y'all know.
Damn.
I've been up for like 28 hours. This is a great stream. I thought of this topic at like 6 o'clock in the morning. It was a pleasure leading y'all in the conversation today. Of participation. Shout out to HAMP. Always love you, greatest moderator ever. Doing great things over here. Women, I hope y'all paid attention to the prime example of a man over talking me after I allowed him to speak, and then pointed out my behavior without acknowledging his own behavior. Because I think that's a clear issue that Black men and Black women have. Black men have horrible
No
behavior.
accountability.
That are subtle, that are passive aggressive, pokey, looking for an explosion to point the finger at, but they never want to take accountability in what they do. We are the leaders. So learn how to govern yourselves accordingly. Understand that you are responsible for your life. You need to lead your life well. You are human, you're autonomous. Who you procreate with, what you do in your life is 100% on you. It's all your fault. So don't believe in whatever setbacks they told you can do. Keep on striving to do better. Other than that, this is a great show. Appreciate all the super chats, comments, likes, subscribes, all of that good stuff.
I don't get no shout out, Sherelle.
Who said that?
Rockstar. Hey,
I said everybody that joined the panel.
My bad, JP. I ain't miss.
Cheeky and Hamp always here, so I give them a special shout out. And Devin, you show up every Tuesday too.
Yeah.
All right, y'all, man. I catch y'all, man.
No doubt. Be safe, House.
All right.
Yo.
All right. Hey, the event, bro.
How we doing, y'all?
Nothing about the event, goddamn.
I hate
we'll see you in Houston, bro.
I'll text you.
House, you trying to fight House?
Nah.
Oh yeah, man. I'm getting in the ring. I don't know with who. Any woman that want to fight, I do that. My hand bisexual. We can get that. We can go viral.
Jesus
Come on, Sherelle. Get in the ring.
Fight, girl.
Get in the ring, Sherelle. Help train people.
Hey, yo, Clarissa Shields says she ready to fight a man. So there you go.
She might win though. See, I ain't. Well, not against me though. The weight difference. No, if it's a man that's 100 pounds lighter than her, she dogging him 1,000%. Not a nigga that's the same. Nah, yeah. She can fight better, but the nigga,
yeah.
I don't believe.
What, a regular person or actual pro boxer?
He's a regular person, I think.
A regular person.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
Go ahead, JP. My bad. I didn't even see you in the damn thing. You want to give your final thought real quick?
Right. My final thought is, bro.
I ain't know you was in.
They gave black people 400 years of slavery, and the first people to get held accountable for slavery was black people under the guise of pimping.
Yeah, right? You feel me?
Under the guise of pimping, niggas is the first one got held accountable for slavery. Also whippings, when you whip your kid's ass, right? So I said that to say, you black people, y'all have been trying to do everything right to try to add up in this society to get, and y'all keep worrying about y'all image, y'all keep worrying about how they view you. It's not about your image, because that's your image is just something how people perceive you. They're gonna perceive you as weak anyway. They not empathetic on how you feel about these of what you've been going through in these conversations. Only thing they doing is studying how they destroyed you and how people react and how y'all are reacting of being destroyed. And then another thing, I wish y'all would stop comparing yourselves to the powers that be. Right? Y'all, when y'all say we and men and we, bro, you're not part of that we. I would even argue you more part of the female. You're not part of no manly shit around here in America. Your voice don't matter. I don't care. Not powerful to nobody here. Nobody. So I think that black man, you need to do a lot of self-reflecting and stop holding on to a job or a bank account and making yourself believe that you're more powerful than what you actually is. Because you actually is the powerless. You die, everybody get away with murdering you. The thing is, you can't get away with murdering nobody here in America. Barely in a self-defense case. I'm Jay Prince, for president of United Negro Nation of the Black House, and I approve that message. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
No doubt, man. Good stream. I'm gonna try to power through to this damn POV, but the POV should definitely be interesting. Salute to the 5 hours. I appreciate y'all. Really, I love y'all. Appreciate you. Cheek, Rockstar, House, Devin. Salute to everybody else who came up. Gerard, Lee. I know I'm missing some people. I apologize. But yeah, man, let's keep grinding. Hop in the Discord. Get your tickets to Houston, and it's up, man. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe.
Tell a friend and tell a friend. And we out.
Oh, we can kill all this. We can kill all this. Say like, do you want to be next?
Anytime you ready, baby. I was supposed to be there.
Ooh, I'm with it.
I'm
with it. We can do it.
Knocks out everybody and no one can whoop him. That's when that little Cassius Clay from Louisville, Kentucky came up and stopped Sonny Liston, the man who annihilated Floyd Patterson twice. He was going to kill me. He hit harder than George. His reach is longer than George. He's a better boxer than George. And I'm better now than I was when you saw that 22-year-old undeveloped kid running from Sonny Liston. I'm experienced now, professional. Jaw's been broke, been lost, knocked down a couple times. Bad. Been chopping trees. I done something new for this fight. I done wrestled with an alligator. That's right. I have wrestled with an alligator. I done tussled with a whale. I done handcuffed lightning, throw thunder in jail. That's bad. Only last week, I murdered a rock, injured a stone, hospitalized a brick. I'm so mean, I make medicine sick. Man, dude. Fast. Last night I cut the light off in my bedroom, hit the switch, was in the bed before the room was dark. Incredible. Fast. Incredible. And you, George Foreman, all of you chumps are gonna bow when I whoop him. All of you. I know you got him. I know you got him picked, but the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
Eyes up.